Well, well, well. Did you see the Sneeko post on the sub? Yeah, I did. Jesus. Where's your Ukraine debate gonna be? I don't, bro. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't remember why I agreed to this one. Is this the one that I thought it was gonna be with Dave Smith, and then I got debated? What? I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? How we doing? Is STV Philly memeing or anti-Semitic? Listen, bro. We all do our things from time to time, okay? Do you have any more content with Brian Callen planned? No, not right now. But he seems to like me. He sends me texts saying I do a good job and everything. Okay, I'm gonna start judging senses of humor. Okay, Trexmaster, you got a 1-day ban. Oh, sorry, I had my audio muted. How can I send you some free merch? I run pierreconstantine.com and readyuniverse.com. Why would I want to wear free advertising for you? Why though? Okay, supposedly you can add emotes on Kick. Let's see. You might want to watch this. Connor comments on his platforming with why do I don't. Okay. I don't care that much. Jesus, based. Tate react for later.
I could destroy you in 3 minutes in the bedroom. You would walk away and stand in a corner mumbling to yourself for days. What he has done is what every abuser does. Convinces the woman to say that it was okay. And what I do in the bedroom, if it's a no, it's a no.
No means no. I just don't think Andrew Tate should be out of jail.
You don't need any more evidence?
No. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but based on what?
Mountains of evidence of the fact that he's trafficked, raped, sexually assaulted. Women are raped in huge amounts of numbers every single day. We should believe women in all circumstances when they say they are raped.
I'm good on that. Biden versus GOP drama. Oh boy, hold on. Okay, community, moderators, badges, emotes. Oh, Jesus. Let's see. Twitch emotes, YouTube emotes. Wait, my YouTube channel has a ton of emotes, right? I wonder why there's only 4 listed here. What the fuck? I'm so confused. YouTube assets? What? I must have a folder where I put all of the... where I put all my YouTube emotes, right? Maybe not. Okay, whatever. No, I must have. I must. How many? Oh, God. I should have a folder full of these. I have a folder called YouTube Emoji, and there's just 4. Dank Memes, Godstinny, Ruse, and Over Russell. It would be under collaboration. Did I put it in a wrong folder? Let's see. Assets, not this. I should just delete this shit. This is fine. Photos. What's... Oh, I wonder if I'm not mirroring my whole drive. Preferences. No, I am. Oh. Okay, who wants to come in and chill for a minute? Okay, my drive, collaboration. Why do I feel like a lot of my Google Drive got wiped the fuck out. Am I crazy? Okay. It's okay. It's not okay. Maybe I didn't actually save these into a folder. I should have. How much just have not saved it? Wow, Alrif. Hello.
Oh shit, I got dragged in? What the fuck?
Well, you like just joined the room.
Um,
Yeah, what the fuck? What'd you expect to happen?
I didn't expect to get dragged in. I don't know. Destiny, give me some life advice.
Um, yeah, what do you need life advice for? What's up?
So, I'm 24. I haven't done shit with my life.
Have you graduated college?
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm gonna end up being a fucking loser.
What are you doing right now? Did you go to school?
Wait, I can't fucking hear anything.
Nice, you are a fucking loser.
Yeah, I have a degree. I have a finance
You're
degree.
responding to my goddamn fucking stream. Turn my stream off and figure out Discord, you fucking retard.
Wait, can you say something?
Something.
Okay, cool. I can hear you now.
Okay. You went to school, you got a degree in finance.
Yeah.
Is that a 2-year or a 4-year thing?
4 year?
Okay. Well, what do you want to do?
I honestly don't know. I've been kind of getting into like computer science stuff, like coding, but like I'm fucking retarded, so I don't know if I can actually make it in that. I smoke weed too much. Now I'm sober, which is useful, but I live in Ghana right now, which is not very good. Not very much like job opportunities here, but I don't fucking know Destiny.
I heard you
Jeez.
live in Donna right now, and you don't. And I don't know.
Ghana,
What's
West,
Ghana?
West Africa.
Oh, Ghana.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
an international boy.
what? What are your parents like, military or what?
No, my dad did real estate in the UK for the longest time, but they both work like government kind of jobs now. Um, my dad supplies like electricity meters to the energy company here, to the government, and my mom just does government contracts. So it's not like I'm gonna be like poor, but it's I want to be like self-sufficient,
Are your parents rich?
kind of.
Well,
Not like
then you're set, right?
not like
You should be good to go.
yeah, but I don't want to like mooch off my parents. I also have like 5 siblings, so it's like I have to exist for myself. I don't know. I feel like I got like developmentally stunted because I had like shit too easy, and now I have to figure stuff out. You know, hence the retardation.
Um,
And 24 feels kind of old to like start like exploring shit. But maybe that's just like another aspect of just being dumb.
do you have like? Do you have like any hobbies or anything you do for fun or?
I play the guitar. I play video games. I've been learning programming stuff. I've been taking like online classes. Um, I'm probably going to be moving back to the UK, and when I move back, I'm going to look for like just some kind of job that occupies my time. But I don't know. I just feel like I'm floating, and as I'm getting older, it's like time's ticking. Like eventually, I'm going to be fucking 35, and maybe balding. That just doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. If you're rich, it seems like you're fine financially. Um, I find a hobby, find a job. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. What do you like doing? Why did you do finance again? Say that again.
Well, I originally did engineering, but I made a mistake and dropped out of engineering, and then just did finance because my parents wanted me to graduate, and I didn't really want to go to university. I wanted to do like graphic design school, but I'm not really interested in that too anymore. I think weed kind of destroyed my brain.
Do you still smoke?
No, For the fucking retards in chat saying I can't do math, that ain't the problem. The problem is that I'm just lazy as shit. Copium.
Man, that's a wild ride.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect to get dragged in. You should be, I don't know, you should be more racist, people. That's my take.
Okay, I'll definitely do that. Sure.
Cool. Yeah, base.
Okay, thanks a lot, buddy. Good luck figuring
Bye.
your life out. Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
What the fuck? I don't. Eben, you're up. Okay. Photos. Logo. Twitch chat badges. Fuck, my organization on this is AIDS. Pinned tweet from the guys you're debating tomorrow. Is this the guy I'm debating, or is this like the organization that set it up?
It's crazy to me that people still believe anything coming out of the ghost of Kiev.
I know, man. It's all BS.
April 7th. Okay.
But it didn't just start after Russia invaded. The BS about Ukraine has been persistent for decades. Can I go on a rant?
Yeah.
Briefly? All right. So, first off, the World Bank and the IMF absolutely destroyed Russia in the 1990s. And I didn't know anything about this until I read Scott's book. But after the fall of the USSR, the West broadly, but obviously America being the leader of the West, had such an incredible opportunity to look at their fallen foe and say, we are going to welcome you into the capitalist West. Because most people don't know this, but the Russian people, after the fall of communism, were extraordinarily open to the idea of capitalism because they were like, well, that sucked. Let's give this a go. And instead of welcoming them with open arms, they were just kicked in the teeth repeatedly by the West. And George Bush's administration, Bill Clinton's administration, George Bush's Jr.'s administration, year after year, you had both Yeltsin as well as Putin that requested if they could be added to the UN, or excuse me, to NATO. They were laughed off, never even given a consideration. And the only requirement that Putin put on it was that he wanted to not have to wait in the normal line, which obviously, as a nation with over 6,000 nuclear weapons, you might want to go like, all right, yeah, we won't make you wait.
Is it 50,000?
No, 6,000. As far as I know, it's 6,000. But the reason he didn't want to wait is because the hardliners in Russia that were super anti-West probably would have toppled him in that interim. So he's just like, look, slap us into NATO.
He didn't have the time to wait.
Yeah, he's like, I can't wait. If you want me in there, put me in there. Let's just accept the fact that we are European. And what do they do instead? They alienate and they drive them into back-to-back depressions over a 3-year period that greatly diminishes the life expectancy of the Russian people. I'm talking late 90s. I was a kid at the time. I had no idea any of this was transpiring. And then, as a byproduct of this, you now have driven Russia not only into war that could have been avoided if our lunatic State Department hadn't been involved, but also into the arms of the CCP, the communists, who also have nuclear weapons, and, oh, might I add, over 1 billion people. And we risk World War III now when none of this had to happen. None of it.
So you are correct. They have 5,977. It was at their peak. The Soviet Union had 45,000.
Yes. And that was the other thing that they were doing. They were cutting back on their nuclear arsenal. They ended the Warsaw Pact. They were doing all of these like signs of good faith. And instead of treating them with any sort of respect as a nuclear power, they were just laughed off and abused. And like, this is not to justify or write off Putin's responsibility in the death of countless Ukrainians. And it's absolutely tragic. But to write off the West's responsibility in this, and the U.S. specifically, the Bill Clinton administration, which gets a total clean bill of health. No one even pays attention to what the Clinton administration did to them during that period. But they, along with the IMF and the World Bank, absolutely destroyed Russia.
NATO has nothing to do with capitalism or economic situation. The way that these guys work, there's like there's a revolving door of terms that you need to learn, and as soon as you hear somebody, there's like a whole world of bullshit that somebody can get sucked into. And basically, once you hear like any of these terms, they probably have like all of them, and they're usually just not. They're not going to give you any good takes or anything. So when you say somebody said that NATO isn't involved in the economics or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's going to be, they'll say something about NATO, and this connects to the IMF, which also connects to the like petrodollar, which also connects to the World Economic Forum. Somewhere in here, Bill Gates or Klaus Schwab is going to be mentioned. Climate change, ESG. It's like this whole world of bullshit that like World Bank. Yeah, World Bank will be somewhere in here. That basically that there's like people get wrapped up in this whirlwind of everything, and all of a sudden they've got like a whole view of the world for why everything is the way that it is, and it's all like explained by this collection of like nebulous, poorly defined, poorly understood words. World Economic Forum is right down here. Yeah, it's just yeah. There'll be quotes like "You'll rent everything and own nothing, be happy, eat bugs." I think is part of it. It's like all part of this. Throw crypto in there somewhere. Okay, just hold on. Give me a minute. I'm uploading a bunch of channel emotes. I don't even remember most of these. Can you guys use these in my Kick chat right now? Or can you even see which emotes are available? Or how do you even see the emotes? I don't even know how to use them. Anyone else getting multiple emotes from Kick? I don't know why. Yes, they're there. Oh, this guy used it. Oh, it does work. Oh, the new chat is way more responsive. Nice job. Are you able to use these in other Kick channels? Can somebody go test? Look at the chat more often so you can avoid this in the future. Wait, what? Yes, you can use them elsewhere. Wait, I don't understand how it works that I can use them by only typing in the letters. Like, couldn't I theoretically make an emote and call it and then anytime somebody types an and, I can't use them elsewhere. Oh, okay. Don't you have a debate to go to? The debate's tomorrow. I fly out tonight. They aren't sub only, so probably not. Oh, subscriber. Channel emotes, please. Oh, I see. Users who subscribe to your channel will be able to use these emotes on other channels. Gotcha. Someone crawled Twitter verified status only 20 out of 407K sign up for Twitter Blue, and yesterday only 20 people joined. I don't know what this means. Only 20 out of 407K signed up for Twitter Blue. I don't know what, I don't understand. Are you saying there's only 20 people with Twitter Blue in the site? That's obviously wrong, so I'm not reading this correctly. Yesterday you said 28 people joined, so it's not only 20 people have joined out of 407,000 accounts. Oh, 20K. Click the tweet, retard. Oh, sorry. I guess the K key on your fucking keyboard is broken. Because of all the fucking Google searches you do for the KKK membership you're trying to fucking get into. It's okay, K. I got it. Racist fuck. Just for the purge, 19,469 identified earlier by Twitter Blue. And the number of same accounts for a net increase of 28 accounts. Gotcha. Eco, trying to chat with Destiny. Sent an email, got a response. I should try to reach him this way. I think he and his listener would be interested in my story. Oh boy.
Trying to chat with Destiny. Sent an email. and got a response that I should try to reach him this way. I think he and his listeners would be interested in my story. Hoping this works.
Hello, Neon Icon. What is... Oh my god. Are you a dragon? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, kind of. What, are you a fucking construction worker?
Kinda, yeah, I drive dump trucks.
Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what's up, dude?
Sorry, I'm on my AirPods, so it's kind of fucked up.
No, you're all good.
In your talk with STV Philly, he was saying something along the lines of it's more of an escalation for a male to like throw water on a male than a female to a male. Did you agree with that or no?
I mean, I don't think I agree with that. I think that I agree that there's more potential for harm, but I think if both people are throwing things, it's probably going to escalate to somebody attacking somebody. But obviously, like, the guy has the greater capacity for harm than the woman.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. I would just say that, like, you know, like within societally speaking, when a woman throws or gets physical with a man, in her mind, like the percentage chance that a man is going to get physical with her is probably like 0 to 10%.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. It's probably even less, yeah.
Right, yeah. So, like, if a man, on the other hand, were to come up to another man and get physical, even maybe not even get physical, like sometimes all it takes is like a wrong look, right? Like if you're in the right situation, that prince is probably going to be like, you know, it could be like 75 to 100%.
Yeah, that's why we need to normalize attacking women more when they attack men, you know?
Okay, yeah, I agree. Okay, that's all I got. I just was kind of good. I don't know, maybe it was the way that STV Philly communicates, but I was just curious on your thoughts on that, because I don't know if he was getting it across right, but
yeah, no problem.
That's all I got.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, man.
Bye.
Yep.
Oh shit, the no tears guy. What do we have in chat? Do we have no tears anymore? Oh, we do. Oh, he looks cooler in my this Twitch emote I had, I think. Do you think? I put it in Kick chat now. Is there a reason why Destiny's only been on Kick for the last week or so? Kick wanted me to stream for a certain amount of hours. And I've been traveling a ton, so it's hard to hit those hours. So I've just been, while I've been home, I've just been streaming about Kick. But when I get back from Tennessee this time, I'll be on a more normal streaming schedule. Because I think when I come back from Tennessee, the next event I have, actually I signed up for another one. But it's still, the next event won't be until I think the 16th, at least. And then after that, the 26th. That's your wrong estate. Yes, Guardian98 really wants to know. Apparently, a lot of states do have it so you can add a small surcharge for cards. Thank you, Guardian98. You're the protector of chat. Okay. What's happening on the 16th? I think the whatever podcast, I might go to Santa Barbara for that? Or wherever the fuck, north of Malibu? When is the Zizek thing? I think that's the end of next month, like the 26th. Bro, Soldier Boy? Was he banned for over a year? That was for dropping slurs, wasn't it? He got unbanned yesterday. I'm feeling positive in a few months. If I would have lost my appeal like a while ago, I would be like whatever. But with all these other people getting unbanned, if I fail my appeal, I'm actually gonna be like, what the fuck? It's gonna be pretty wild. When I'm watching the Britney Simon video, Farah's still sleeping. When she gets up, we can watch it because I'm pretty sure she wants to watch that. When is your next appeal? I think in about a month and a half. Did you see the latest Sneeko post? Yeah, I don't know what he's doing, dude. Oh! Does it count as a completed lift? Because he technically had it for a second, or? You have to put it down? It's 3 seconds? Oh, fuck. Lame. Guess the year and location of the picture? Yeah, easy. Oh, this is so easy. Let's see. Very clearly here. You can tell by these types of apartments are generally in, I think it's Liverpool. Let me find it. Oh yeah, absolutely. And then this was, I think it was just a few years ago. 2021. Absolutely. Okay, yeah. You know, I was going to guess London because it's the only city I actually know in the UK, but I tried. Apparently this is how SpaceX meant to do the stage separation. Ain't no fucking way. Oh, this is wild. Wait, who drew this? Hold on, I'm trying to think. This is breaking my mind. If this detaches here, I'm trying to think if we would expect this to continue to spin around. Or if it would just fly off in a straight thing. Can I send you a short video to see if you may be interested in my case? Echo, just post it in chat, bro. Go for it. Isn't more thrust power at the top of the arc? I mean, if there's a little booster that's moving it, maybe, but... Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. The bottom part is the one that detaches. I'm sorry. I'm fucking... My bad. I looked at this completely differently. Never mind. This makes sense. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is spinning here. There's angular momentum here, and then this detaches here. But this has to use like a little booster to get moving, to orient itself in this direction, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. The bottom one is the one that's getting flung.
Morning.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
How much were you doing?
Uploading emotes for my Kick chat.
Well, that sounds exciting.
True. Do you guys in Kick chat watch any other streams? What emotes of these should I make sub only so they can be used in other streams?
Dude, I want them to be like, yeah, I watch like Nazi Slayer 415 and Chick with her tits out in the pool 69. Those are my other two main watch stream on Kick.
Nice. As opposed to Twitch where it's just chicks with their tits out in the pool, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Take on Biden's rule increasing mortgage payments for people with good credit? Wait, what?
I don't even think that's something that...
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like what power does he have over a contract that I make with a mortgage person? But let's read it. I want to know.
Hold on, wait. Is this only for
FHA?
FHA loans? Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're too high income...
Yeah, you shouldn't have an FHA loan anyway. Fuck you. I mean, hold on, let's check. What is?
I think this is fine. By the way, from what I've read, I think it's actually good.
It sounds like if you take an, what are the qualifications for an FHA loan again?
I think that we could get an FHA loan. I don't believe there's a income cap on it. What there is that there's a maximum value of the property that you can get, and that's based on geography. So something like Honolulu and Hawaii is going to have a much higher value for the price of the home than something like rural Texas, for instance. And you can also get a 2-unit, 3-unit, and a 4-unit, but you can't get above a 4-unit. So you could buy a 4-unit building and get an FHA loan that's like up to, I don't know, in some places maybe up to $1 million. And you could pay the real enticing part of it is that you could pay like 3.5% down.
Yeah, the down payment is really, really low.
But you get that huge fee as a result, basically requiring mortgage insurance.
Yeah, that's the PMI or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Am I too loud? I see
you
people
are
screaming.
really loud. I don't know why you're so loud today.
Hold on, let me try adjusting my settings.
So this would basically just bump the PMI up on higher income people. I think that's fine. If you're taking an FHA loan and you're like a fucking millionaire, then you can pay a higher fee to subsidize for a lower. I don't see a problem with that. No.
No, it's good.
It's not about income, you idiot. Well, wait, what is it about?
It's on credit score. It looks like.
Oh, just credit score.
Is this better, by the way, or does it not make a difference?
I don't know if it helped that much.
Hold on, let me try this.
I think I still pay PMI on my fucking mortgage. I'm such a lazy fuck.
How about now? Good?
Yeah.
Bad?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I don't want better. I want perfect. How's that sound?
Yeah, it's fine. It's good.
Okay. You probably do pay PMI because I don't think you can get out of it until
It's supposed to
maybe
be once
10
the
years.
loan reaches, I want to say it's 85% of the valuation of the property.
Yeah, so that would probably be 10 years, I would guess. Oh, wait, 85%?
I believe
The
it's
loan
85%.
reaches
Or
what?
well, you could also get an appraisal and theoretically qualify out of PMI.
Yeah, I suppose you could refinance. Personally, I think that's fine. I think FHA loans should probably be rethought completely to have an income cap, meaning if you make over a certain amount of money, you can't take it all together. Like basically, fuck you. You make a, you know, you're
Well, yeah, but the
Stephen
only problem is
Bonnell.
if you're basing it off of credit score rather than income. That's kind of
Well,
seems to be
I guess the
problem.
idea would be if you have a really good credit score and you're poor, is there other options for you to get a home besides an FHA loan? I think there must be. Like basically, I don't think the federal government wants to be in the business of giving home loans. I think they want to be there so you can do it if you want to. But okay, people are saying still too loud, so hold on. Oh, we're at 79% now, so we'll see. Dan, FHA loans, it's mortgage insurance premiums. I believe PMI is still specifically private mortgage insurance. Okay, I mean, it's like the same thing. It's mortgage insurance. But,
people are saying you have to pay it down to 80%, not 85%. Gotcha. Wait,
Well,
FHA
why are-
mortgage insurance is on a loan for the life of the loan unless you put 10% down. Then it's the loan for 11 years. Mortgage insurance dropping off is a conventional mortgage guideline. Wait, is that true? Am I just fucking retarded? I'm making something
I've
called
never
a
taken this.
I'm making something called a mortgage insurance payment on my fucking on my monthly payment on my mortgage.
How much is it?
It's way too much.
Wait, hold on. Let's figure out right now if you should pay this off because I know you can.
No, I should.
let-
It's fucking retarded. But every time
No, hold on.
My mortgage
That's not
payment-
necessarily true.
It is absolutely true. My mortgage.
Do you want
payment-
to? How confident are you before we do this? Because then you're gonna be like, oh shit, I was wrong.
I'm very confident.
Really? Because
say,
mortgage rates are probably very low back then, and right now they're very high. So I want you to remember, you can probably, at the bare minimum, make 5% on your money right now.
No.
Safely.
I understand, but what I'm saying is,
Okay.
I can just pay this off to the 20% equity line. That's what I'm saying. Not pay off the whole mortgage.
Are you sure that it's not going to come with a appraisal fee and a few other things when you do that? Because it sounds like you have to refinance to get out of it, or is it literally you just pay it down to 20% and do it?
No. My understanding is once you hit the equity line, you're good. You don't have to refinance or get an appraisal or anything like that. There's just right now the bank has a value of the loan or a value of the property, and as long as you have a certain equity, the mortgage insurance drops off. Wait, is my mic a lot quieter than normal, guys?
You sound fine. I don't know. People are, I swear to God, they're just fucking trolling me and you. It's fucked.
I mean, I can turn my mic up. Fuck it. There you go. All right. Fuck it. There you go. I don't even know what this is. I want to just buy this house after I pay my taxes. I might just like pay it off.
I mean, it's not. I mean,
I just don't want the payment. It's an emotional thing.
It might help your credit score, unironically.
My credit is like 840. I don't care. I just want to not have to pay this. This mortgage insurance payment is huge though compared to like the cost of my mortgage. It seems like kind of crazy.
Hold on, let me see. How much is this on? What's the total?
I think I have an outstanding balance of 132,000. My monthly payment is $1,350. The mortgage insurance payment is $144.
Wait, what's the total?
132,000.
Okay, let me see something. Why is that so high?
Yeah, I know. That's like a car
Wait,
payment if you
why-
were like a poor dude.
Why is the first one so high?
Why is the
What,
first
how
what
many,
so high?
How many years? Is this a 10-year loan?
No, 30 year. Why is the first what so high?
What's your interest rate on this?
I think it's like 4.25 or maybe 4. Oh, it's 4.25.
So you owe $135,000.
132. Yeah, mortgage insurance might be different from PMI.
What am I missing? I just sent you that.
Are you calculating escrow? Escrow wouldn't be that much more though, no?
No.
Why do you have the interest set so high too?
That's what it is today. Well, I mean, prime is 8. I bet you could get something less.
The breakdown of my payment is the principal is $274, the interest is $466, escrow is $607.
I mean, I guarantee you, if you have good credit right now, you could get something at 5.5 all day, every day.
Why would I
And that
refinance at 5.5 if the interest is 4.25 right now?
I don't know. Your total there is $1,500 a month. Like, is it really going to drop down to half that once you pay it off a little bit? There's something else fucked there. That's insane.
Here's my.
I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
This is my payment. The mortgage payment itself is probably around $700 a month, and then it's $600 for escrow. I don't know why the fuck escrow is so expensive.
What the fuck is escrow?
Escrow is like an account you pay into for taxes and insurance and shit that the bank automatically pays for you.
How can it be that? What's your property tax? I mean, I guess you don't pay it, but...
Well, what do you mean I don't pay it?
Do you pay your own property tax?
Oh,
No.
yeah, yes. Property taxes are automatically paid by the lender, and it comes out of the escrow payment.
So what are your property tax for that property a year? Do you know?
It's probably like public record or some shit, huh?
It is. You can just pull up the house on Zillow and then look at the details. I mean, this house isn't worth that much, right? It's like 200 or 300K.
Yeah, now it's probably worth over 250K, but I don't want to evict my child and his mom, you know. So.
No, I understand. But it would be shocking to me for this to be that high. I would imagine your property tax for something like that to be maybe 5K at the most.
Property taxes for the year of 2022 are about $3,500.
Okay, so you're paying in $7,200 a year. So where the fuck is the other $3,500? Is that how much your
could it be
home
like
insurance is? Maybe.
Yeah, home insurance and shit.
That's more than I pay for my house, but maybe I don't know.
Damn, I don't know. There should be a way to access. I should be able to see what my escrow account pays into, right?
I feel like you're getting fucked here on this, kind of, but yeah.
What do you think? Oh, escrow balance and details. Let's see.
I wonder if they're using some really weird insurance agency that's like over just in charging you. I feel like you should be paying $1,500.
So
maybe
every
$2,000.
12 months for homeowners insurance, I'm paying $1,900. Does that sound high?
That sounds right. No, I think
Okay.
that's about right.
And then I've got my PMI, the private mortgage insurance. I think that's the FHA thing, right? I'm paying $144. So I think that's where the other thing, yeah.
But then you have mortgage insurance. Wait. Okay.
Mortgage insurance and PMI are two different things, I believe. Like mortgage insurance, the PMI thing is like just FHA shit or whatever, right? But then there's like there's another mortgage insurance. Well, what's the difference between mortgage insurance and homeowners insurance?
Mortgage insurance, I think, is if you default on the mortgage. I think.
Well, what's the point of the PMI then?
I don't know. I've never done an FHA loan, so I'm learning this as I go. But it seems like you're paying two different mortgage insurances almost. I mean, I know what the mortgage insurance is. Hold on one second.
What is MTGINSPMT, guys? It looks like mortgage insurance payment. So why am I making a mortgage insurance payment and paying into an escrow that makes a PMI payment? What's the difference between those two things? Mortgage insurance is a scam. It's optional and they swindle people into it. There's no way I would have ever agreed because I didn't even carry insurance on my cars. I wonder if I thought this was a requirement. Mortgage insurance premium. Oh. Mortgage insurance premium. By paying a mortgage insurance premium as part of your mortgage payment each month, borrowers can get into a home with less than 20% down. Oh, I bet I did this to put a really low down payment on the house. So does MIP, does this drop off at some point?
I don't know.
I don't care. After I pay my taxes, I'm just going to pay this house off. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that might be, at this point, just the easiest way. I was like, I'm not trying to min-max to get fucking $200 here. Yeah. Just let me not think about this anymore. Exactly. It's worth it to me.
That shit. That shit cray.
Okay, we've solved the problem here.
Destiny, escrow does not pay your PMI. Yeah, it does. My escrow account is paying my PMI. I can check because I'm clicking. I think I sent it to Dan.
Yeah. Oh, it's just weird. You have mortgage insurance on top of a PMI, which is strange, but whatever.
Yeah, it shows my escrow disbursements. My escrow is dispersing money into a county tax, into my homeowner's insurance, and into my private mortgage insurance.
You get to choose who your home insurance company is?
I would have thought so, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Because this says Amer Strategic Insurance Corp. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, American Strategic Insurance? I imagine I should have just used Progressive because that's my car insurance, but...
Yeah, usually you get a discount when you do those things together.
It's... Fuck me. I don't care. All right.
Yep. Moving on from insurance. Queen Azaz says, why wouldn't you have just bought it to begin with? Retard. I put that last part at the end of it, and they were implying your house. That question's for you, Steven.
Why didn't I what?
Why didn't you just buy your house to begin with, idiot?
Because when I bought it, insurance rates are low. If you're gonna lend me money at 3 or 4%, I'm gonna borrow infinite money. What? Why would you not?
Yeah.
But now like the dollar amounts are so low and stupid, I just want to fuck with it. I'd rather just pay it off.
Man, like, I never really cared about this shit because it was always stupid. But if you have cash, go do the. Do you have a lot? You have a lot of cash sitting around or no? Like 100, 200 grand or something.
Yeah, but it's sitting in my checking account because I'm waiting to get my tax bill.
Yeah. Well, then.
Yeah, I have to wait for my guy to finish the taxes because once I find out how much I get, fucking on that, I'll just pay that off. Yeah. Usually I stop in January. I stop moving money over to any investment accounts, and I just wait for 4 months for the tax bill to come, and then I. Yeah.
For other people who don't care about this shit, there's a lot of banks now that are offering 4 to 5%, or at least 4% on high yield savings accounts, and it's just, there's just no reason not to do that. If you have money sitting in your checking account, even if you have 20 or 30 grand sitting in your checking account, move over most of what you're not going to use to the high yield savings account, and then leave like 5 grand or something like that in your checking, and because you can still move it over whenever you want. It's still FDIC insured. It's literally a no-brainer. If you move in 100K, it's like, hey, every year you're going to get paid 5 grand, and why not? Why not? It's free money.
True. The savings accounts I've heard are getting massively jacked up, like 4 or 5%. Not like money market deposit accounts or anything either. Literally just saving accounts.
Yeah. Yes, that is true. Gangsta Kartik is the one thing with a savings account. Because I never really understood the difference between a savings account and a checking account either. But apparently you can only move money in and out of it up to
like 8 times a year or 12 times or whatever, some weird shit.
I think it's like 5 times a month, but might, I don't know, it might be more legislated, or it might be more I don't know, but yeah, okay, people are saying 6 times a month in and out, that's it, or out, I would suppose. Thunderfoot really hates Elon. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
really is
He
not.
makes,
he
I
really
think he's
just-
made a video on every single Elon topic. Why like the underground hyperloop is bad. Why Tesla's like every single thing. Yeah.
he just doesn't like him. I will say though that Elon, he does make it easy with some of the shit, and he does like. We watched a video with him. He did some fucking scummy shit.
Who,
Like
Elon?
yeah, like the Solar City thing, I believe, is where he said like, "Oh, we have this ready to go," and he didn't. He had nothing.
Oh.
Like it's just fucked. I don't know, but what do I know? Nothing is the answer to that question. I know nothing. Where's your friend, by the way?
Still sleeping.
Really? All tuckered out? Long day and all that?
What do you
Long
mean by that?
streaming session?
Yeah.
You know, long
Yep.
streaming session.
Yeah, good one, Dan.
Sorry.
Okay.
God. Thought we were going shooting this morning, bro. I was all ready. I was holding my peace, waiting for the call, and
Yeah,
then
me too. Well, but here we are.
nothing came. I mean, I didn't.
Stop. Stop. I'm gonna ban you from my Discord. You're about to get banned.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That you looked into
You're
you
about to
looked
get
into that
banned.
one too much.
You're about to
I
get
was
banned.
being innocent.
You're gonna get banned.
All right. What else? What else?
What is this gonna look like? I can't do this.
What are you trying to do? Tell chat.
The kick people want kick chat on the screen, but I'm not really sure how. They don't have like a stream friendly chat.
I know how.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like chroma code out the bullshit, huh?
Oh no, I was just gonna assume I was gonna be like, "Hey, Cake, go proxy this and give me the UI I want." That's what I would do. And then he
Well,
would
but
bitch
then
and
I'd have
moan
to
and
have
be-
him design like a fucking page and everything for rehosting the chat, basically, right?
Yep. I mean, really, the way to do this, Steve, is to message them and be like, "Hey, I need this transparent and nothing else on the screen, like this page." And then they're like, "Okay, we'll work on that until it's done. You don't have to do shit." That's the way to do it.
Well, that's probably what I'll end up doing.
Yep. Because this is not good. Okay. And what, text is going to get cut off now because you're limiting it? What did that guy say? Destiny, do a giveaway, you rich. God, what did he say? Rich what? What racial slur was he calling you? I'm never going to know now.
Okay, I can just change the size, Dan.
Also, putting kick chat on the screen. Oh, boy. That's a little...
Fuck, is there
That's
no
a-
way to click accept if I've got something on OBS? Can I not interact with the window at all?
That's a spicy a meatball. You like my Italian accent?
Yeah, that's a good one, Dan.
Mr. Mooten. Mr. Mooten taught me.
Okay, well.
Listen, this is like a procrastination thing. Just reply back to the email.
Trust me,
Hey,
I know exactly
do
how to
this.
do this. Okay, if somebody sends me something and I'm not quite ready to schedule it, I usually just send an act like a random bullshit ass question. Like somebody's like, "Hey, do you want to meet on the 16th?" Blah 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 blah. Like I might fire an email back being like, what color is the car going to be that picks me up?" And then if they don't respond for like 7 days, I don't have to put anything on my calendar for a while. You know?
I do not get into cars that are not blue. It is a matter of record moving forward.
Also, okay, question for my chat. Embed chat. I have another website. Let's see. Boom, boom. Yeah. That rehosts my chat in a friendly way to easily add it to OBS.
You know, I was just making a "I'm fucking your mom" joke, which is always a classic, by the way, to someone. And I was doing WOO tab, assuming for Wooya, but actually it did woof, and I was like, that's better. I was fucking your mom, and then the woof, and that's good because that's like, you know.
Careful, that's a banned meme.
What's a band name?
My I found out somebody reached out to me from YouTube, and I found out why my last video got flagged for hate speech.
Why?
Let me find the message. Hold on.
Does that have to do with fucking a dog? No, the cat.
Content uploaded. Explicit dehumanization of women from speaker and video, comparing women to animals. No clear condemnation.
I mean, you did do that. You did not condemn. You
I-
were
I think
basically
it's
pulling
got-
an irrelevant right there. You were just letting him ramble about that. Not good, Steve. You gotta push back. You gotta.
Well, I don't even know what I said. Somebody said, I think the guy said it was for comparing women to dogs.
Not good, bro. You can't let these fucking orbiters ramble on. You know, that's why we gotta be very careful about some of these other orbiters going off saying some crazy shit. You know, this affects our bottom line, Steven.
Well, it was,
okay?
I think it was me saying it. I don't even remember what I'm saying.
Oh.
It was just
Okay, well. Oh, well. Ooh, awkward. All right. Well, they need to push back. Where were they?
What do you mean by they?
I mean, the other people on the call that should have pushed back against what you were saying.
True. What have you been up to
Yeah.
today, Dan?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Okay, so I'm playing Rust, and I'm the only one on, because I get up pretty early, because I'm an old man. And I'm on my little tower overlooking the train tracks.
Christ.
And a train's coming by, and I hear it coming, because that's what you do. And, you know, I'm up there, I'm a roof camper, and I'm ready with a rocket launcher. No one's on, by the way, it's just me. Train's coming. So I get up on the roof quick with a rocket launcher. Boom! Fucking launch a missile at that thing. Direct hit, but it keeps going, because sometimes it takes 2 or 3 hits. I got turrets set up out front, so as the train is going by, I hear it. 6 bolties going off. I bet I fucked this guy up. He probably jumped off the train. Look off the roof, and there's a guy running away. Full AK set. Can you believe that? He thinks he's going to escape. Boom! Another rocket at his face. He's dead. Mission success. The train's still going. One got away. But it was one of my fucking retarded teammates that didn't come into Discord and say anything. Didn't try to get me on fucking team. And he has the audacity to fucking yell at me like, why did you fucking team kill me? I don't know, retard, because you weren't on team. You didn't let me know that you were out there in the fucking first place. Okay, so when that happens, yeah, I'm gonna fucking murk ya. Okay, if I see you standing outside after a fucking train went by, I heard AK shots, you're fucking dead, kid. I ask questions last, after you're dead on the ground and I'm picking up your fucking dog tags, okay? That's how it fucking works. Anyway, so that was my morning.
So
And
were you the
and
guy?
then-
You were
and-
the guy actually running outside, weren't you? Is that what I?
No, I was the one. No, I'm glad you asked. I was the one that fucking rocketed them because I was in the right.
Uh-huh.
And then they all bitched and complained that I team killed. Well, not they all. The guy that got fucking murked because I'm better. I'm a better PvP Chad. And then I logged off for a little bit because I was mad. And then I joined here. And that's it. So that was the morning. And now I'm drinking some tea. I'm trying to calm down.
Yikes! Tea drinking, huh?
Yep, and that was an accurate retelling of what happened this morning. Okay, what kind of tea? Green tea. Thank you. Dan is at a 1x server. It is a vanilla server. Okay, the only... It is. I'm not like you, bro. I'm a Chad, okay? I'm out there on the streets, playing with the best, killing the biggest Rust clans, because they can't compete with the grandpas. They can't. You know why? You can buy reflexes in Rust, but you can't buy decision-making. You can't buy analytical thought process.
Yeah.
You can't buy core mechanics and game knowledge of Rust. That comes from having 10,000 plus hours. Okay, that comes from being an expert. Some fucking little Fortnite zoomer trying to invade my game with his fast reflexes and his fucking 30 hours. I'm gonna fucking outplay that motherfucker. He's gonna be left with nothing. Okay? I'm gonna trick him. I'm gonna social engineer him. Because Rust is not just a game of shooting. It is a game of mental chess. And I am always the winner in the end. Even when I'm not. Because I come back later and I offline you.
Okay. That's fair.
Yep.
What about Jesus. Besides Rust, anything else fun going on?
I ordered mud flaps and I installed them on my Defender, rear mud flaps, because it looks so good with mud flaps. It gives this.
Oh, these aren't like functional at all, huh?
No, they are. They're real mud flaps. What do you mean?
I mean,
Oh,
like,
you mean-
so are you driving through mud here often?
No, not here, but I'd like to start getting into off-roading. I think that'd be something I'd like a lot.
Okay.
But I do like the way they look too. It gives it a nice fat ass. If you look at a Defender from the back, that's like, how do I put it? That's a nice ass. Anyway, so there's that. And the next thing I really like the looks of, I don't really have much use for it, is they make this side letter on the Defender. It looks really fucking cool. New Defender Crisis, not the old one. I got a 2020 X 110. Are you installing a snorkel? I'm not. I would, but they're not real snorkels. So they're not watertight, and it doesn't increase the wading depth that you can do in this car. So if you drive through water, this is one of the highest that you can do.
Wait, why would
I
a
think
snorkel not help?
Because on this car, it's not like a real snorkel. I think it's mostly to keep dust out of the engine. It's not more to keep... even if it does increase the air input, there's probably electron... Like, sorry, let me take this back. This car has a wading depth of like 35 inches or something like that. That's how deep it can go.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to get deeper than that. Now, you could do things like, oh, let me increase the distance that the air comes in from. Sure, that would solve one problem, but there's probably also other things like electronics and things like that that are at that level. So the snorkel is stupid. You're like, if you get the snorkel, they're saying you still can't go past it. So what's the fucking point? Like, I guess it keeps dust a little bit out of it, but I don't care.
Wow.
And also, realistically speaking, this is going to be a garage queen. Is that the word? Yeah.
Bro!
Yeah?
Stupid shit. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Dan, I would honestly watch a review series with you and miscellaneous cool things. Have you ever thought of doing it? I'm going to be honest with you. I have thought of starting to do some YouTube content, because then I can...
I know a fish that can breakdance. Only
I
for
can be a
20
little bit
seconds,
curated,
though.
a little bit
And
more
only once.
prepared. But I've never done it before, and I think I'm not a genius. Obviously, I'm retarded, and I'm lazy, which is a bigger problem. And the type of content I would want to do, I would want it to be decent quality. Like, I don't want to just make a video of me fucking yapping at the screen. It needs to be out there. That means I need to find someone else to like hold the camera, so to speak. And that like takes effort, I guess. So realistically, where I'm at is I want to see how the shit I do with Steve does, and then based on that, I'll branch into other stuff. Meaning, we're gonna do a Patreon for this. We're gonna have its own thing, its own YouTube, everything like that. Once it gets going, I'm not making anyone do a lot of work on day one, but if it does well, if this is something like, oh, okay, people like this is good shit, then I think I would branch out into doing other stuff. But if it didn't do well, then like I'll just hold on to my life position of being
cringe
sidekick, cringe lord, like who's the guy, Conan's sidekick? Like, no one goes and watches the Andy Richter show. You know what I mean? I'll be okay with that. Yeah. Can I handle more than 10 hours of work a week? I don't know. Like, that type of stuff. The problem, I think the problem is, like, in the past I've streamed. You guys have been there. The lucky ones that were there for the glory days of Cops and House and all of, what was that stupid fucking Netflix series? With the fucking game show or whatever it was. I don't know, that one. There was that. The UK eviction show. Yeah, Squid Game. Like, those who were lucky were there, and it was good. But that was like little, I almost want to say like bipolar fucking manic episodes where I had somehow enough energy to fucking do that for an extended period of time. Now, when I wake up, I don't want to be doing the entertaining. I want to get entertained. You know, that's the big problem. So I need to balance that though. So we'll have to figure that out. It was the vape. The vape did give me energy, but I will notice. Sorry, not notice. I will say that since I've quit vaping, I've dropped like 20 over the year. I mean, I've lost a little bit of weight too, but I used to be like an average of like 80 for resting heart rate, and now I'm at like 60, just by quitting vaping and losing weight. Dan, Destiny, I don't know if you've answered already, but will it be one of those podcasts that are edited up, or will it be all raw and streamed? I'm almost positive we're going to do it live and streamed. I just don't know. How does Hassan and Will get so many people to give him money, aside from him just being like really good looking?
I think if you just focus on the content, everything else will fall into line.
Well, I mean, he has one of the biggest Patreons that there is. You know that, right? It's like in the top 10.
I don't know. I've never watched their show.
Yeah, me neither. Casual Black Guy asked, Dan, can you repeat your savings account information? No. Oh, fuck. I was going to say go rewatch the VOD, but we can't. Just go to Wealthfront. Google Wealthfront. There you go, and put your money in there.
Damn.
Wealth. WEALTH. Front.
I think there might have been a schizo guy that posted a video in chat. I think I'm gonna watch some of this. Okay, it's apparently about his life. The name of the story, or the name of the YouTube video, is Operation Grid Deer Run. He Deer Force.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Give me a minute. Let me just listen through some of this.
Kind of a weird ethos
Oh, it's Operation Gridiron.
where you would have people keep presenting this idea of perfection as opposed to, you know, just saying like, hey, we made a mistake.
Investigation you'll see only on CBS this morning. We traveled to the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs to investigate sexual assault in the service academies.
Sexual assault can often be tough to prove.
CBS this morning, for more than a decade, the Pentagon has vowed to eradicate sexual assault from its ranks.
But the Air Force Academy is once again facing a slew of sexual assault allegations by current and former cadets.
Athletes at the Air Force Academy have been accused of sexual assault, drug use, and more. And worst of all, this has been going on for over a decade.
An Air Force Major General who's a native of Albuquerque has been charged with sexual assault.
It was my dream school. I thought about it more, and I was like, I love the Air Force. I love the esprit de corps, being a part of something. So I was really, really excited when I got my appointment. It's one of the most prestigious places you could ever go to school.
Being harassed so bad by my
Wait, what did you send me?
What happened to him?
Misconduct.
Hey, I didn't send you anything.
No, the guy in chat.
Agent questioned several cadets who were present. A few weeks later, Thomas was called to a meeting with OSI Special Agent Brandon Enos.
When I started talking to him, I started realizing that he had a lot more information than just on that one sexual assault piece. And then he kind of started mentioning some things on the football team.
Anyway, she said blacks trafficking drugs and sexually assaulting people. We have 3-star generals.
It's just a short summary. I'm the CI for the OSI. What does OSI mean? CI, is that confidential informant for the OSI? Well, I believe you're military because you're using way too many abbreviations right off the bat, okay? Are you this guy in the video, or?
Generals trying to keep them in the Air Force.
The final decision was made by then Superintendent Lieutenant General
Chief
Michael
Investigator?
If I disenrolled him from the Air Force Academy, he deserved to be disenrolled. You would not want that particular individual to be an officer in our Air Force today.
Do you give Eric Thomas any credit for what he did, serving as a
undercover informant?
I don't want to talk about former Cadet Thomas anymore.
The fact that he helped bring these cases, was that a good thing?
I don't really buy into the fact that he helped bring these cases.
Really? Not at all.
Ooh.
No, I'm finished talking about his accusations. I don't buy any of them.
But even the Air Force Inspector General
Did you add the
Thomas
music?
deserves substantial
sorry.
credit for his role in helping to bring cases of sexual violence to light.
Very positive. His work definitely helped the OSI in their investigation and later on helped obtain...
No, I'm the black guy, LOL.
Court-martial trials.
Is that somebody later on, I didn't realize it at the time, but somebody later on asked me, how did the Academy feel about these convictions? We got, and I say we, Eric Thomas was instrumental in this, and I don't know if we could have done it without him. We got 3 sexual assault convictions. We were 100%. And for reference, there is a less than a 1% chance that a conviction, that those type of cases will end up in a conviction. So we had a lot of people wondering how we did this. And somebody later asked me, how did the Air Force Academy react? And I said, nobody ever really cared. We got the first conviction since 1997. And then we got 2 more after that. I can't tell you how many people I've gotten promoted off of that, especially in the legal department. But
if I had Teresa, if I had Brandon, if I had someone like Eric, like all these things, how it should be, and I don't think that is too high of an aspiration to have. I don't think things would have been so bad. Maybe there wouldn't have been a conviction, but at least I would have the resources I needed, and at least there would be people trying to help me, versus just me trying to do this alone, or reaching out to people who actually turned out to be enemies. So.
And how many people were actively
Oh, that guy. You're that guy.
to drug these girls?
There's about 5 football players.
Thomas says one of those players was star linebacker Jamil Cooks.
What happened to the girls? They blacked out, couldn't remember certain things, certain parts of the night. There were roughly about 5 or 6 females who were sexually assaulted.
No, someone did the splice. Part of what I wanted to chat about was my case and how do I get public support. Oh.
Sacrifice a cadet who had tried to do the right thing.
Doing the right thing comes at a cost. And I don't think the Academy necessarily liked
Well, what am I? How can I help?
What do you want now for yourself?
I want to graduate. I want to get my diploma. I want to get my commission. I want my name to be cleared, my paperwork to be cleared. And that question's been asked is, knowing what you know now, would you go back and do it again?
We need to get some viewers in here. Okay.
No.
No?
No, I said how.
By dragging them in.
Oh, those types of viewers. I thought you were going to be like, oh, we're going to do some like good ass content.
No,
Something like that.
we don't do that here anymore. We just react AFK and chill and coast until
What
I
is it?
retire.
What?
Killen, you're in. What do you want, dude?
You had that guy that came in earlier and said,
Wait, hold on.
like
Firstly,
24.
what microphone do you use?
It's a Shure.
Oh, sounds nice. Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, he came in saying, he 24, didn't know what the fuck he was going to do with his life and all that.
Yeah.
I was just going to give him some advice towards that.
Oh, go ahead. Give him some advice. Where are you from?
Yeah, Kentucky.
Okay, cool. Go for it.
So the advice I would give probably would just be to try to set one goal.
Okay.
For the day. Like, even if it's just as small as getting out of bed and showering and actually grooming yourself. Accomplish that for several days in a row, or even get up and groom and actually look for a job. Just if you submit one resume, right? A day. Read a book, study something. Just make small goals that you can accomplish, and those will lead into bigger goals.
Okay. You have anything to add to that, Dan?
Nope. I wasn't paying attention, to be completely honest.
Fuck you.
Thanks, Dan.
I
appreciate it, Dan.
Oh, sorry. Was it to me? It wasn't directed at me, was it?
Not anymore.
No, but no, yeah, well.
But okay, gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about was...
two things. Oh, nice. So you said a big goal
yeah,
for today.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Is that okay?
That's great, dude. What do you got?
So I'm a conservative. Well,
yeah,
a
you said you were
conservative.
from Kentucky. I figured that,
yeah. yeah. Well, we have some Democrats around here, but yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of conservatives around here.
Okay.
Wasn't your dad from Kentucky?
Yeah, actually he was.
Did you have a relative that was from Kentucky?
I think my dad is from Kentucky, yeah.
Do you know what part?
No. I don't know. I have no idea. Why? Are you trying to see if you know him or something? His last name is Bonnell. I don't know if you know any Bonnells over there.
No, I was just wondering what part of Kentucky you lived in. That's all.
Okay. No, I have no idea.
So I'm a pretty socially liberal, right? Gay marriage I'm fine with. All that stuff is fine. Trans people I'm fine with as long as they're not
being fucking weird.
Trying to do that with kids.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody over 18 ought to be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do, right?
True, yeah.
So I'm down with that.
Okay.
Live how you want to, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that keeps me from fully converting over to Democrat is they're going to raise my taxes.
Okay.
And I saw a report yesterday. Well, and I started thinking about this on Monday. I wrote a check for $12,000.
Yeah.
To pay taxes for 2020 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd already paid in $156,000.
Into taxes?
So that's $168. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
It's $168,000 I paid to the federal government last year.
Uh-huh.
Now, and then I read a report that says in the year prior, $274 billion of taxpayer money was wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Wasted, just gone. So how can the federal government justifiably raise taxes on me when I've already paid in like 38 to 39% every year, and it gets fucking wasted?
You don't pay in 39%, first of all.
Well, it depends. If he's self-employed, he might be.
You think his marginal tax rate is 37%?
Well, what his marginal tax rate might be, you're talking about his effective tax rate. Like, what is he paying overall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, are you self-employed?
No, I'm W-2.
Okay, there's no way you're paying it. Well, that's your top rate. Damn, W-2. What the fuck? What is your job? Do you mind saying?
I'm a VP at a telecom.
Okay. Jesus, and they don't pay you with like stock options or something? Your W-2 wages for like $400,000, $500,000?
Just my W-2 wages were
$398,000. Mm-hmm. And you're yeah, they're gonna tax you more. Wait, so what is the issue? You don't want to pay more taxes.
Well, I don't want to pay any fucking more.
I mean,
I don't want to pay any more taxes, right? I already paid fucking, like I said, I already paid them $168,000 last year, and I don't see my tax money going where it should go, which is to actually help people that are fucking poor.
I mean,
like,
doesn't it though? Don't we pay like a fuck ton
or-
of money out for like food stamps and Section 8 and like all sorts of stuff? Like, don't we have a lot of like programs
a
like
lot
that?
of it, yeah. Some of it, yeah. Some of
So
it,
what's
yeah,
your
I think so.
what's your total compensation?
Jesus,
Real
Dan.
quick.
Oh, Dan's
Or
just
what? How much did you pay in taxes? We'll do all that.
$168,000.
$168,000.
My tax rate was 37.5%.
$168,000. And of this, you had options and everything else, right? I assume, since you say a certain amount is W-2, right?
I do have options, yes.
Okay, are you exercising these right away?
No, I still have them.
I show you an effective tax rate of 32%, which isn't bad, by the way. Like, overall, an effective tax rate, I think was it you, Steve, that was reading an article before that showed no matter how much you fuck with the tax code, there's a certain amount of taxes that people pay no matter what, and
It's
it doesn't
a certain
matter if you
amount
raise
that the
it.
government will collect about the same amount as a percentage of GDP, but some individuals might pay more or less. It just depends. But I don't know how that's
In
relevant.
general, it's good. If you're a rich guy, you should be finding strategies to be taking more of that pay, and you can do stuff to lower your taxes, but I mean, you're always like.
I think its
realistically
issue
speaking, if you-
its issue is that like in the United States, it's kind of hard sometimes to see where the money goes.
Yeah. Well, no, it's
That
not.
yeah, I mean, I'd much rather keep more of it and be able to do more things with it for especially like people in my area, right? I mean, where I live, we have we have a really bad drug problem, right? You have people. I don't know if you've ever seen Appalachian Poor, right? I don't know if you've ever been in Appalachians, but I mean, people live in fucking shacks, right? And most of them have mental illness or they're on some sort of drug that's been pushed to them. We had a huge problem with opiates several years ago before government started really cracking down on prescription drug opiates. They call it hillbilly heroin is what it was called. But it's just destroyed a lot of the areas around me. And I just think that if I could keep more of my money, I could do more things locally, right, to help the people in my area, rather than sending it off to a government that, in my mind, just fucking wastes it. They waste a lot of it. I mean, what was the Pentagon? The Pentagon, how much did they lose? They can't even fucking find. How many billions was it? Do you remember?
There's a lot, but I mean, like,
there's
there's money wasted everywhere, right? Corporations waste money, government wastes money. Like, there's always going to be some amount of like lost or unaccounted for or missed money somewhere, right?
I know, but I think I can manage my money better than they can.
Yeah, but do you think if people weren't forced to pay
Right.
taxes, do you think most of them would, or do you think they just keep the money?
I think you're probably right. Most of them would just keep it and buy a new boat or a new house or something like that, right? I get that part of it, but it just hardened my mind to justify paying more when I don't see it being used really well, and I see it being fucking wasted. And we still have a huge homeless problem. We've got a huge inner city problem. In
Yeah, I
all
mean,
our
we
big
can look
cities.
at like
It's
problems
just-
that we still have, but I mean, like that doesn't mean that the current money we're spending goes to nothing, right?
Right, but how do we account for all the money that's wasted? That's what I mean. You know, it would be really nice if you actually got to see exactly where your money went. Like if you got a statement.
I agree.
every
I
year that
want to
says, "Hey,
say,
we-
I think
we
in the
sold
UK
here."
they actually do that. If there's a Brit bonger here, or it might have been another European country, or maybe it's more European countries than the UK. Maybe it was Sweden. But when you pay taxes, when they send you your tax receipt back, they actually show you like this amount of money went to this org or this government agency, this amount of money went to this agency, this amount of money, yeah. I mean, the government pays for a lot of services in the United States. We pay for military, we pay all the pensions, we pay all the servicemen and all that. The government pays a lot out in entitlements. Government pays a lot out in like things like Section 8 housing and food stamps. Federal government pays a lot out for education. I mean, there's money spent. I mean, obviously there's money wasted too. But if you're only focusing on the waste, of course it looks horrible. But like I said, I mean, like everything wastes money. Nobody's perfect with managing their money. Like corporations waste a ton of money too. It just, yeah. I mean, like I don't. I mean, I don't necessarily
look at it from my point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, but you look at it from my point of view. You know, they want to raise them, right? I've heard they want to raise them as high as 50%. I've read places that's
yeah.
the
So this
ultimate
is
goal.
here's
if
this
you
is
make
how
over a certain amount, right?
Yeah, this is how I view it, and I wish the Democrats would talk about this more. I don't care about taxes. I don't think that's the important thing. I think what we should care about are like important social programs, and if we need money to fund them, then we should probably pony up and fund them. So like if there are certain social programs you disagree with, then I think it's okay to like fight against those social programs, especially if they come with a high cost. But I think just saying that like, oh, like I want to pay less taxes. I mean, if you want to pay less taxes, then I think the owner should be like, okay, well, what social programs do you want to cut? Like I don't necessarily disagree with you in terms of feeling like you don't get so like California for me was an incredibly obnoxious experience because in California I was paying, it was like, is it like 9 or 10% is the top marginal state tax bracket. And yeah, and I'm like, well, what the fuck do I get for my money? Like there's homeless people everywhere. I don't have any fucking buses. It was like, it was insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
But my federal taxes go to things, right? But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It's just a matter of like, if you think there are social programs that you don't want, then talk about social programs you're going to cut. But I think just focusing on like just the tax rate is a little weird, right?
And Dan, I think you are right. I think it was 32%. I think the other portion probably, if I'm thinking about it now,
probably what?
The state of Kentucky. I think it was probably he's
Kentucky
probably got
have-
the federal tax was probably 32%.
Does Kentucky have high taxes? What is so fucked? You know, the states that are most fucked is like Louisiana, Alabama, Kentucky, and I know these. You probably pay nothing for.
I mean,
property
I got
taxes, right?
fucking Mitch McConnell as a senator, so which he's totally fucking useless for Kentucky, right? I mean, he doesn't do anything for his state at all. Period. You know, he may do things on a federal level, but as far as state, he's terrible. So, yeah, we do have. I can't remember what it. Let me look.
Destiny, you lived in Glendale, Culver City, and Huntington Beach. I rarely see homeless people there. Clean cities, nice parks. Glendale was awesome. Culver City is not as awesome. And Huntington Beach was awesome, okay? Huntington Beach is a very conservative area. Glendale is a place up north with a bunch of Armenians. But the issue is I don't know if those places are nice because of my California state taxes. But when I went to hang out with people, I wasn't hanging out in fucking Glendale and Huntington Beach. I had to drive to fucking everything in the LA zone. I'm sorry, maybe I moved there late or maybe I'm spoiled or something. I don't know. Everything in the LA zone is fucking disgusting. And I don't know if I just missed this. I hate Santa Monica. It's a gross place to be. It feels dingy as fuck. It's like disgusting. There's homeless people everywhere. The streets are fucked. I don't know. I don't ever understood what the whole point of that was. And even places, if you go to all the beaches, Santa Monica, the Pier, Venice Beach, all these areas it's a fuck ton of people. The roads are fucked. There's a lot of homeless people everywhere. On Venice Beach, they just like sleep there on the beach. Yeah, I don't know. Those places are fucked.
Were you surprised with how little homeless people there are in Miami Beach, considering, like, comparing it to LA? How crazy the difference is?
Yeah, I don't know why or what's going on. Did DeSantis drive them all to?
I think he's literally putting them on all flights to Hawaii or something. There's like very few homeless people here. I know there's some, but like compared to any other beach city, it's like
I actually don't
difference.
know. I don't know if I've seen any homeless people in Miami Beach. I'm sure they're here, but yeah, because like me and Farah like bike now to the other end of the place to go eat, and there's like no homeless people. Me and Melina have walked all over here. I don't know if I've ever seen a homeless person in the south area of Miami Beach. I'm not sure. Maybe the cops are really aggressive about it too. There's a lot of cops down here.
Yeah, well, I think we have a lot of property taxes here in Miami Beach, and we also have a lot of cops. I think it's like one of the higher amount of police per residence that there is.
There's cops everywhere. Yeah, it's all over. Like they just leave cruisers like unmanned, like parked all over every place too. There's a ton of cops in here. Yeah. Oh no, we did run into one homeless guy in Miami Beach. Remember? And Lincoln Road, the guy that you tried to speak Russian to.
That was a good strategy until, like, because you have to keep in mind when he was coming up originally, I didn't know he was an insane, a psychopath. I thought he was like just a typical homeless guy that wanted money. I didn't know he was like a killer, you know. And when a homeless guy is like, "Hello, can I have some money?" And I'm like, "Oh, нет, я понимаю, нет." And then they're like, "Oh shit, they don't speak English," and then they run away. But this guy was like, "Oh, I see, you're part of the CIA operation to kill me," and that's why it didn't go well. But that happens like rarely, you know. So Miami Beach is number 8, by the way, in the USA of the most police officers per residence.
Nice.
Of all the United States, which is actually pretty crazy. Because let me tell you the ones that we're competing with, okay? St. Louis, murder capital of the world. Philadelphia, Chicago, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Wilmington. I don't know if that's a bad area or not. And then New York. That's it.
Wow.
One of these cities... Well, New York City is actually surprising that they have that much. I wasn't expecting to see New York here. But, yeah. Okay.
Tax rate's like 5% in Kentucky. And I see chat was saying Kentucky's probably a shithole. It's not. It's beautiful. It's a great place to raise kids. Low crime. If you make really good money, it goes a long, long way. Like I live in a $500,000 house. It's probably worth $3 or $4 million in a big city. Mm-hmm. I got 4,000 square feet. I mean, it's not a terrible place to live.
I think most places that are like in the suburbs, like in the Midwest area, I think are like fairly nice. Like Nebraska suburbs, even in Omaha, like are fairly nice. Like they're not going to be like, people think that it's all like bumfuck country shit or whatever, but it's not. It's usually pretty normal suburbs. Like people, there are still people, like people from fucking California and like New York and Austin and shit will say like, oh, you grew up in Omaha, where they're like, did you follow like cows on the way to school? And it's like, no, it's a city. Depending on where you live, it's probably bigger than your city, you know?
Yeah, I went to my first year of college in Hawaii because my dad. I didn't grow up rich. We were poor as fuck, but my dad was in the military, right? And my parents got divorced when I was 6 years old. He got stationed in Pearl Harbor, and he was like, well, why don't you just come out here after you graduate high school, go to your first year out here. Tell you, yeah, when they would ask me where I was from, do you own a toothbrush?
Mhm.
Oh, you have shoes on? I can't believe you have shoes on. Shit like that. You get that kind of shit everywhere you go.
Sure.
Especially with an accent, which was probably thicker then than it is now.
Mhm.
But yeah, you get that kind of white trash type discrimination all over the place. They think everybody from Kentucky's white trash, right? So, but we're not. Try it. One other thing that can I talk about something else real quick?
Yeah, no,
Are we
it's
good,
fine.
or do I need to go? You want to pull somebody else in?
No, go for it.
Last
What do you
one. Quick kitty cat. Go for it.
So, Sneako's your friend, right?
I don't know. I think so. He's something.
What the fuck is he? Like, how do you think that you're going to have multiple girlfriends? You're going to put one in charge of your Discord. You're going to put one as your fucking accountant that controls all of your money. You're fucking
Wait, did
both
he
of
say
them.
that? He was putting an accountant in charge?
Yes.
Wait, on what?
Yes, he said one of his girlfriends it was going to be in charge of all his accounting and sales and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Wait.
That's what he said.
Did he say that in that clip on my subreddit?
Yeah, you can watch it again. Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I don't know how you think that's a good fucking idea. That's going to be disastrous.
Well, no, it's not a good fucking idea. It's
Because
fucking retarded.
None of that shit will ever fucking work out. That whole red pill bullshit, and that's something I'm going to start talking about myself, is, we'll call it purple pill or yellow pill or whatever the fucking pill you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not, in the real world, you're not going to be able to fucking drop out of high school or even graduate high school and drop ship your way to being a millionaire. All that fucking shit they preach about all that is bullshit. You want to be successful in life. You have to get up every fucking morning like you're starving, right? And you got to work your fucking ass off to be successful.
Okay.
See shortcuts. I mean, you have to. It's an everyday thing. You got to be the lion or the gazelle, right? You're either going to go out and hunt for your food or you're going to get fucking ate. And the shit that they preach about not going to college. College is the best investment. It's retarded to tell young men not to go to college or a trade, right? Learn how to plumb, learn how to be an electrician, learn how to be, work on HVAC systems, right? I started an HVAC company several years ago. I don't own it anymore. I sold it, but I had guys that would even, they would go out and work on prevailing wage jobs. So they're not union, but in order for the union to compete on the contract, you have to pay a prevailing wage. I would have guys, we put a big air conditioning system in the school. It was, a couple $1 million. Those guys were making $60 an hour. That's really good fucking money, right? Especially for the area we live in. That's really good money.
Mm-hmm.
So trades are great. But to tell them that you're going to be able to just stream, be a streamer or you're going to be able to drop ship fucking, I don't know, whatever, on Amazon and make a fortune is stupid.
Yeah,
It's
I think
just
that there needs to be a
absolutely
focus.
dumb.
One of the reasons why I like college so much is that there needs to be a focus on the acquisition of skills and demand. And you mentioned trades, it's the same thing, right? You need to do some shit so that so that you have things that people want to pay you for, right? And the scary thing is that there are some things in the online world that you can chase and do a lot with that at the very least at the end of the day you've got kind of something to show for it. But drop shipping, can you imagine if you try drop shipping stuff for 2 years and you don't make much of it? And then you go to the real way. What the fuck skill did you pick up? You're not doing anything. At the very least, if you're trying to grind as a video editor or something like that, at least you're picking up skills on how to work with software and talent related. But fucking drop shipping, bro, I can find the websites with the most dog shit fucking cheap ass China made products quicker than anybody on the internet. It's oh god, it's just so fucking cringe. I don't know. I don't feel like you're trying. You're just constantly looking to game idiots and be a part of a really fucking stupid system. Yeah, I don't know.
And not only that, they're charging $50 a month for this bullshit, right? I feel like young men are getting fleeced by these guys.
Yeah.
Also, another reality is, I think there's probably how many women? I think I saw a study one time. Polyamorous. There's 4 or 5% of people overall are polyamorous, and I think 2% of those are women or 3% of those are women. I think it's a little higher than men. You're not going to, you're women, in most cases, are not going to allow you to fuck other women. Period. End of story. It's just not going to happen in the real world, right? Nothing. I'm not saying anything bad against, you live your how you want to, Stephen, but it's a rarity, right? Not to have the jealousy involved.
Yeah, of course. And it's probably even more rare to have it the one-sided shit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's even more rare. Yeah, you're exactly right. So this is relationship advice they're giving about, being able to just fuck multiple women. They're all going to be okay with it forever is bullshit as well.
Yeah, of course.
Right? I mean, I've been married over 20 years, and she is my partner. She doesn't work, but she takes care of the kids. She pays the bills. She makes sure that we have food to eat.
Wait, how old are you?
She cleans house. I'm in my 40s.
Oh, geez. Okay. Nice job. Damn, you got some Kentucky magic going on down there.
Yeah. And even then, right, we have 3 kids, and that's a lot of fucking work, right? I mean, she gets up in the morning, 7 o'clock, gets those kids off to school, and she gets done at 9:30, 10 o'clock when they're in bed. Like, I go to fucking, I work, I get off at 6 or 7 o'clock, and I'm done, right, for the most part, unless I have, the yard work to do or something, which is not work. That's me time. Get on my lawnmower and ride around on it, headphones and listen to music. That's not work. Even so much that, I'll do the laundry. I do the laundry. I'm doing laundry. I do it all. Wash it, fold it, put it up, to help her out because, I've got, at my job, I have like 250 people that work for me. I have a big responsibility when it comes to that. But going back to the whole chores thing, and back to just Pearly things, chores will absolutely kill your marriage. If it doesn't seem like it's equal, or if you think she's going to go to work and you're going to go to work and then you're going to come home and sit on your ass, and while she does everything else, that's not going to work either. I mean, you end up divorced. You end up in divorce court.
This is a good idea. The rest of today, viewer call-ins require a camera. That is an excellent idea of what we're going to do today. For every other call-in that comes in together, no cam, no time on cam.
Wow, good contribution, Dan. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you, who you were talking to. So I thought I would turn it on.
No, it's a good idea.
But
I'm glad you did.
Yeah. Trying to do some things around that, some YouTube videos and things like that. I'll probably fail spectacularly, but I've failed in shit before. That's another thing. Success is just a lot of calculated leaps of faith. Successful calculated leaps of faith.
Sure.
You're going to fail. I've started businesses and failed. They failed. So on and so forth. But anyway, I've talked enough. I'll let somebody else get in here. But the whole red pill bullshit pisses me off. They're destroying young men's minds with that fucking bullshit. And I think it just needs to be started to be combated a little bit with reality and what it really takes to be successful and what it really takes to have a successful marriage or a successful relationship. Not even a marriage, just a successful relationship. It can't be one-sided. It'll never work in the long run. You'll end up in a bed in a diaper, lonely.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I talk about that a lot. They don't they don't actually give any relationship advice at all. So yeah.
No, they don't. It's just fuck as many girls as you can. Well, I mean, that's it's bullshit.
No.
So. But anyway, I've been watching you for 4 or 5 years. I used to be really, really, really right. You've brought me more back to center. I really would encourage you to continue to reaching out to people like you have, especially over the last year, people that don't agree with you. I hope you get unbanned from Twitch because Twitch poll is a cesspool. Like, it's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just totally fucking awful. It's a circle jerk. There's no conservatives over there at all talking about anything.
Yeah.
You gotta ban them all. So I really appreciate what you've done, reaching out to the other side. And the only way we're ever going to come together as a country is to have dialogue. And you have to talk to people in order to have dialogue. It's just ridiculous. Hey, Dan. What's up?
My camera keeps freezing. I don't know why. Very annoying.
That's just Dan passively listening to the viewer call-ins.
What's your
I'm just listening. Wow, this is a really good conversation.
Oh,
wow.
Nice job, Dan. Just hanging out there,
Hold on.
smiling. Yeah.
Let me try it.
Oh, no. That hand, guys, the reason why you can hear him is he's using telepathy right now. That's the finger up there. He's channeling the messages directly in your mind. Oh, what's up?
The other thing I did was I reached out to Mr. Girl because I wanted to have a conversation with him about perception and reality, and that around the whole philosophy of that, and subjective construction of reality and objective reality. Because just because you think something in your head doesn't make it reality, right?
Yeah.
So I want to have a whole conversation about it. He won't talk to me. Neither will Lab. She won't. I tried to talk to her too. Neither one of them will.
Yeah, they do their thing.
Because, yeah. There's Dan.
All right, cool. Well, hey, listen, if
all right, man.
I'll probably talk to you later. Yeah, be careful, dude.
All right, peace.
Bye.
Wow, Steve, just me and you, two guys together, cammed up.
Echo.
Ah, jeez.
What?
We didn't get any alone time. That's fine.
Well, if this guy doesn't say anything, we got alone time.
Oh, with a camera too. All right, Echo. No camera today. We're gonna try it. You got a camera, bro?
Wait, he just fucking left. Jesus. Who's this guy?
Chucky.
Oh.
I don't know. We'll see if he has a camera though. Nope, no camera either.
Well, wait, they just might not have it turned on.
I'm not moving them out. They're moving out on their own.
Oh.
Why does my camera keep freezing?
Just find a good freeze frame and chill with it.
Hold on. I have an idea. Okay, we'll see if this works. Going through NVIDIA. Okay, Chucky says he's ready. Hello, Chucky. Are you... I'm not moving him out, bro.
Oh,
He's...
yeah? Really?
Well, I'm just going.
What,
There
did
you
he
go.
move himself back in, or did you move him back in?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah,
Jesus
can't see you though.
Christ, you're so
Sorry,
loud.
when I click join voice, it kicks me out
Okay,
for some reason.
turn your shit down. Okay, it's way too loud.
Alright, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I click to join voice, it kicks me out.
Okay.
All right, well, where's cam up, bro? Let's see what we're working with.
Wait, let's see, show, turn on cam. Is it
This
working?
is gonna make Colin so much better. Why didn't I think of this before? Not yet.
Oh
I
my
believe
god.
that.
Wait, let me turn off OBS. My bad, I'm retarded.
What is everybody in my
There we go.
fucking audience a fucking streamer now?
Oh
Wait,
my
that
god.
that was not the voice in the face that I was expecting.
Wow. Oh my god,
Wow.
Destiny.
Oh my god.
What are you trying to say there? What are you trying to say?
Either. I thought, not this. Oh my god. All right, hit us up. Let's
All right,
go.
so I'm actually surprised I was talking to you in person, Destiny, in Tennessee, because I've had all these schizo conversations of what I was going to say during viewer call-ins, but let's see. So I was, I'm going to turn off chat. So I was wondering, so I just started a new position at Honda as a research and development engineer, and you've been talking about cars a lot.
Okay.
And I see a lot of people like giving you advice of, oh, you should buy the Lotus, you should buy whatever. And honestly, these people have never driven these cars. They just see the spec sheets and whatever. And honestly, you really just, the type of person I think you are, you're really into, nitty gritty, actually getting to things. You should probably just go test drive cars and see what you really like instead of just, looking at numbers that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would definitely drive it before I'd buy it, right? But chat decision paralyzed me out of getting anything, so now I'm just sticking with my RS forever. So.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a great car. For the time, it was like probably the best car for that price point.
For that class.
But,
yeah, of course.
For the time.
It
For the
was.
time.
It was.
Not
all right,
anymore.
Dan, don't act too cocky here. I have some
I am very
beef with
cocky.
you too.
First off, I want to be clear. I also am something of a automotive expert.
That's why you bought the base level Defender, right?
I did buy the base level Defender. I got the highest trim that I could.
The 50K Range Rover instead of the actual Range Rover that's 100K that people want.
What do you mean? This car new was over 100K.
Oh,
really? Ooh,
I thought
think
you were an
got-
automotive expert. I got the X model.
I think you got skimmed a little bit.
No, I got. In fact,
That's
I got the
unfortunate.
best deal. I got one of the only ones in the United States that actually had a certified pre-owned tag to it. So I got an extra year
CPO.
of warranty.
Oh, all right. So
I
it's
got an
used.
extra year. Yeah, I did. Of course.
Congratulations.
Of course, I'd buy used. I'd recommend anyone to get used. So I got the highest trim Land Rover Defender with all the options I want, the color I wanted, as I said, the highest trim, and I got it with the CPO tag, and I got it at a cost lower than almost any other Defenders on the market at the same time that didn't have the CPO tag. And it took me a few months of researching because I was kind of looking, do I want a G-Wagon? Do I want a Defender? There are other things. You know, I landed on this, and I got a good deal for it.
Come on, Dan. I remember that stream you were talking about, you know, a F430 Scuderia, a SL65 AMG. But,
yeah, but
what happened? You want to go
went,
to Starbucks in your mom soccer van?
I went and I looked at them, and they have no back seats at all, either of them.
I mean, yeah, no shit, it's a sports car.
Well, no, the SL65 has back seats, but it just wasn't usable for anything that I wanted to.
The wife wouldn't let you. That's basically you have too many responsibilities.
I can go by. You're coming off a little fucking hot here, bro. Okay,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I just got off driving at race tracks at Road Atlanta, and I see people like you come off of their, you know, I just got back from Monaco on my yacht, and I drive a Range Rover, and then I smoke them because they don't know how to drive actual cars.
Damn.
But, you look like the guy who should be designing my engine, not telling me how to drive it. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say.
What do you mean by that, Dan?
You know what I mean by that. You're my point. Okay, I want you to be designing the horsepower and torque figures for my engine, not telling me how to drive it. Yes, the figures, the very ones. Yes.
Okay.
All right. That was an excellent call-in.
Are you good? Do you have anything else?
You think I'm done?
I'm good. I'm good.
Well,
oh, you're not?
Yeah, no, I'm good with Dan. You know, because you know, that's all I had with Dan. I know he's getting a little older. He has responsibilities, but Destiny.
He's almost as old as I am.
Dan, I will never be as old as you are. Do you understand that?
Exactly. True.
I'll have you know, I'm pretty sure my wife's car is faster than his fucking
My
Focus.
wife. What does your wife drive?
A fucking Model 3.
Oh, a Tesla. Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. It's like, doesn't even count. Like, electric car.
Oh, it doesn't count. Yeah, look, he's like, oh, not even. Yeah.
Yeah, because you'll have to stop at the gas station for 4 hours to charge while his car can just pull away.
Gas station.
Dude, I worked for... I worked at Bridgestone last year, and we worked for Tesla, and they were the fucking shittiest engineers.
Oh my god!
I'm not surprised. I hate Tesla. If I could, at the time, because at the time the only decent electric car you can get was Tesla. Like everything else was.
Why do you call them
new.
Teslas?
How do you? What do you call it?
Tesla. You call them Tesla. I don't know why you do that so much.
And I'm gonna keep doing it too.
Okay.
So much. It's not so much. It's constantly, all the time, only. It is Tesla. Okay? It's not Tesla.
Tesla.
There's just, right, let me ask you, is there 2 S's there?
No, there doesn't need to be. It's just 1 S.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, from now on, I want you to call me Steven.
How does that translate? No,
just because
it's
1 S. Steven, okay? That's what you're going to call me from now on, okay?
I don't care. It's Tesla. Hold on, I'm going to do a poll.
Oh my god. You know these people could barely speak English in DGG, right?
Ooh.
But anyway. I know everyone hates Elon now, but everyone like on Reddit and on Twitter was slurping Elon up until he started voicing his opinion on politics, so...
Damn.
I don't know. It's kind of cringe.
I can't wait to find a video of fucking Elon himself calling it Tesla. And then you're going to have to be like, well, it doesn't matter.
No, he's not going to call it Tesla. He's going to call it Tesla.
Whatever, bro. I don't care. It's
he
still
also has a South African accent.
Easier to
He's
say.
not even
Tesla.
a fucking American.
Ooh.
All right,
He's the
slow
richest
down,
African American on the planet.
I've heard that meme before.
This guy's coming in pretty hot, Dan. What do you think?
I don't just par for the court. Why at me? Why not at you? You're the one who's pissing off every religion there is.
No, I mean, I've had enough time slurping Destiny. I have a few things to pick with him because also in the army and I have other few things I want to talk to him about.
What?
You know, some
go.
of his Afghanistan takes were a little cringe, but I have a few.
Well, what Afghanistan take? Go! Don't just drop that. Say what you're gonna say. What's cringe? Go.
What? That it was a good operation, and that wasn't just for politics.
Hey, we got out.
Yeah, we got out. Yeah, with
how many Americans died?
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
Hell
yeah.
Yeah,
it was
that's
definitely
right.
not a political thing.
Get that fucking flag in the background. Listen, you're military. You're not supposed to think politics. You're supposed to think mission. Okay, we left Afghanistan. We're good.
The mission was, Biden wants to leave on September 11th, so we did it. Congratulations.
Good. True. Thank you.
All right, is Dan done? Can we move on to my unified
Hold on.
theory?
I got a quick video for Steve to put up on stream.
No. What? Okay. Link in a DGG chat.
There you go. Someone else linked it.
great. Let me turn on Kick. Kick has been great. Can I pull the VOD, or is there actually no VOD for Kick?
You can wait until after for the VOD with Kick.
Yeah, we're working on VOD stuff, okay, kiddo?
Great. I'm going to put this on my YouTube eventually.
What do you... Did you link it in chat, Dan? Okay.
Yeah,
A
I
Facebook
did, when
video.
you told me to link it.
Say Tesla instead of Tesla.
I say Tesla.
You say both, okay.
Tesla. I think I'd probably say it with a slight Z sound. I never haven't thought about it. I say Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah, you say Tesla.
It's with a Z. I get sort of a Z-ish sound.
Do you want me to say Tesla?
Vindicated.
I can't.
The fuck
I'm
out
gonna
of my
say
house.
Tesla.
Never fucking come
Well,
at
it's
me.
not two
Step the
S's.
fuck down.
Oh, wait,
and
you've
admit that
seen
you were
it?
wrong.
Oh my god, wait, hold on.
No, see, now you're going to try and say, like, oh, you're doing what your king Elon does. I was just right by proxy, because
So
that's how
Dan-
fucking good I am. No,
Dan
I was
used
right
to
by
say-
proxy.
Dan
This line of thinking you're trying to do is not going to work. You were wrong, and now you're trying to, like, retroactively come back, like, Soy, you thought the interview and you did. I didn't even know. Someone linked it in chat. You're just a retard, and I'm just always right. That's the difference. You understand what's happening here?
Okay.
I want you to just.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you got it. It's clicking through. You're like, okay, sorry, you're right.
Okay.
I'm a moron.
Can I-
No,
can
no,
I ask-
you're
yeah,
gonna
can I
keep
ask
going.
the
You're gonna
chatter?
keep going. You're gonna keep
I wanna
going.
do my
I understand. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I wanna do my
keep
viewer
going.
call-in.
It's gonna. The more
I
blue
can't do
in
my
your chat,
viewer
the
call-
more
I can't
right.
do my viewer call-in?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Go ahead. Hey,
Anyway.
don't even fucking start with me. What else do you have to ask?
Chuck,
Go back
Chuck,
to work.
Chuck, okay, Chuck.
All right.
Chuck,
So
wait, do you know what's
like I
funny?
said-
Chuck? Do you know-
No, you're gonna try and fucking start with me. Don't fucking start with me, bro. We're gonna
Well, this
keep
is the only
going.
content you have, Dan. You don't stream, you don't
right.
podcast. What
No,
do you do?
Chuck, the funny thing
This
is
is all
that
good for.
the funny thing is that Dan probably called it Tesla.
Yeah,
And then
I
he saw
heard
this video.
You've been trying to
He
say this for
actually-
10 minutes, but you're too retarded.
He's a secret
Here we
Elon
go.
fan.
He saw this
All right,
video
bro.
where
I
Elon
can take
explains
shit
why he
from
calls
him.
it Tesla, and Elon at the end is like, "Well, it's not two
Look at all
S's,"
the
which doesn't
omegalos
make any
confirming in
sense.
chat.
And Dan
Wow.
actually copied that argument for
Are they
him.
just
Dan's
saying
like, "Well, it doesn't
Hugh
have
Megalo
two
when he
S's, right?" He actually
It's
just copied
it's
fucking
special
Elon.
type of retarded that when you're wrong, you're like, look at this retard. He went to school and he learned how to act. You're just wrong, and I was just right by proxy. I didn't even look. You think I give a shit what fucking Elon says? It's just more that I'm right
I
and you're
can't.
wrong.
I have to
Wrong.
do that
That's
listing.
it.
I can't laugh
says.
this much, Dan.
I do
My
because
core is
DGG
weak.
is life.
Destiny, can we say Hio Megalo again? Is that meme back on the menu since he said he doesn't care?
No,
Or,
we're not doing that meme. Fuck you. Hold on, let me get a Red Bull.
Oh god. Well,
You know,
just
I
wanted-
control your life. You
Yeah, you
specifically.
can pick me if you want. I just
Yes.
want to make content. You know,
All right,
just farm some Megalos.
You've made content. You've done good enough. I rate this an 8.5 out of 10. We'll see if we can do better for you the rest of the day. All right, we'll see if we can do better. Good job. We want to shout out your socials.
Yeah, I have a. Well, let me wait until Destiny's back.
You think
Or
he's going to
not.
follow you on Twitter or Reddit or
No,
Facebook?
I want a podcast with him. I sent him an email, but I think it went to the void, just like everything else.
You're
But he's-
really fucking optimistic, huh?
Well, I mean, I already met him in person, so I'm doing better than most people.
There's a. Oh god. Okay, listen.
Anyway,
Go ahead. Shoot your shot.
yeah.
Shoot your shot.
Yeah, so I do. Well, mostly it was an engineering podcast, but you know, the educational stuff doesn't really do very well. We just want screaming matches between people. That's why I've started to shift my focus. I want to do some content with Darius next month in Arizona. But Destiny, if you want to do a podcast, I'd say I have like a Chinese hardware with American software because I grew up in this country when I was really young. So
Nice.
if
So that means you're what, really good at math, but you can still talk to girls, or?
A little bit of neither. It's a little
Okay, gotcha.
averages itself out.
All right.
But yeah, anyway, if I could shoot you a DM or something.
You can shoot me an
schedule
email.
that in
We'll
the
see.
future.
Okay.
An email.
Be careful,
All right,
buddy.
Sounds good.
Bye.
All right, cool.
Do you know what I just realized? Hold on, before you drag anybody in. You know what the biggest fucking crime in the world is? I
Rape.
feel like
That's the worst.
True, but the second biggest one, I feel like Twitch should be moving an ungodly.
Attempted rape.
I feel like Twitch should be moving an ungodly amount of merchandise. They have access to like global emotes, everything in the world. Why the fuck doesn't Twitch have cool fucking shit that everybody should be wearing? You ever notice that like
Yeah,
all their hoodies
like
and
Duckers,
shit,
like
or anything,
Duckers
yeah,
fucking shirts.
All
yeah.
they have is just. Do I really just have to do 6 fucking ads to watch XQC?
First off, you need to update Chrome.
Why?
Okay.
It doesn't
Because
even
there's
do
like
anything.
A major,
It's
does.
never
There's a
major.
major
There's
security.
Chrome is like
There
fucking
is.
Steam updates, dude. It's just like they
Yeah.
update like every 2 days, and there's nothing.
You have to update it. There was a major exploit going around in Chrome. Just click the button. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Go ahead.
I'm just
You're
trying.
not doing
XQC
it.
is supposedly on the run right now.
And where's your uBlock, bro?
I don't believe in ad block. Okay.
Why not?
Because I don't.
You wanna elaborate on that?
Nope. I really have to sit through 6 fucking ads. I can't believe it, dude. Fuck me. Fuck this website. I work in e-commerce. Amazon owning Twitch is what limits them from ever being able to accomplish that, unfortunately. Wait, really? Wait, I wonder if Wreckful still sells shirts on Amazon. Who do you think that money is going to? Does he have residual money coming in from it? It must go to the family or something, huh?
I don't know how that would work.
Oh,
I would assume that someone's likeness would get transferred with their assets.
It must be back to his parents or something. Yeah, because these shirts and stuff are still technically available here. He's at 1630 and he's 1000% about to throw. Bro, I still have 4 fucking ads. Holy shit. Who's that girl? Oh, never mind.
New and existing
Oh, here we go. Wait,
customers-
I think I just got one ad on this one. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Dan. Are you watching his run right now?
No. I don't give a shit about Minecraft.
It's not about Minecraft, it's about XQC.
Verizon.
Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, 15 minutes. Bro, guys, he's not even... Oh, he's building a portal. No shot. Are you ready? Are you guys ready to appear in the most random fucking cave in your... Oh! Can you go through the portal and see where it would have taken him? Will he do that or no? He's cooked. Oh, he is. Okay. Oh my god. Imagine if that was a portal room. Imagine if that was a portal room portal. Dan, can you imagine?
I'm imagining right now.
I played
That's
so
wild.
fucking good, man. I don't deserve this. I played so fucking good. That was... I played so good.
Why can't you go through portals in like creative mode? I feel like they should have a button for that. Okay, let's see. You can? Oh. Wait, why does he have to go back to creative mode or whatever to do it then? Or I'm sorry, I meant like why can't you go through it in spectator mode? That's what okay, here we go. Oh no. What is he? It's a good portal, but where's the... Was this the run? Well, I don't know. Where's the... We don't know if it would have been the run or not. We don't know that. Yeah, he only had like a minute, I think, or two, right? Nah, I don't think this was it.
I did one right there. Okay.
And XQC and Forsen are doing this.
45,
My
let's
experience
find it.
was that like Forsen doesn't do the... What's it called? Multi-boxing?
No, Forsen is a legit. He's
get there,
Forsen is a natty gamer, and XQC's a little bit dirty.
What the fuck?
Yeah, look, the stronghold is fucked. It wouldn't have been the run, guys. No shot.
The fake wall? Shit, you're right. Shit, you're right, fake wall. I didn't even notice. Fuck.
Alright, are you ready to drag the next guy in?
Yeah, this is probably the last one though for me because I got some Rust memes to do. Who do you want?
Wait, so
Well, this one's been in here for a while.
Wait.
Jerry Hands.
Oh.
What?
I'll say you're dragging
what?
the Echo guy, but fuck it, this guy's okay.
Why would I do the Echo one?
Yeah, I don't think this would have been the run, guys. It took too long.
This guy's not here. So do you want Echo or Awuga?
Sure, dragging the Echo guy.
Hello, Echo.
I lost it.
You know there's a few ways to call a cat. You know all of them?
A
So
few
there's
ways
the
to
one
call a
everyone
cat.
knows.
I just
Yeah,
say their
well-
name and they come to me instantly.
So there's that. There's that. There's that. And then there's... Wait, did I do that?
Are you okay?
That's the third one. 3. There's another one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it depends on the cat. You know, they're different.
Hmm. Interesting. Dan?
Yeah, thanks. All right, this guy lost his one and only chance.
Damn. Sucks for that guy.
Awooga, humana.
Okay.
Oh, this guy
so-
again.
Oh.
Again?
Okay.
I feel like he's been in here a lot.
Have you been in here a lot?
Oh yeah, he has been.
Okay, so can I ask a question or no?
Yeah, go for it. Why wouldn't you be
Where's
able to
your
ask a
camera?
question?
No cam, no question.
Ooh.
I have to have a cam? Okay, then I don't want to do that, no.
Okay, that's fine. Until next
Well,
time. I didn't kick them, they left.
Why are these people so sad?
Shocked.
Or they're just like ditch immediately. Damn.
All right. I'm not sure. All right. Well, I'm gonna do some rough stuff. I'll let you get to it.
Be careful, Dan.
Sound good? Let me know when we're going shooting.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably be on the 24th when I get back now. Yeah.
Are you gonna be streaming in the next 3 days?
I'll try to IRL stream. Yeah.
What days? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow's my debate. I don't know if that's going on my channel or if they're streaming on another channel. They might want to do both. And then the day after, I'm just there for an extra day chilling. I don't know if we'll stream that or not. And then I come back the next day. So.
Nico Sam wants to come in here. Go ahead, Nico.
Oh,
Do you have a camera?
God. This guy.
Nico.
Good
Oh my
one.
God. We don't hear you though. That was an excellent intro with no audio. This looks like a guy about to show us his dick, I'm gonna be honest.
It's honest to
think
God,
so?
it's Nico. Wouldn't surprise me, but
Hey, retard! We can't hear you. Yeah, I understand. Toronto Maple Leafs.
good one.
Excellent opportunity. All right, well, have fun, all right, buddy?
Be careful, babe.
Bye.
Okay, you're back. What's up?
Okay. So I wanted to ask, it's a huge talking point of yours to harp on how lefty...
Huge, yeah.
Okay, you don't even know what I'm going to say. Lefties banning conservatives is a huge thing that you harp on.
Mm-hmm.
That is like, and that you say that that's like a huge part of why conservatives are becoming more extreme when you sympathize with conservatives getting banned or whatever. My question is, how do you know that banning people online is such a huge contributor to them becoming more right wing? Like, this is something you harp on a lot, so I feel like you should have like some pretty something concrete that lets you know that like this is actually true.
I mean, one of the biggest narratives that conservatives have, they've had people in front of Congress talking about this, is the censorship of conservatives online. It seems to play into a big part of their culture wars talking point.
Yeah, but like, how do you know that us banning them is what's causing them to become like more extreme to such a degree? Like, is
I
there
don't know.
any,
How
like,
the fuck
proof
am I supposed to measure that? How the fuck do you know if Jim Crow like keeps black people in poverty today? Like,
well, if you don't know for sure, then like, why do you harp on it as such a huge talking point of yours whenever you shit on lefties constantly?
because I
like
think it's a really big talking point. I think it's a really big driving force of like conservative talking points and conservative like resentment towards like media and social media platforms and shit.
Well, I mean, I think that that's just conservatives trying to win sympathy points, and I think that like centrists like you constantly trying to like sympathize with them and buy into that narrative is just only helping them. Like, an alternative explanation like you could give for why people on the right, because like I will agree, like there are people on the right who are becoming more extreme, but like an alternative explanation is just that like the internet echo chambers are just on their own are enough to make them move farther and farther right over time. So like I don't really think it's good that you're constantly like sympathizing with these conservatives, constantly agreeing with them, because like you don't know that for sure.
I mean, when it comes to sociological issues, I don't know if I know anything for sure. I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Do you think that hate speech online is like causing an increase in like actual hateful activity in the United States, like hate crimes and stuff?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, how the fuck can you prove that? Because that's a talking point that people on the left give all the fucking time.
Okay, fine, I'll grant you that, but like, even if we grant that like it is amplifying it, how do you know to like the degree it is?
I don't know the degree. I can't point out the degree, but I know it's a big part of their rhetoric. It's a huge talking point for them, and it seems to be borne out by the moderation policies that a lot of these platforms choose.
I mean, it's not great that they're canceling, but even if I grant you that the left canceling right-wingers or centrists amplifies those echo chambers, which we don't know if that's true, you don't know how much worse that makes it. Like, for all we know, it could barely be making a negative difference at all.
Okay, that could be true of almost everything. Like, I don't know.
So, like, I don't know, you just, like, you keep antagonizing the left and shitting on them constantly, but then here I confront you about it, and you're like, oh, well, I mean, it's not, I mean, I don't actually know for sure if it does or not. It's like, bro,
wait, hold on. What do you... My opposition to it, firstly, can be principled. I don't think it's positive at all for the discourse to be wholly banning certain points of view, right? I'm allowed to have that position. And then, secondly...
Like, why not, though?
Why? Because I feel like that there are important conversations that we should be able to have as part of being democratic citizens. And some of those might involve uncomfortable things like conspiracy theories or...
I don't think humans are able to have some of these conversations in like an internet age where echo chambers incentivize us to be in our own bubbles. Like, I don't think we necessarily...
Fine that you think that, but as long as we have a democracy, as long as we live under a democracy, we're kind of entrusting that citizens are capable to navigate these platforms.
I mean, other countries have similar mild limitations on free speech already, like Canada or like a lot of countries in Europe even, with like mild hate speech laws limitations or whatever, and like they're just fine.
I mean, just fine. Like, I mean, they can be just fine, but I don't like those countries' policies on freedom of speech. I prefer my policies over their policies. I like.
Okay, but why do you prefer them?
Because I like in the United States that we have the freedom to say insane shit and crazy shit, and that's a protected thing that protects us against the government from censoring that speech.
Okay, but that you do realize that empowers like 40% of the country to do more insane shit like January 6th, right?
Sure, and it also empowers the other half to do crazy stuff like BLM and like very progressive actions for like trans like stuff and everything, like good things too. I mean, like it's yeah, there's a trade-offs to freedom of speech. Of course, there's negatives that are associated with it, but I mean, hopefully the positives outweigh the negatives, right?
Would you say that wait, so I thought you were like super against BLM and riots and shit like that.
Well, no, I'm just saying that it can cause like great action across like a wide variety of viewpoints that might not otherwise be possible like.
But like
in a
every
different
single
environment.
example you listed, like BLM or January 6th or whatever, like those were all not really positive outcomes, were they?
Well, I don't think. Hold on. When I say BLM, I don't just mean only the riots. I mean the entire movement of BLM, right? Like everything related to that.
Did that even? Okay, but did that even lead to any positive outcomes? Like it died out.
I mean,
it
you
died
can
out.
argue. I mean, probably not great positive outcomes, but the issues with it weren't related to their lack of freedom of speech. It was usually lack of like clear direction of what policies they want. But like without freedom of speech, that conversation might not have even started in the first place.
Well, like what difference does it make whether it, if it started or not in the first place? If it still ended up achieving absolutely nothing.
The difference is I think there's value in being able to have the conversation.
But like the value would only any value would only exist if it actually achieved an outcome, right? There's no results for any of this.
Okay, I mean I disagree. This is we don't have like a very fundamental. I'm not used to talking to like anti-democratic or anti-liberal people. I have a principled attachment to the concept of freedom of speech. I think that part of the human expression is being able to express ideas and not having to worry about what government institution might say, we don't want to hear that idea, it's no good. We don't want to hear that idea, we don't agree with it. I'm principally attached to that idea. If you want to do like some utilitarian calculus on the outcomes or whatever, then I guess we can try to have an extended conversation on, has freedom of speech benefited the United States more than it's hurt it? I mean, I'd be inclined to say yes. Just because we seem to be one of the most freedom of speech countries in the world, and we are also arguably the most successful country in the history of the entire world. Maybe those two things are just an accident; they're not correlated. But yeah, I have a principal attachment to freedom of speech. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm not saying that like we should outright like destroy freedom of speech or like remove it completely. I'm just saying that like mild limitations on it. You know, because like it seems like with no restrictions like we have now in the United States, there's lots of people.
I don't think you can really have. I don't think you can have mild restrictions on it. It's a little bit all or nothing. I think when it comes to like ideology, like we can have restrictions in terms of like you can't encourage people to commit crimes or something, right? Or certain laws that like make sense. But in terms of like you can't say this because it's hateful. Once you go down that road, I don't really think you ever come back.
I don't think it's a slippery slope. If anything, I think that just not having any limitations at all. Maybe in a pre-internet world was fine, but like there's a lot of like conservatives who, because of internet echo chambers, are like predisposed to becoming farther right with no limitations to.
Sure, then make a better argument. Give them something different. Hold on, real quick for chat. Calcanian said, "Such an American take. It is an American take. You fucking retards in Europe are arresting people for typing the N-word on Twitter. You guys are fucking wild. I'm sorry. If I'm in fucking Germany, I can't even do a fucking pretend fucking Nazi salute without you guys giving me a fucking ticket. Okay? You guys are wild. Fuck that shit. Fuck freedom of speech in Europe. Okay? You are AIDS motherfuckers. Sorry, go ahead.
You really are an American.
Yeah,
okay.
I am. I'm very American, of course. I don't know much of my country I can be proud about today, okay? But one of the things I can be proud about is our criminal justice system is fucking awesome, and our freedom of speech is fucking awesome. I like those two parts of the United States, okay?
Criminal justice system is awesome, dude.
Hell yes.
Like,
We are for
what
this.
happened to that? What happened to that public lynching of that black guy that happened recently? Like
Public
from
lynching?
the police force.
That's not our criminal justice system. Those are bad police actors. Our criminal justice system, as is enshrined in law, is awesome. There are bad cops in every fucking country in the world.
Isn't it true that like I mean, I could be wrong, but like I'm pretty sure I've heard a talking point that like American cops like have the most cause the most casualties more than like any other country's police force or whatever.
That's probably true, but American police are probably also under more threat of violence than any other police force in the world. We've got like 350 million guns in this country.
Well, I mean, that's kind of an argument that that we should probably remove guns, but I don't know.
Yeah, but we're not talking about guns. We're talking about our criminal justice system. The cops are not the criminal justice system. It's just one aspect of it.
I guess.
Where are you from?
Anyway,
you're a Kanakuk, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, where are you from?
Wait, what's a Kanakuk?
I don't know, some Canadian fuck.
No, I'm not from Canada. But I just think that like your obsession with like harping on how the left is like banning people and how like that's what's making like conservatives more right-leaning, or you're buying into the bullshit narrative that like conservatives try to buy sympathy with. I just think that it's very likely that a lot of these, you know, Nazis like Kyle Rittenhouse or Sneeko or what have you were probably just predisposed.
Are either of those people Nazis? Sorry, go ahead.
Or like super far right lunatics.
Okay.
Like those types of people were probably just predisposed to becoming further right wing over time, regardless of whatever catalyst it is. So like, yeah, like banning, like if we banned Kyle Rittenhouse on Twitter and that's what made him a Nazi, like I feel like it was only a matter of when, not if.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that's true. I don't think that people are like beyond reach and that some people are just destined to become far right actors.
Like, bro, if it's your nature to be super, like, edgy, insensitive, delusional, and to be inflammatory as much as possible, and have, like, a huge ego, and, like, always want to be have the opposing opinion to figures of authority, and, like, all it took for you to get banned to become a Nazi was getting banned off YouTube or some shit, then, I'm sorry, like, at that point, I feel like that was pretty much unreachable, right? Like,
do you think it's in a black person's nature to be a violent criminal?
No.
Why? If all it takes is a little bit of poverty to make you sell crack and murder people on the street, like, don't you think it's always in your nature to do it?
But then that would apply to all races of people then, right?
I don't know. Other races of people don't do it.
No, I mean, like, there would be a lot more white people committing crime if they were in poverty, sure.
Sure, so white people in poverty don't commit crime like black people. So do you think it's in a black man's nature to be violent?
No, okay, wait. I was saying that, like, white people commit less crime because there's less of them in poverty.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure even white people in poverty, so if you go to, like, bumfuck country places, aren't committing crimes at the same rates that black people in poverty are.
So what are you getting at with this?
I'm curious if you think it's in a black man's nature to commit crime, or if you think that there could be like a complicated confluence of environmental factors that could push people in certain directions, and just seeing somebody as an extremist doesn't necessarily mean they were always destined to become an extremist, because that's a bit of a crude analysis of a person's character.
I think that, like, in your formative years, if you're either maybe due to like a combination of genetic traits and also like how you're raised in your formative years, it can heavily determine, like 5% of the time, determine whether or not you turn out to be like a good person or a bad person. Yeah. Like, Kyle Rittenhouse was a kid who was already like kind of right wing and was super duper pro police, Blue Lives Matters.
Okay, none of the things you've said so far are wrong at all. It's okay to be right wing. It's okay to be pro cop. It's okay to be Blue Lives. Like, none of these things are like necessarily horrible on their face.
To want to go to a city that's having riots just to LARP for the police force when you're like 17, like that's pretty stupid. That's pretty fucking dumb, right?
Do you think it was also fucking stupid for the protesters to go there and set things on fire? More stupid than Rittenhouse? Because if you want to say Rittenhouse said is some dumb, then yeah, I can kind of buy that maybe a little bit. But every single protester...
not a little bit. That's huge.
Sure.
If you're 17 years old and you do that, it was your destiny. It was your pun not intended. It was your destiny
I'll grant you that.
Worship Hitler.
I'll grant you that as long as you say that every single protester there was worse than Rittenhouse. Every single one.
Sure.
Okay, fine. Then all of those people, I guess, are all just destined for extremism in your eyes. They're all beyond salvation. They're all just lost forever.
I will say that rioting in particular typically represents voices of the unheard. So, like...
Rioting can represent a voice you realize that Rittenhouse and his city were literally the voice of the unheard because the police weren't doing anything to protect their businesses against the riots, right? Like...
to do something as insane as going there when you're like a kid with an... Also, he had access to an AR-15. Like, that's already, like, pretty insane. Like, that. How do you say that's not being predisposed to moving along further right over time?
How is having access to an AR-15 insane?
Like, for a kid to have access to a gun at that age, like, yeah, that's pretty fucking wild.
He was, like, 17. Depending on where you're from, that's not that extreme at all.
Okay, I don't know where are you from? Like fucking Texas or some shit? Like most normal civilized countries don't give their 13-year-olds guns.
First of all, he wasn't 13. Secondly, yeah, he was from like Texas. He was from Wisconsin.
Isn't that like? Well, okay.
I don't know if I'm pretty sure it's like this in other places. In Nebraska, if you go on like fucking farms and shit, there are like 10-year-olds that are putting phone books on the seats of trucks and then driving them around the farm. Like, yeah, kids do shit at early ages, depending on where you live. Guns aren't a huge fucking deal. I know in Seattle that if you guys see a gun, you probably call like the FBI and run in terror. But for a lot of kids, yeah, you get like rifles and 22s and shit at like relatively early ages. There are kids running around at 8 years old shooting BB guns and shit. It just depends on where you live.
Okay, let me reframe it a little bit.
Okay.
If Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't didn't become like a Fox News darling. Let's say he didn't murder those two guys.
Well, he didn't murder them. He killed them in self-defense. Go ahead.
Whatever. American. Anyway,
you're American too, dog. I don't know why you keep saying that. Like we're not the same.
I never
shit.
said I was American. What are you talking about?
You are American. I remember you. We fucking talk. You're from, I can tell by the sound of your voice where you're from. Okay. I've walked those. I've walked those rainbow streets. Okay, I've been up there before. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's say Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't a Fox News darling and he didn't kill those two people, right?
Thanks.
How do you know that maybe further along, I guess we're just going to reach the same, we're going to circle the same issue, but, like, I just don't buy. I think he would have become further right over time. Maybe not as quickly, but, like, considering the circumstances of how he even got there, I do think it was kind of inevitable that a person like him would have just moved further along right over time, even if he hadn't, like, become a Fox News darling.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't understand this weird like obsession with like predisposing somebody towards like violent crime. Like, it's also possible that he got like when I look at, for instance, like somebody like Sneeko, like I can see the forces that are pushing him as far right as he's going. It's like pretty obvious. He's getting banned from every platform, and he's getting a ton of hate from people on the left. He's getting a ton of love from people on the right. Like that type of environment is going to move almost anybody in that direction. They don't have to be predisposed towards. That's just a superhuman thing.
His nature inclinates him to his nature causes him to instigate those forces to push him in that direction in the first place, though, right? Like
I don't understand this with his nature. I don't understand this argument.
Okay, I guess if I describe Sneeko broadly speaking, he's a person who has a massive ego, right? He's also a person who likes to be rebellious.
Yeah.
He's a person who likes to be inflammatory.
Yeah.
I think that is a recipe.
Every single thing you've said so far describes me. But go ahead.
I would say. Okay, wait. I said so. You're saying you're egotistical. You're saying that you're
inflammatory. I like to piss people off. Yeah.
No, I think you're more intellectually honest, though.
Okay, sure. That might be one slightly different trait. Sure, but.
That's a pretty significant trait, and I think that was the deciding.
Thing
I think that was a pretty significant.
That's
difference.
The one thing keeping me from being far right is that I'm intellectually honest.
I think so. Yeah, I think almost necessarily, if you're a conservative in today's age, you are necessarily intellectually dishonest.
Oh my god, I don't know how you can stand watching my content because you are so extreme.
Wait, how am I extreme?
The phrases you use, you're so keen to like write off entire like groups of people. It's just like insane to me.
Bro. No offense, I'm just saying that you don't take conservatives seriously at all. Like you flirt with them constantly, and you constantly go up to bat for them to shit on the lefts, saying dumb shit like, "Oh, the left just bans over and over and over." Poor conservatives.
But they do. But like, I'll shit on conservatives too. It just depends on the form of the conversation. When I went to talk with Alex Jones and that panel and shit, I wasn't there just shitting on the fucking left. I was fighting. For conservatives. I was asking questions like, "Do you think it's ever okay to censor things? Do you think we really need humans for everything? Is that like a possible?" Like, there were tons of questions I was asking that was in opposition to conservatives there. Like.
You should be not be giving them a slight slap on the wrist. You should be like hard condemning and like shitting on them about as hard as you are shitting on the left, because like these are when it comes to tolerating the intolerant, there is no like
everybody is intolerant. What do you mean?
Okay, sorry. I'm getting I'm running out of brain juice. I'm saying that like you definitely seem to go way harder on the left than you do conservatives. Like, and I know you'll disagree with that, but you need to like crack down way harder on conservatives. Like you said, like, oh yeah, when I was talking to Alex Jones or whatever, I totally told him that he was wrong. Like, no, bro, you have to like stop sanitizing them, stop hanging out with them, stop being friendly with them. Like these guys are, you can't be even remotely tolerant of them. You have to like go take them way more seriously.
Okay. Listen, you should go to these events and try it. Okay, I want to watch you do it. All right.
Wait, the Alex Jones event?
Anything. I just like the formula that you're giving me is just going to lead to like a ton of conflict, and then I lose all of those ears. Like nobody's going to listen to me. Like this what was the call that was in like 2 or 3 callers ago? That guy was he from Kentucky? Do you think like that guy's ever listening to my stream if all I'm doing is relentlessly and hardcore shitting on conservatives?
I know, it'd be pretty base if you were shitting on conservatives, yeah.
Yeah, it's base because you can sit around and like stroke your fucking wiener all day to the shit that I'm saying, but it's not actually accomplishing anything good, I don't think. If you
no,
want to do that,
because-
like there are so many other content creators you can listen to that are just gonna like stroke your ego and make you feel good about yourself. If that's what you want to do, if you want to be like, intolerant, if you want to close your mind to anything that's different from your opinion, like there are people that do that. I just don't know why you would be on my stream. That clearly, like my goal is to have conversations where people on the right and center will listen to me. Your formula is not a way to do that.
The issue is that you're also exposing people on the center to these right-wing viewpoints by not going hard enough on them, right?
I don't think that my audience is being turned into conservatives, but if they are, then fuck it. Then maybe the conservative arguments are better, and my audience can.
Wait, how do you know that, right? Like when you engage with like Sneako or Nick Fuentes or Lauren Southern, like you always brag about how, oh yeah, I got some of their fans or whatever. Like how do you know they didn't get some of your fans?
Well, Lauren posts like one video every 2 months on her channel. Fuentes just nuked his whole fucking career on the Kanye shit. Sneako is doing God knows what in the red pill space, but I seriously doubt any of my fans are looking at his shit. Like I don't know. I mean, like I can't.
Everything you just said doesn't necessarily prove that like Nick Fuentes, for example.
I can't show you a study for like conversions of fans, but based on
okay,
like this.
So then you're like, you can't speak so confidently about freedom of speech and all that shit, like if you have no concrete way of knowing if it's working or not.
I mean, all I can do is I can go by my views, I can go by comments on videos, I can go by comments I get from other people. I mean, like if I'm missing a huge thing, then somebody has to point it out, I guess.
I don't know. It's wild to me that like you think like. It just baffles me how you'll look at like monstrous people like Lauren Southern and you'll say, oh, it's so cute how Lauren Southern blows up migrant boats with a rocket launcher, or oh, it's so cute how Sneako wants us to go back to the 1800s with how we treat women and promote insane government conspiracies. It's like, bro, you can't be like humanizing or like sanitizing such insane
But they're humans. I don't sanitize them. I call them out for what they are. But I mean, they're humans. They're people. Like, yeah, you got to meet them where they are. What, like, it's important.
You don't have to meet them where they are. Don't give them the time they don't. Let them expose and infect more people.
Listen, if my audience hears some shit that they're saying and my whole audience is like, you know what, actually, this shit sounds great, I'm going to go fucking attack migrant ships.
Oh, so you do believe in predisposing the people, that some people are predisposed?
Yeah, of course people can be predisposed, but there's a difference between saying predisposed versus the phrase you were earlier using, which was in their nature. That sounds way different, my dude.
Isn't that the same idea?
I don't think so, but maybe it can be for you.
No, I like if it's a person's nature to be predisposed, and it's person's nature. Yeah, it's the
when
same
you
thing.
say in a person's nature, that makes it sound like it's almost an unavoidable reality of what they will become. Predisposed,
Yeah.
Of course, people are predisposed towards certain things. I'm not going to argue against that. That's obviously true. But that
like
feels
you're-
a lot different than. Wait, what?
I feel like you're gaslighting me. Yeah, so like you're kind of just restating the definition.
What?
That predisposing and like it's in a person's nature to want to do something. Usually, like that's the same thing.
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry.
like you're trying to make
Listen.
a distinction.
Yeah, my bad. We have well, now we're clear on that. I don't consider those the same thing. Those two things sound very, very, very different to me. But
okay, well.
Like you don't think if I say that like Tom is kind of predisposed towards alcoholism versus saying like it's in Tom's nature to be an alcoholic. Those things don't sound different to you? They sound different to me. Maybe they don't to you. That's fine if they don't to you.
That sounds like the same statement. Yeah.
Okay, those sound far, far, far different than me. But okay, maybe I just.
Okay, I feel like you're making that distinction so that you don't sound like a hypocrite. But okay, I mean.
Okay.
It's just
hold on. I'll be a little harder on this statement now, okay? When you say the nature of a thing, it sounds like you're describing something that's intrinsic to that property. What is the nature of a white man? What is the nature of this particular thing? It sounds like an intrinsic and inseparable characteristic. When you say predisposed, it sounds like something has a tendency or a likelihood to follow a certain direction. That feels very different to me than saying something is in its nature.
So you want to make the distinction that like one is like slightly more extreme on the spectrum than the other, one is further along of an extreme than the other. Is that the distinction you want to make?
If you told me that it's in somebody's nature to become a serial killer, then that person should probably be fucking preemptively killed. But if you tell me somebody's predisposed towards becoming a serial killer, it's like, oh, well, there's probably a bunch of like special things that we should keep in mind so that this person doesn't become a serial killer.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I said. You think that like it's in a person's nature implies that it's way more like it's like almost guaranteed. Whereas
Guarantee it's an intrinsic part. Yeah, it's like a necessary. It's a part of them. Yeah, that is like going to. It's part of. Yeah, it's in their nature. It's something they are and can never be changed. Almost. That's what it feels like when something says in its when somebody says it's in somebody's nature to do something.
Okay, sure, but like I still think that kind of, if you concede that like predisposing is real, that still kind of makes you a hypocrite, because like you're saying that like there are people who are just likely to inevitably be, you know,
Hold
farther
on, wait,
right.
wait, why are you combining those words? They're likely to inevitably be. Those two words are opposite. That's like saying, like,
Okay.
you know, 50% of the time, this guy will always be a murderer. That sentence is like nonsense.
Okay. Trying to think. I don't know. I just think that like
People like Sneeko are probably predisposed towards like conspiracy theories and right-wing stuff. I think that's probably true. But I don't think it was inevitable for him. But once they go down a certain road, and once people treat them in a certain way, then yeah, it's probably, that's just going to be, they're fucked. So there are.
But isn't that kind of like the thing that kind of guarantees it? Then what you're saying is like if Sneeko does this thing and the inevitable guaranteed response leads him to go further and further down, then that kind of is functionally no different from saying it's guaranteed, right?
No, because it wouldn't be if people would respond a bit differently.
But no, you can't ask people to respond differently
I can.
to an
I
insane
do.
evil.
He's not evil. What the fuck?
Wait, who's not evil?
I don't think Sneeko is evil.
I mean, he is kind of, you know, like pretty fucked up. He's crazy.
Pretty fucked up and evil are two different things. Again, like evil, it goes back to that word you use, in its nature. Evil sounds like an intrinsic, inseparable characteristic of a person. I don't think Sneeko is inseparably, like, horrendously an evil person. I think he's horrendously fucking misguided. It says a lot of retarded shit right now, but I don't think he's
This
evil.
is my thing. You keep like flirting, being like, oh, he's not evil. You know, he just wants us to go back to the 1800s with how we treat women, and he
Yeah,
denies
but do you
the
think he really
Holocaust.
thinks
It's
that?
cute. You
This
think
is
it's
like a
cute.
new brand of idea that he's picked up in like a year. Like the kid models himself after people hardcore, right?
Yeah, of course. And like that's kind of the point. Like that's how he operates. That's his.
So
that's
find him a
his-
better role model, right? He tried the swinger shit probably because Patrice O'Neal did it. Now he's copying Andrew Tate and all the shit that he did because Andrew Tate did it, right? I mean, find
Yeah,
a new role model.
That's what I mean. It's in his nature to
what
copy
you just-
bad role models.
But it's in anybody's nature to theoretically copy a bad role model. It just depends on. It just depends on what the person is exposed to. But then the argument there should be to like give people better role models or show them why a particular person is a bad role model. I just don't like the idea of saying like, oh yeah, this person is predisposed towards this, so we just write them off completely.
I don't think it's fair to ask that like the rest of the entire world changes like very basic ways of how they respond to bad acts just to accommodate like such a small portion of like deranged people. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that's fair.
I mean, isn't that essentially what you're asking a conservative to do when it comes to trans people? Isn't that their view of trans people?
The problem is that conservatives are the minority. They are the
Are they?
outlier. They are. Yeah, there's far more liberals in the world. There's far more progressive, sensible people in the world than liberals.
Sure, and those
I mean,
far
the
more
conservatives.
liberals in the world just act like fucking transgender shit for youth in like Scandinavia. So I mean, like, who's on the crazy side?
I think generally the majority of people are at least tolerant. The majority of the world's population is like tolerant of trans people, I would say. Maybe not like super,
Sure,
but at least
tolerant.
tolerant.
And the majority of, if I had to guess, my guess is going to be that over 50% of conservatives in the United States probably support trans people to also, yeah, hold on. I don't know if the majority of the people in the world are progressive. That's probably wildly discounting entire continents of people. Now that I think about it. But even if I leave that to the side, like, I don't know how many trans people are going to find like fucking hormone therapy in the continent of Africa. Right? But,
I mean,
but
that's kind of I think with Africa, that's like they're like a whole different system. Like they have a whole different way of operating. They don't have access to like technology and shit like other first world countries do. So,
where's ABBA at? Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, how old are you again? I'm just checking. You're like 20,
I'm-
right?
Maybe.
Okay. Okay. I'm just saying that, like, my guess is that most conservatives in the most conservatives in the United States, if I had to guess, probably over 50% are okay with like trans people if they're adults. That'd be my guess. But when it comes to children, it's different. So I'm just saying it's not like there's this huge, super evil majority of conservatives that are...
Well, okay, conservatives aren't evil just because they oppose trans people, right? They're evil because, like, they're evil because they try to overthrow our democracy. They're evil because they constantly pass legislation to threaten the lives of minorities. Like, yeah, it's like, it's not just them opposing trans people that makes them evil.
Okay. What I feel like you want a world where we just say that there are a lot of people that are beyond reach. What do we do with them? What do you do with a person like Sneeko? Tell me.
Well, what would I do? I mean, I have... Okay, well, what I would do is, I mean, I guess what would happen is like, we would kind of, like, just pass, like, mild hate speech law limitations. Kind of like in Canada and other European countries that have their shit together, unlike the United States. And then, like, I guess over time... and we continue to ignore them in internet spaces as well. So, like, we don't.
Well, give me an example of like what's like a mild hate speech law that you would pass in the United States.
What was that like? What was it like? Like C-16 or whatever in Canada or whatever. Like, if you try to like intentionally, like, call like a trans woman a man or whatever, like you'll get a fine or some shit. Like, just.
I think C-16 only applies to like building owners and employers. That doesn't apply to like a random person. In Canada.
Okay, well,
you've got like the Jordan
Peterson.
Peterson.
Yeah, something like that then, C-16, whatever. Like, just like mild laws that like make it so that way, like, saying whatever, you can't say anything insane, right? Because like in America, you can borderline commit stochastic terrorist acts and get away with it.
Wrong. You can commit stochastic terrorism in the United States and get away with it, which is fucking based.
No, that's fucking disgusting.
That's so based.
You're American. Anyway,
we're both Americans, my boy. I don't know why you keep
I'm not American.
Really?
No, I'm not.
Didn't the last time we talked, didn't you say you were like from Seattle or Portland or something?
I never said that. You're imagining things.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Anyway, like, yeah, I mean, and like, yeah, it's just Republicans do so many fucked up things besides like trans people. They're like, we need to like impose limitations on them. We need to take them more seriously. And you're just, I don't know, you think it's cute whenever Lawrence Southern, like, you know, genocides Mexicans or whatever. It's like, I don't understand why you think it's funny or cute whenever these conservatives do insane shit.
Well, I don't, first of all, if Lawrence Southern genocided anybody, I don't think that would be cute.
I mean, you talked to her, you were friendly with her after she blew up that migrant boat, like, I
can't tell if you're trolling. Is this a troll?
Okay, I know she didn't blow up the migrant boat, she sunk it or whatever.
Hey, do you think that's true?
Whatever it was that she did, you're getting too lost in the weeds here. It's a joke, okay?
Genocided somebody, blew up a boat, sunk a boat. Those are all like pretty fucking horrible, condemnable things.
Whatever she did, put her on the FBI's most wanted list or something.
I don't think she was ever on the FBI's most wanted list.
The no-fly list or whatever. She clearly did something heinous towards Mexicans. She was involved with a terrorist organization, I think it was, right?
Okay, you don't even know anything. Wait, who the fuck even are you in my chat?
Wait, no, okay, wait. She was involved with, like, a terrorist organization, right?
Wait, is this guy even a tier 4 sub? Who are you?
I'm getting, like, 8 pinks in your chat. Everyone is pissed at me. Oh, my God. Okay.
It's Hamsterhawk? This is not Hamsterhawk.
No, I'm not. I don't know who the fuck Hamsterhawk is.
Wait, who are you in my chat? What's your name?
What's my name? I'm not
in my DG chat. Why can you not give me? What do you mean? You're Awuga here. It says trick in parentheses. Why can you not just give me the fucking name in chat?
Because your chat's gonna eat me alive? I don't know.
Cake, there's got to be a way to see, because if there's a reciprocated sub, I'm just fucking curious. Oh, okay. It seems like you don't even know what happens to some of these people that you want to like condemn so hardcore. Like you don't. Wait, you don't know anything about like Lawrence Southern was even accused of, or what anything had even, like.
She was involved in the migrant boat incident. something involving the migrant vote incident, and also it was
Okay, why do you have
the
such
incident
strong
involved-
opinions about her if you don't even know anything about her?
I mean, I know that she was involved in, that it was a literal white nationalist terrorist organization that she was working for.
Okay, I don't think it was a white national. It was a white nationalist. Well, it was international, so I think it's technically considered white identitarian movement. But I don't think they were ever a terrorist organization. But
I think I read an article that said like it was a terrorist organization. I believe I could be wrong.
I could be wrong. Somebody can tell me, but I don't think that they had any like terrorist actions. I think it was just a white identitarian, so they were considered extremist. Other than that Mediterranean Sea cringe shit.
And then also, didn't she inspire like the Christ shooter or whatever? Like that's pretty disgusting.
I mean, I don't think he references her directly, but I mean, they talk about similar things.
Dude, like this is what I mean. Like these guys are so evil and in the wrong, and you just think like it's not a big deal.
I think it is a big deal. What do you mean? I think
no, you don't, because you're like, oh, Lauren's so cute when she blows up these migrant votes. Oh, Sneako's so cute when he does this.
I don't think it's. I fight against and argue against these types of things all the time. I just like to identify them correctly.
Don't even let them be exposed to your audience.
Why? I don't think my audience is going to turn into a bunch of fucking white nationalists. If I talk to these people, I think they'll be okay. I trust my audience. I trust me.
I don't think you should be this confident. Like, there's just
what?
There's just no shot that
then we
Lauren
should all just
didn't
be. Then shouldn't we just
Lauren
be Nazis?
didn't infect some of your fans. Or sorry, what?
Shouldn't we all just be Nazis then?
Why would we be Nazis?
If their ideology is so infectious and so powerful that if you just hear a few words, you just can't help but turn to that side. It seems almost inevitable that it would take over anyway. I feel like at that point, we might as well just fucking embrace it, no? And be the most ethical
using
Nazis
my
we can be.
predisposed argument
At
against
least we
me?
can be like vegan Nazis or something, right?
I would say that, like, okay, there's like, I guess I would split people broadly into like 3 camps.
Yeah, would you? What kind of camps would you put them in? Tell me.
No, not literal camps. I mean 3 groups. The first group are people who are predisposed to being, reasonable liberals, either due to their formative years being influenced by their environment or like mild genetic traits from their parents or whatever. And that camp is like extremely hard to alter the trajectory of their political ideologies to move to the right. Then there's group 2, which is, I don't know, maybe a decent portion of your audience, I would say. Well, like, centrist, maybe, who are, like, moderately predisposed to buying into liberal ideology, but with enough work or exposure to right-leaning figures, they could still feasibly be infected with the conservative virus. Like, that group is the one I'm referring to. Like, and then camp 3 is just like pure conservative people who are like inevitably going to worship Hitler no matter what. Like, an asinine and unfeasible amount of work would be required for even just a small chance to move like one of those people to the left.
Okay. Anything else?
Okay, I guess I didn't convince you at all. Okay.
Not very well, but
okay. I mean, I have one other. I mean, this isn't really a political question, but
wait, can I use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. I think DGG chat loves me. You can tell I have a lot of fans now. Their tears are delicious. A lot of angry centrists and right-wingers in chat. There's a lot of angry right-wingers and centrists in chat. They're so mad. So mad. Getting all of these pings.
All right. Hello? Wait. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I guess actually I don't need to say it out loud, but I did email it to you. I just wanted to. Do you check your emails, by the way?
Yep, but I don't respond to all of them anymore.
Wow, really? Why not?
Because I get a lot of fucking emails, and some of them are really long. And I just don't have the time.
I didn't send you a long email though. Like, not responding is like super unprofessional, you know.
You're joking, right?
Wait, how? Okay, whatever. Well, anyway, well, the thing I wanted to let you know about, like, I emailed it to you, so I don't have to say it out loud because you might get a little mad if I say it out loud.
Why would I get mad if you say it out loud? Wait, what was it about?
You don't remember what you said? You read it at least, right?
I don't know. I get tons of emails.
My God, I can't say it out loud because your chat's gonna get furious.
What was it about? Like, just the topic about, like, broadly.
It was an email from Trick. I can't, if I go into literally any specifications there, I'm gonna get eaten alive.
Okay, I'll mute for a second.
You.
Why are you... Okay, you're unmuted.
Okay.
Why not just say it? Why not just own
Well,
it?
because, wait, hold on. If they found out I didn't pay a dime.
Well, now you just said it.
Well, I didn't say it. No, they don't know what I'm talking about, though. But
okay.
But, like, I don't know. I wanted to ask you as well. The reason I confessed it to you is because, like, I'm curious. How did that happen? Well, I mean, you probably should mute because I'm not done.
I don't know. Ask Kank or Ninu. I don't know if there was a glitch, but now you can all thank Kank for this. There you go.
Okay, well, I guess it was a glitch. Are you sure you had nothing to do with that?
No, why would I be giving free subs?
Oh my, nice going, dipshit. Oh my God.
Okay, you're on vacation. Jurins.
Yo, I just have one question.
Bro, I got one answer. What do you got?
So, let's say that this is just a hypothetical, but I just want to see your opinion, or like if you could take both sides of the argument.
Okay.
If a meteorite is like being detected, and we could 90%, like 92, 95% calculate that it's gonna hit Russia, should America intervene in that?
Yeah, probably.
Why? That's my question.
Because when it comes to like the protection of the entire planet, that's probably something that all of us should be on the same page for, even if we have problems amongst each other.
Would you make any requests, like that this
No.
needs to be shown to the
No.
Russian people that?
I don't think it needs to be contingent on anything. That should just be like a thing. Like if aliens were invading, if there was like for like climate change, like for things that represent like existential threats to humanity, we should probably work together as humans to resolve things. I guess like the only request you'd make is that they would do the same for us if anything else happened. But
I like that answer. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I've had this conversation with a couple of friends, and a lot of them would just say that it needs to be like televised and like a friendship and stop the war. And it's like, oh, you're being held hostage. But I felt like it could be used against the American people. I don't know why, because if it's like an earthquake or something, and it's something not preventative, then it doesn't seem like the blame is thrown on anybody. But the moment that something can be prevented, then the blame seems to be shifted. Oh, America let all these millions of people die. And then it's like,
okay.
Yeah, I was just interested. No, I like your answer. That I'm going with that.
All right, I love you.
That's
buddy.
it.
Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. Look at the replies to the video. Wait, what? That flag in the background destroyed the whole moment. When they let you know the gym promotes pedophilia and Satan. People mad? Was there a gay flag or something, or? Who the fuck cares? Holy shit.
Should wearing dresses and skirts be illegal for men in public? If so, should wearing pants for women be illegal in public? Well, pants not so much, because there is a female version of pants that is nearly indistinguishable in many cases from male pants. But men wearing traditional female clothing in public, I think that there's a case that local communities should be able to stop that. Sure, I mean, we have local laws about being naked or indecent exposure, or at least we used to.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Female clothing in public, I think that there's a case that local communities should be able to stop that. Sure, I mean, we have local laws about being naked or indecent exposure, or at least we used to.
How wild. Conservatives are just fucking crazy, huh?
Have I seen Kyle Dunnigan's Fresh Pres of DC, where you're featured as Biden's butler known as Beneford the Butler? I have not seen this, actually. And now I'm going to have to check it out. That sounds funny.
Why did you cut this whole extra part of the... I signed up for Twitter Blue back in 2021, long before Elon bought the site, because it was kind of great. The ability to post long videos and valuable. It still is. I respect the Twitter choices, but some of us are actually paying to use it as a professional service. I have zero shame or ambivalence about this, but feel free to kvetch in my mentions if you'd like. Why are you paying to post long videos? You're providing Twitter with content and you're paying them. They're not paying you. You should be posting solely short content to drive people to see your longer stuff on platforms that actually pays you as a content creator. Why do you care? And why would I take advice from someone who's been less successful in growing their Patreon than I have? Oh, my God. Oh, 366 patrons. Oh, my God. Some of us do this stuff because we care about our audience, and as you pointed out, tiny as they may be, and who/what we choose to support for others. It's just about the hustle and clout. Message received loud and clear. You claim to have a better take on how to reach an audience than I do. I point out that you have no evidence of that, and now you retreat to calling me a grifter. If you hadn't spent the last 2 years sniping at me, I'd be happy to boost you whatever I can, because I agree with 90% of what you fight for. I hope you reconsider this weird one-sided self-abnegating feud. Damn, that Harvard education. Paying off with these big vocabs. Let's bring up how this platform associates current owner, views creators. You viewed my point as an attack. I don't care if you choose to boost me or not. I don't do quid pro quo. Ooh, I had nothing on my podcast long before I had you on my podcast long before you had your platform and expected nothing in return. Oh, you're looting my mentions because you get something out of it. I don't, so I'm going back to ignoring you. Sorry, my Twitter Blue subscription is causing me so much angst. Enjoy the weekend. Ooh, damn. Yikes. Testimony reveals Secretary Blinken and the Biden campaign were behind the infamous public statement from former Intel officials on the Hunter Biden laptop. Oh my God. Intelligence are conducting oversight. This is April 28th. The Honorable Antony Blinken, Secretary, U.S. Department of State. The origins of the infamous public statement signed by 51 former intelligence officials that falsely discredited a New York Post story regarding Hunter Biden's laptop as supposed Russian disinformation. As part of our oversight, we have learned that you played a role in the inception of this statement while serving as a Biden campaign advisor, and we therefore request your assistance with your oversight. On October 14th, the New York Post published a report detailing how Hunter Biden, his dick, meth dick, ooh, it's a personal game with the apparent awareness of President Biden. The article reported on several emails found on a laptop like Hunter Biden. Shop context emails cast down provided previous denials. Within 5 days, the article on October 19th, 2020, 51 former intelligence public statement attempting to discredit the contents of the New York Post reporting about Hunter Biden, stating the story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. News publications immediately ran with the story, with Politico publicizing a story with the conclusive outline. Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinfo, dozens of former officials say. Publishing a story with the conclusive headline. Well, this isn't I mean, it's concluding that former Intel officials say, although this headline is a bit strong because they didn't say it is Russian disinfo. They said it has the classic markings of, so that headline is a little strong for Politico, I would say. Social media companies simultaneously seek to access the post story. No. Wait, what? Is there anything new in here, or is this just a former statement of... Morrell also explained the Biden campaign helped to strategize about the public release of the statement. Morrell testified that he sent an email telling Nick Shapiro, former deputy chief of staff and senior vice director of the Biden campaign, wanted the statement to go to a particular point of the Washington Post first. And then he should send the statement to campaign recent London reporter. Morrell testified, however, that he did not recall why he told Shapiro the campaign wanted the statement to go to the reporter first, and that they may have spoken to the campaign on another occasion. Morrell further explained that one of his two goals in releasing the statement was to help then Vice President Biden in the debate and to assist him in winning the election. He testified. What was the intent of the statement? There were two intents. One intent was to show concern with the American people. The Russians were playing on this issue. And two, it was to help Vice President Biden. You wanted to help the Vice President. Why? Why is he still referred to as Vice President? Oh, because he was Vice President. Because it was Barack Obama. My brain is... No, the Hunter Biden story was... No, that wasn't VP of that. Wait, when was the Hunter Biden story? How long has it been? He was former vice president at the time, right? This wasn't 7 years ago, right? It was like 2 or 3 years ago. He wasn't president yet. So do you refer to a former vice president? Okay, so you would just call him vice president. Okay, never mind. Gotcha. I just don't understand, yeah. You wanted him to win. That's why, yes, sir. Based on Morrell's testimony, it is apparent. Wait, what is this? Can somebody link this testimony? What is this in relation to? Or does anybody have a link to this testimony? Let's go. Depends on identify all people who you can. Produce all documents of communication. Please produce this material as soon as possible, no later than 5 p.m. on May 4th. Read the footnotes. Footnote 19. It says ID at 102. Wait, hold on. I need to make sure Farah's not like on the balcony. One sec. Okay. Here is the Dems' response, including transcripts proving this is false. News Judiciary Committee Democrats responded baseless claims about Secretary Blinken. In an effort to smear Secretary Blinken's destination at a 3-year tabloid story, Jim Jordan was cherry-picked excerpts of a transcript interview, declared no part of the interview demonstrates Secretary Blinken or any other ask Mark. That's why I wanted the. Was this like a private hearing or yeah? What was the purpose of that award? I spent a lot of time since I left CIA providing advice to directors. I've done so with advice. Thank you. And you said now Secretary Blinken was employed by the Biden campaign at the time he sent this email, correct? It's my understanding that he was employed. When he called you, did he direct, suggest, or insinuate in any way that you should write a letter or statement on this topic? My memory is that he did not, right? My memory is that he asked me what I thought. Okay, it wasn't. The campaign could use some help on this, could you? He did not say that. Cook up something we could use. It is not my memory that he said that. Okay. Why do you believe he called you then and asked for your opinion on this? You know, Tony and I were fairly close. I mean, I wouldn't say we're close friends, but Tony and I were fairly close during our time. We were doing. Oh, well, this paints a totally different picture. Was this a closed hearing? I'm really curious where this testimony comes from now, because this paints a way different story. Oh, hold on. There are 3 asterisks here. Wait, was this clipped from a totally different part of the conversation? This is saying what was the intent of the statement, and here he says there were two intents. One intent was to share our concern with the American people, and the Russians were playing on this issue, and two, it was to help Vice President Biden, and then this comes from a second. Wait, well, no, it sounds like it's a follow-up to this question. Fuck, does this testimony exist anywhere, or? Look at footnotes 18 and 19. Oh, ID at 11, ID at 102. Is that a timestamp? So these were 90 minutes apart? If so, that's a wild press release. That's a wild fucking statement, if that's true. Or a page number, if that's true. Because this looks like a direct follow-up. It looks like he's saying you wanted to help the vice president by suggesting this national security advisor or whatever because you wanted him to win the election, which would be pretty shitty. Still seems like they're linked, right? Like if someone would have been asked about his previous answers further back in well, because like, what if this is in relationship to something else? Like, oh, like you worked for the Biden campaign. Did you want him to win? And it's like, yeah, I wanted to help the vice president. But that's different because like if it is the case, for instance, that all those national security advisors like published that letter at the behest of somebody working for the Biden campaign because he wanted Biden to win, that would probably be pretty shitty, I think. I'm really curious what the full context of this testimony is, though. Dude, XQC is never gonna... Okay, we're gonna watch this for a little bit until Farah is done. Look, Keffel's drama. You keep linking this. I don't know what this means. Keffel's lied about going to Rainbow to some polycule in Ireland. This isn't drama. It's just a tweet by a random person with 600 followers. I don't know anything. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know what you want me to engage with on this. New 9/11 lore info. 9/11 info, 9/11 detail. What is thegrayzone.com? I have no idea what this site is. Former U.S. NatSec advisor destroyed Taiwan semiconductor factories if China invades. Rigorous Maidan massacre expose suppressed by top academic journal. A peer-reviewed paper initially approved and praised by a prestigious journal suddenly rescinded without explanation. Its author, one of the world's top scholars in criminal issues, had marshaled overwhelming evidence to conclude Maidan protesters were killed by pro-coup snipers. Okay, I see this. Okay. Reminds me of all Jeb's tortoises. I'm not sure what the fundamental difference is. Okay, I don't know. Okay. Echo, we'll try one more time. Can he do it?
Can you hear me?
Oh, hello.
Perfect, man. I'm sorry it took so long.
You should be. What's up?
I'm not good with tech half time. No, I appreciate you taking my call. So I seen your stuff and I thought, well, hold on, let me put down the volume of my computer. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, what up?
Okay. So I was a CI for OSI, for the Air Force Academy.
Okay.
I do for years now. My story has been in the New York Times. It was on ESPN. That's what that little slice thing was. I suck with tech and whatnot. I've been trying to get back to serving. I was supposed to fly. I was discharged under honorable conditions. And I can get into everything I was doing in the CI. But I was discharged. 6 weeks before graduation. So I already had my orders, had everything set for pilot training, and I was gone. Long story short, over, I want to say 5-6 years of investigations, media, attention, tons of other things. And it's kind of three arms at play. There's media, and there's politics, and then there's the military. I've been trying to get back in. And if I'm going to work backwards, I didn't get kicked out for anything that was criminal, right? And I think there's like this conception that if you're a CI, then you're working because you're trying to cut a deal and essentially, I guess, kind of balance out if you're already predisposed to some type of punishment. That wasn't the case with me. Long story short, there was a party that had happened. At that party, there was sexual assault, and there was spice. And I didn't Form 34. I'm just ready to chat. It wasn't a Form 34. I was involuntary discharge. And there was spice at that party. And anyway, this investigative body into the Air Force called OSI, stands for Office of Special Investigation. Doing an investigation into it, and I was brought in as a witness. And they were asking me about this assault that occurred, and they were asking me about drugs at the party. I had nothing to give them. Didn't really know anything. I myself was a soccer athlete, a football player for the academy, and I didn't know anything to give them. But I did tell them, if I could help, I would. But I've got no information. So the agent at the time told me, if you do want to do something, you do want to help, would you be willing to become, at the time it was called a confidential source? And I said, yeah. So I signed up with the case center at the time, and tasked to just get as much information as possible on things ranging from, it's kind of a widespread, so anything that kind of hit a federal threshold. Things on drugs was a big point. Sexual assault was a big point. There was a little bit of we have a lot of foreign cadets that come in.
Okay.
And there was a lot of cyber issues going on. So anything going on with maybe some of our cyber foreign exchange cadets, things like that. Okay, so anyway, for about 2.5 years, we worked on about 32 cases. Out of those 32 cases, there was 25 cases of sexual assault, 3 of which went to a court-martial and was found in a conviction. And to kind of put in perspective, there hasn't been a conviction at the Air Force Academy since 1997 for sexual assault. At any given base, Air Force base, roughly 1 to less than 1% of any court-martial ends up in an actual conviction. So to have 3 within 2 years it was big news, obviously.
Okay.
What got me, I guess what kind of blew my cover, was one particular case in which the guy was going to assault the female, and I stepped in, and it was a huge fight, and it kind of blew up. A lot of people, as far as the squadron members, came in to break up the fight. Obviously, that put me on the radar. And the documents that I had signed, given to my command at that time, was taken, and instead of going to my case handler, it kind of went the other pipe, so through the normal chain of command. And so that ultimately it was, if I could put it in separate terms, it was my documentation that ended up getting me discharged.
Okay, gotcha. Hold on, wait, 1 second. What?
Okay, yep.
Yeah, sure. Wait, can you do me a huge favor? Yeah. Can you give me a hot chocolate too? Yeah. Thanks. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm reading your chat as I'm talking too, and I'll put this out there. Anything I'm saying and everything I'm saying, I'm always willing to give documentation to. I can give documentation to, and I'm not saying anything I can't support.
There's a lot of people walking in and out. Should be okay. Why not? Oh, never mind. Okay. I don't understand why girls never charge their phone overnight. Their phones are always dead. It's actually insane as fuck. There's like a trick. I can only do this in real life, but sometimes whenever I think like a trans woman is faking being trans for internet cloud, all I have to do is ask to check their phone, and if their phone's at less than 20%, I know that they're actually trans. It's actually unbelievable how women never fucking charge their phones. I don't get it. I'm so sorry. That was a huge diversion. Okay.
No, you're fine.
No.
Dude, speaking of trans, that's how I actually found you. You're doing a trans debate or something, and I work right now as a strength conditioning coach, and I was like, oh, this dude seems pretty cool.
Thanks. I try to be. Okay, so so what's the point of what are you coming to me for? Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm coming to you because, so recently, I'm trying to get my story out there. I want to go back to serve. I want to go back to flying. I'm not really.
Can you tell me when you say like you want to go back to flying or whatever, the way that you make it sound, and I could be wrong, is you make it sound like this discharge was because of was related to this stuff going on, even though it was an honorable discharge. Is that the case, or what?
I'm glad you're bringing it up. That's exactly it. So I was discharged at the academy. We have what's known as demerits, right?
Okay.
And to put into perspective, there's a 200 demerit threshold at the academy. You can get demerits for anything. You can get demerits for
bro. It was 5 demerits for detention at my school, and 40 got you expelled. But okay, go ahead.
Dude, it's crazy over there. So like, and you get, it's not just demerits. Your punishment ranges, but depending on the egregiousness of the offense. Say you miss a dentist appointment, right? You can get demerits. And then say you're driving DUI, you can definitely get demerits. So it's a large spectrum. My demerit total when I left the academy was 436 demerits. Okay, the threshold for presumptive discharges is 200.
Okay. For demerits, are these just like in general, like you misbehave or something, or like what is a demerit? Like how do you get a demerit here?
Yeah, so you can literally get a demerit. Right? So let's say you walk out of your room and your uniform is disheveled.
Yeah.
You can get a demerit.
Okay. Gotcha.
Let's say, so what I got the demerits for was leaving base when you're not supposed to. So we call that OTF. Demerits for not reporting underage drinking, not reporting alcohol in the squadron, and not reporting a female behind closed doors. All of this is directly linked to one of the cases that ended up in a conviction.
Okay.
And I mean directly. And so
are demerits one of those things where there's no discretion? It's like if you do it, you're always going to get dinged for it?
No, there's a point of discretion. So depending on the egregiousness, I believe at the time it was like if it was 50 or below. If it was 50 or below, you're pretty much just getting it, right? And you can always try to argue, but you usually don't. Now, if it was
when you say 50 or below what?
50 or below demerits.
So no, I meant like, is there discretion in getting the demerit, or are you always supposed to get the demerit if you're caught doing what you get demerited for?
There's discretion in the amount of demerits, but you're pretty much guaranteed to get some type of demerits.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
for sure. Yeah. Okay, so I got 436 demerits. Now I was given 436 demerits in the middle of running with OSI, and that was a year and a half prior to my discharge. And again, to put in perspective, you get 200 demerits, they're gone within 2 months. I got it, and OSI in my case, and that I was working with, was letting me know that they're handling it behind closed doors. They're speaking to the chain of command. Just run with. We had a cover story at the time, but just run with the cover story, and do pretty much keep your head down, do what you're supposed to do. Okay, so that's essentially what we were doing. Operation Gridiron, the reason the video is titled that way is because when the media picked it up, that's what the case was called. And it involved over 50 cadets at the time, and was a large swath of different things. So that's what we were running in this year and a half time frame. I was also a witness for one of the cases, so I was on the stand speaking for or speaking against one of the now convicted. Then 6 weeks before graduation, I was let go. And so I went and did what you're supposed to do, go to the IG, plead your case. I spoke to my entire command. When I realized that I was being kicked out the door, I said, wait a second, you guys got to talk to OSI. There's this whole other story that you guys don't know about. At the time, my case handler was ordered not to speak to me, not to speak on my behalf.
Because it was a legal matter or whatever, right?
It wasn't even a legal matter. It was more of a command issue. So the academy is it's the cream of the crop of the Air Force, right? And so it's kind of like a petri dish of every squadron mission, job, and objective kind of put in there. You're coming out as an officer.
Okay.
And essentially what happened with that is that the agent that I was working, so when anything happens at the academy, it typically goes straight up the chain of command all the way up to your Secretary of the Air Force most of the time, because not Secretary of the Air Force, Chief of Staff, because they themselves are typically graduates from the academy. So if you kind of look at it like boys club, right? There's a boys club in the military, there's a boys club in D1 athletics, and you put those together, and you have Air Force leadership, basically. And so when my case or when these other cases were coming up, they couldn't figure out what is going on at the academy. Like, this is insane to have all these assaults that are coming out. These are people that play on a football team. What is going on? It just seemed like there was this huge swath of just crazy behavior going on. So they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And they didn't know at the time that there was this whole program going on under OSI that was rooting out a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
So when my name came up, and my name came up on my own admission, because I was told when I signed up with OSI that they were letting my chain of command know everything that was going on. And so when, for example, getting demerits for leaving base when they're not supposed to, I left and I told them I was leaving. There was nothing hiding. That's to me how I got the demerits. When there was alcohol behind closed doors, well, it was related to an assault. I put it down in a report to OSI. Of course, that's how you guys know it. So every bit of information they have, it came from me. So moving forward, so as I'm getting discharged, at that point, I'm saying, hey, I don't know what I can talk about because I have a lot of, I guess it would be like an NDA. And some of the cases were still ongoing. But I was telling my chain of command, you need to talk to OSI. Because you've got it wrong. There's no reason why I would have been given a pilot slot if I was just a shitbag cadet or Air Force guy. I mean, there's just no way. And so when they went to OSI, they went to the OSI command, and OSI said, we don't know what you're talking about. He's never worked with us. We didn't tell him to do any of this stuff. And the case handler that I was working with at the time, he essentially said, hey, I was prevented from speaking on your behalf. So you gotta fast forward.
So you're literally like, have you ever seen the movie The Departed?
Yeah.
So you're literally the one cop guy who file essentially got burned because the guy that knew who you were. When you say CI, you mean confidential informant, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you're the CIA, one guy knows your shit, and he's prohibited for other reasons from informing anybody else. So when they're trying to verify, hey, you've got all these demerits that you've got on your record, and we need to know what's up, and you're like, oh, well, it's because I'm part of a thing, and that guy's not allowed to talk to you. They just think you're basically just somebody jerking off, basically, right? Jerking around, right?
Pretty close, yeah, pretty close. So it was more like, so from the Academy leadership or Air Force leadership, they're just looking at me as like a shitbag guy, right? And they're just like, dude, this dude is just terrible.
Yeah, and you're arguing, you're trying to say that, like, you said you're a pilot?
So so if your AFSC, your Air Force job, your Air Force code is pilot. Pilot's one of the most competitive spots, obviously, in the Air Force.
Yeah, so if you're a pilot, it's unlikely that you're just a random jerk off that is fucking around, right? It seems like there's something else.
Exactly. That's the point. Yep. And not only that, to be honorably discharged, that wouldn't make any sense either. Now, here's kind of the double slap in the face. So I'm honorably discharged, but on my, so you're kind of rated and you're coded when you are discharged. The rating I have is the same rating as somebody who's convicted of a felony, like one of the convicted sexual assault guys. So although I have an honorable, which sounds good, the rating I have, it's essentially like even if we were in World War III, you're still not bringing me back. It's that type of rating, which is insane. They took my diploma.
Somebody in chat wants to know. I'm guessing they're military people. They said, what was the rating?
So the rating was RE4.
Okay.
I don't know if he knows that. It's going to be different, Air Force, Army, Marine. So I come out, I make an IG complaint, an Inspector General complaint. Right. The Air Force, the OSI falls under, and the IG kind of fall under the same branch, if you will. And so at the time, right before I was discharged, excuse me. So at the time, they essentially said, hey, we spoke to OSI and they can't confirm what you're saying. So I put in a FOIA request, multiple FOIA requests. My FOIA requests come back, no records found. At this point, I'm thinking this is fucking insane. Like I was on the witness stand. I wrote these thoughts. How can I not get access to anything that I wrote myself? The case handlers I was working with, they're no longer picking up all the connections that I had with OSI as far as different call numbers and different. If I'm stopping, it's because I'm trying not to speak on tradecraft, which I could definitely get in trouble for. But some of the ways we would communicate, that was just kind of off the picture. So 5 months, I want to say, 7 months 7 months later, I put in a congressional inquiry. I'm from Texas originally. I'm living in Atlanta right now. I put in a congressional inquiry, and my congressman puts in a request. I also contact a reporter by the name of Dave Phillips in Colorado Springs and told him, hey, I'm only reaching out to you because I'm kind of desperate, and I don't know what the hell just went on, but this is the only other arm I can think of. I've exhausted all of my other appeals. So the the congressman puts in a congressional inquiry. The reporter says, okay, let me hear your story. I tell him my story. At the time, I had zero documentation. I have an attorney at the time. He's former Air Force. He worked as a JAG, actually worked for OSI for the last 20 years. And he has his suspicions, but again, with no documentation, what can you do? I put in a request, send letters to the Pentagon, send letters to DOD, telling them, hey, you guys are missing it. There's a whole lot of stuff you guys aren't understanding. I'm trying to get back to serving. I mean, I'm not a spotlight guy. I mean, not at all. I played sports. I got hurt. Last few years, I was just thought I was doing the right thing. One of my friends was sexually assaulted, so I could tap into my motives, but I just thought we were all on the same team. So the congressional inquiry comes back, and all of a sudden, there's about 300 pages of documentation that he gets, and in the response, it's a partial release, right? But by this point, I'm already discharged. I give it to the reporter.
Thanks.
The reporter starts to poke around. And I want to say 8 months after my discharge, my case handler reaches out to my attorney and says, hey, I'd like to tell you what's going on because even myself, I was being retributed for what was going on with Operation Green. So he begins to share what was happening behind the curtain. The first article comes out, and there's huge waves, because this was right at the same time when there was different reports coming out about us spying across on our allies and things like that. So the media environment was just, I guess, kind of primed for this.
Sure.
And so huge waves, lots of people. I started getting phone calls from reporters and things from all across the globe. People started reaching out, wanting to know what was going on. And I was trying, I wasn't trying to give the Air Force, the institution, a black eye, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie either.
Yeah, and
so
you don't want your own shit to get fucked over trying to cover for other people when okay.
Exactly. And if you spoke to my mom, my mom's from Brooklyn, she's a Puerto Rican, she was like, you need to just go kind of balls to the wall and just, screw those guys kind of thing. And my attorney was thinking, let's try to fix this behind the scenes.
And then just to be clear, so that I have timeline right, just so I can get, this is from 20, this happened like 10 years ago, right?
Yeah. And now I'll kind of tie it in because it's still ongoing. I'm just trying to give a little background.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you've got to run, I totally get it.
No, I'm good. You're good. I was just curious. Okay. I'm just checking because somebody linked the New York Times story. Your name is Eric Thomas, I'm guessing, right? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Just checking. Okay. Yeah. Go.
Okay. So the article comes out, and different representatives start to get on board. I speak to my case handler. His name is Enos, and he begins to share a whole swath of what was going on behind the scenes. And he was essentially saying, hey, we weren't allowed to talk, or I was ordered not to speak on your behalf. His commander basically started to, what's the word? I don't want to say he faced retribution, but he went from, put in perspective, he went from Agent of the Year to take out the trash can when I started talking, saying, hey, I need some help. So Enos, he was getting out when that first article came out. And so he was speaking on background, and different representatives get involved. And so I want to say over the span of 6 years, it is a back and forth between investigations that the Air Force says that they're enacting. Senator Gillibrand, Senator Thune of South Dakota signed a bipartisan MFR to initiate a DOD IG investigation, and I'm exhausting the appeals that you can do for the military. It's called the BCMR. Now this is where things just kind of, I guess, get fucked and kind of puts me in the position that I am in today. So as this is going on in the realm of public domain, the Air Force is essentially saying two things. A, we knew everything that was going on, and although he was a great help for OSI, these were actually his friends. He was a fucked up cadet a bad apple, couldn't stay out of trouble.
Wait, hold on, just so I can get all the pronouns. You said these are his friends. The Air Force is saying that the people that you turned in were your friends, and you were all kind of fucking around together. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
They're essentially saying that these guys who are rapists, and just so everyone knows, I'm not like, if you're gonna say like snitch or whatever, these were people. This was like undoubtedly rapes. Like these weren't anything that was like a sexual assault. This was hold down, tear the pants. Each conviction was never a 1-to-1 ratio of victim to perpetrator. We're talking about a perpetrator with 8 or 7 victims. That's why the victim count is so high.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So that's what we're dealing with here. So to insinuate that these guys are my friends, especially when they're in different squadrons, they're different grades, is to me was just insane. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. These aren't what? But that's what they were putting out in the public domain. And then the second thing they were saying, so their narrative shifts because they didn't know, and that was my whole point. Was if you would sit down and talk to me or talk to the case handler, you'll know the whole story. And my argument then, as it was now, is the Air Force didn't know before making their decision, and made their decision on partial information. Okay. So as the information came out, though, and because it was such a big wave, in efforts to kind of protect the institution, the narrative consistently began to change to the point where it said we knew everything when they did. As this came out, the guys that got convicted started to go back to appeal because they didn't know at the time of their court martial that there was a CI on their case. So now this can of worms is getting even more complicated, right? Because these guys who were found guilty now have a good argument to go back and say, hey, it was our right to know if there was a someone working for the feds on this case. We didn't know that.
Okay.
So during that period, though, and this puts us into about, I want to say, 4 years ago. During that period of one of the former cadets, airman, his name is one of the convicted, Stefan Claxton. He is going through his appeals process. And in that appeals process, the agents that were working, that I was working with and that was working his case, are now under oath. And so now we have an official transcript in a court of appeals in which the OSI agents, this is, mind you, 6 years up from discharge now, or 5 years up from discharge now, coming out to say, hey, yeah, this is what we were doing. We were running them. This is what he was tasked with. This is what he couldn't say. Because of the gravity of some of the cases, I had to go through a lie detector test constantly to make sure that what I was saying was not just true, but that I wasn't speaking about OSI to anyone. And so as this information is coming out and going through the courts, the Air Force changes it up a little bit and says, okay, well, we knew most of it, but we didn't know these things. And even if we did know these things, it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the discharge or anything else. Okay. Fast forward, I've worked with over the, I want to say, 10 years now. Over 10 years, I've worked with almost every representative that you could think would have an interest in this on both sides of the aisle. Each one, and every time they've responded or been wanting to do something, they normally go through the normal paths of appeal, through investigation, or so forth and so on. The DOD investigation that Senator Gillibrand had and Senator Gillibrand had enacted, what they found was that OSIs, they looked at a bigger picture and they said, well, the Air Force didn't know, and this is the conflicting part, the Air Force didn't know of everything that was going on with you and OSI, so it's impossible that there would have been any type of retaliation. That's the question that the DOD OIG was asking.
Okay.
The other avenue of appeals is called the BCMR, stands for the Board of Military Review Correction, or Correction Reviews, anyway. They have the power, if somebody was discharged, to modify that discharge, whether it be from honorable or upgrade their discharge from, say, dishonorable to general under honorable, or general under honorable to honorable. And they have the power for reevaluation if someone is trying to, say, get back in or get certain benefits or so forth.
Okay.
So that body has the power to modify a lot of things. That appeals process found that the Air Force, they asked the question, did the Air Force have all the information at the time of discharge to make a proper decision, basically? And the Air Force said, yes, we did. So
And you're
what you
saying
have
no, they
here-
didn't because they couldn't talk to your handler, basically, right?
Right. What I'm saying is that there's two conflicting narratives. When you're going to the DOD OIG and you're saying, of course, there wasn't retaliation because we didn't know anything that was going on to retaliate against.
Mhm.
That's one. But when you go to the BCMR and you say, well, of course, we knew everything, so our paperwork is sound and we discharged off of full understanding and acknowledgement of his dealings with OSI, well, that's another. You can't, they both can't be true. Right?
Sure.
And but these reports came out at different times. The DOD OIG report comes out in 2016, 2017. The BCMR Court of Appeals, you have two opportunities, and I appealed twice. One came out in 2016, and I think the other one came out in 2017. And when they both came out, I sat there and I said, especially with counsel, and I've worked with counsel from Colorado, the JAG that I was saying, and also in DC, a law firm called Covington Law Firm, very well-known law firm up there. And they essentially said, look, you could sue them and go to court, but the courts don't have the power per se to get you what you want and what you're trying to do. Because there's a bit of a jurisdiction issue in terms of powers that the courts had. So your best bet is to try to speak to someone with authority to review your case and put some influence behind it. So I don't go, and the reason I bring it up is because I'm not going back to the DOD to bring an appeal using the findings of the BCMR. Neither am I going to the BCMR to appeal the findings of the DD because they're so contrast. Going down that road, according to my counsel at the time, was pretty futile. So that only left one option: politics and the people, media. And so around 2017, that's what I started to try to do, was garner some support in those directions. And so I'm speaking and sharing my story to as many people as are willing to listen. In 2018, the findings of the Claxton appeal, one of the convicted guys, comes out. And there's an audio opinion from the chief justices that to me, I thought this is kind of my silver bullet, where they say the government lied. And then I can send that to you if you ever want to listen to it. But they basically say the government lied. They were running this, didn't tell anybody, running this case on Claxton using ET or Eric Thomas, and intentionally withheld the information on what he was doing. The Claxton case is the case that I was discharged for.
Yeah.
Prior to Claxton's case, I'm not the smartest guy, so I always struggled academically, but everything else was sound. And I was on the road to graduation. So when that comes out, I'm sharing it with as many people as possible, but at the same time, I'm trying to stay as neutral as possible. So, when I was working with Senator Gillibrand, for example, she wanted me to speak and start, I guess, putting my case and attach it to things like Title X. At the time, she was trying to sign a bill that would take the powers out of the command in terms of sexual assault and give to civilians and whatnot. And I was just trying really hard not to make my case super political. I tried reaching out to, at the time, in the very beginning, I tried reaching out to the Obama administration and different advocacy groups, women advocacy groups, tried to write letters on my behalf. It went just completely ignored. I tried reaching out to the Biden campaign at the time, which was a campaign for sexual assaults around college campuses. That went ignored. Fast forward to the Trump administration, ironically enough, I was able to get in contact with someone pretty high up in the Trump administration and shared my story with them with all the details. They also spoke to the case handler and everybody else that's in my story. They shared what they knew. We gave documentation, so forth. And that person went and spoke to President Trump with kind of a summary of my entire case. He looked at it because the executive side, it's not a pardon because I didn't do anything criminal, but the the commander-in-chief has the authority, obviously, to put me back in. And looked at it. I got a notice that said, hey, here's an MFR or not MFR, I forgot what it's called, a presidential letter that we're looking at writing. You want to see if this looks right on your end? I said, yeah. They took it back, and they said they're getting it reviewed under legal and so forth. So here I am sitting. This is 2020, what was it? The year right before Trump got out? 2020? Is that 2020?
2020, yeah.
2020, yeah. They're looking at it, and it's just sitting on review. And at that point, I'm thinking, okay, great. I'm going to get a signature. Then I don't know what happened. I'm guessing I fell beneath the cracks or something, or I don't know. But it didn't get signed, obviously. So then it puts me all the way back to square one. To give you an idea, Destiny Man, I've moved from state to state just trying to, if I thought there was a political or a media angle in terms of these people could help me, but maybe I should be in their state. That's literally what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I've gone from Arizona to, Colorado Springs to South Dakota, from South Dakota to Arizona.
I'm hearing your story. I have no idea how I'm supposed to, what I can do for any of this.
No. I know you're not going to be able to do anything, but the reason I thought I'd talk to you is I'm trying. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to reach the Biden administration, and really I'm just looking for an opportunity to talk to somebody who has the authority to do something on my case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a line to Biden or anything, so yeah. But go ahead.
That'd be awesome. That'd be sick. But to do that, from what I've been told, I suck with this stuff, man. This is just an trade book. But I thought maybe, and the reason I was talking to you and I talked to everyone is, what's the best way to try to garner support or find an angle? Because there's no textbook to this. I mean, you don't know. I don't know. Legal definitely doesn't know. The only way I got to Trump was by service. I went to church. One of the people that I was talking to there at the time knew a person very high up and got me a meeting with them. So it was just kind of complete circumstantial there. I've sent letters. That doesn't work. I've reached out and again, trying to stay as honest and transparent as possible. Like, I worked with Senator Haas over here, and pretty much said, hey, is it possible to speak to someone in the Biden administration to hopefully get my degree, get my diploma, and get back to work serving as a pilot. And they wanted to know who I was working with in the Trump administration more than they wanted to know, what was going on in terms of my case. So that's kind of stuff I kind of see whenever I do get a little bit of interest. And I guess my question to you, and maybe to chat and everyone else, is how do you I guess not get ignored and get out there to try to get, I guess, the attention of the administration without lying? I could lie, but it wouldn't serve me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd say find a way to make the story a bit more concise. That would probably be one way to help.
Dude, I know, man. I know.
Yeah, fuck.
Dude, I'm a mess. Like, it's not my field, dude. Like, I'm too close to the weeds. You know what I mean? And I ramble, so I don't know how to like articulate. How do I articulate 10 years and just not sound like a nut? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I truly have no idea. This is just way out of my wheelhouse. I mean, I don't even know what groups you'd contact. I mean, it sounds like you could almost write a little bit off of like Me Too-ish stuff for this. Like, you helped put rapists behind jail, and you can argue that it seems like there was some sort of retaliatory action in exchange for that. So now you're seeking justice as a... Wait, are you black?
Yeah, man, I'm black.
Yeah, as a proud black American of color, trying to, if you're a single parent household, I don't know, flex as many of those fucking credentials as you can. Like, I don't know. That'd be my thing, but I don't know who would be the best person you could go to or anything. I have no fucking idea. I just truly don't know. Yeah,
I hear you, man. That's what the challenge is that it's not about I guess the story as much as it's about the microphone or I don't know, vector of voice to whom I should talk to. I've tried. What's weird is I've tried media, like the guy that wrote the New York Times article. He wants and he has been trying to write more on it because he believes there is more in it, but his editor told him not to. And so what I've been trying to do is just, I don't know, talk to people who are more in the, I guess, media-ish landscape to say, hey, would you kind of just get, I guess, seen and noticed at the end of the day?
Yeah, I
And
truly
that's
have
why
no
I
idea.
thought
I'm not sure. Yeah. You could try shooting a message to Hassan. I don't know if he would hear this. I don't think he does this type of stuff.
Well, my concern, man, is like when I've listened. I don't really listen to those guys. I've maybe heard like 2 things, but I just don't like when you try to like twist stuff. You know what I mean? Like
When you try to what stuff?
Twist things. When you
Oh,
when
you don't have
try
to twist. I mean, you're not twisting. You're just trying to tell it in the most favorable angle possible to get people. Like you want to like this is something that if I was you, like I would be smashing that id poll angle like as hard as possible. Like black identity politics, like black Puerto Rican man saves poor women from fucking rape, or not saves from, but like gets conviction in rape case or whatever. Like I don't know. Like I would just smash out as hard as possible and see who's interested in picking it up. I mean, if you can make this more concise, like it's assuming everything you've told me is true. It sounds like a juicy story. Like it's it seems like it's interesting. It's newsworthy. It seems like there's an injustice that could be righted that hasn't been. There's like direct paths of like action for success. Like it just feels like you have to get it in front of the right people that would be media interested. But
and I mean, I think you're hitting on the point, right? Like I know it's not super concise. It's just because it's me and I'm in the weeds, and I think. Well, fuck, man, I'm going to say this, I'm going to sound like a nut, so let me add this detail, and let me add this deal. You know what I mean? And then it just fucking blows up. And that's why I've been just trying to simply ask, hey, I and the case handler that work with us, I'd love to sit down and possibly share my case. You can give me 30 minutes. But then that doesn't seem like enough, right? So maybe...
You could definitely tell this in 30 minutes. I'm sorry, like... I might fuck some of this up, but like this is my takeaway broadly from everything that happened.
Give it to me, man.
Okay, yeah, this is. Yeah. I feel like this is how I would describe it. So, it sounds like you were spending some time in the military, maybe on base or something. You had witnessed sexual assault and bad things happening. You got questioned about it. You started to turn in the people that did it, and due to that, you were able to help investigators get historic convictions of hardcore actual rapists in the military. Not like sexual assault, not like made some inappropriate comments, but like actual like fucking full-on rapists were convicted because of you. However, as a result of you providing details in those filings, those details were used to give you demerits that ultimately led to you being discharged from the service. And without that, you had no reason to be. This type of behavior would discourage people in the future from coming forward, and it demeans an Air Forceman. You said you were Air Force, right? Not Navy?
Yep.
Yeah, it demeans you, it besmirches your record, it cuts you off from future opportunities, and at the end of the day, it almost feels retaliatory, like there's a system in place that's protecting these types of people in the future, because maybe somebody in the future that might give some sort of details for these types of crimes is going to look instead on their own record and worry that they're going to be, even honorably discharged with a shitty record, and it's going to preclude them from pursuing anything they want in the future. Like that's essentially, I think, like your story, and you just like hammer like really hard on those important facts, and all the 50 million other details aren't really relevant. You can dig into the weeds on the article, but like those are the things I would focus on. Like,
yeah, and yeah, it makes sense. And so there was this Huffington Post article that came out. I think it was like 2016 or 2018 that was kind of tapping, I think, into that angle. And it got me to speak at the state Senate floor in Arizona. But it was representatives, obviously. But I mean, I'm so thankful for it. But it doesn't. The hard part is that I guess I've had things similar like that come out on different platforms, but it doesn't seem to be enough to ultimately get to the Biden administration at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the paths there. I don't talk to the Biden administration. Journalists say your best case. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I know you know. Yeah, I'm sorry. But like, yeah, I don't know. Trying to get something in front of the president is not something I've ever tried to do before. But I mean, also, right? I could be wrong too. But I don't think this is something you have to get in front of the president. This sounds like something that if it stirred up enough media attention, based on everything you said, if everything you said is true, that there would be people in the military that would like dramatically try to correct this. Because it would be a horrible PR disaster for them, right? But
yeah, and what the Air Force usually responds with is something along the lines of, "Well, we've looked into this, and here are our conclusions." That's usually, so things always go to like some type of liaison.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a matter of none of that matters if it gets public enough, right? Like if you, I don't know if you, try more for like your local congressman or governor or whatever the fuck. But like if it gets big enough, like shit will change. There is not going to be a lease out if there's like fucking stories over and over again about like Puerto Rican man gets basically discharged from the military for, you know, reporting and leading to historic rape convictions. No amount of like there are going to be people that are going to move on that because it's going to look so fucking bad. That'd be my guess, but yeah.
Do you think it's wise, kind of in your opinion? So recently, I want to say like a year ago. Do you know who Nora O'Donnell is?
Nope.
She is, I think she's like head reporter or head anchor for Good Morning America. I think that's what it is. Anyway, they cover sexual assaults and stuff like that a lot. And one of her executive producers reached out because they were running a story on sexual assaults, speaking to a victim. And the victim knows my case and wanted to run a story, but the angle of the story that they wanted to run was more about Trump at the end of the day, right? They wanted to see who was the person, what was Trump doing about your story. And anyway, the vibe I was getting from it was that I feel like you guys are trying to make this super political.
I mean, like this, it's going to be kind of political, right? Because the ordinary systems have failed you, so now you kind of have to lean on that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and I know that feels probably shitty, especially something in the military, but like...
Yeah, and so that's the conundrum, right? It's like, if it goes down that way, well, now I look like the guy who was just trying maybe get attention or just trying to blacken the institution. Ironically enough, one of the commanders that was in when I was there, he's now the superintendent of the Air Force. So like the guy that was kind of trying to cover stuff up, he's the current superintendent. So I know that's probably, and he's a Trump appointee. So I know that's where they're probably going to take it. And I don't know, what's your opinion? Do you think it's wise to go into the institution that you just gave a huge black eye to that way? I mean,
it's up to you. It's up to your goal. I mean, it's been 10 years. Do you still want to go back? Like, I mean, that's up to you to figure out what your goal is. But yeah.
Yeah. What I want to fly. But yeah. Anyway, that was kind of my case, man. I know it's kind of convoluted and fucking everywhere, but I thought maybe somebody had some insight. And I've heard that before, and maybe that's the way to go. I'm just not a fucking politician, dude. It's just I hate the fucking twisting of stories to get an agenda across.
Sure. Well, damn. But, I mean, good luck. That's all I can say. Yeah.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And I might chime in here and there whenever someone's saying some wacky fitness things. I think last week, somebody was saying something crazy about beginner stuff and whatever, but yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Well, good luck.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Seriously, good luck. We wish you the best. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Bye.
Have fun. Peace out.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, what's up? Are you okay? Are you crying? What's wrong? You don't want to talk about it?
Are we beginning?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, buddy.
What time did you say you have to leave?
I'll probably quit streaming at 6 to go. I might gym and then pack and all that shit. Do you need help?
No.
Okay, just checking.
You're worried about like drift marks?
You're good.
You could make room for me though. So I don't have to like sit on top of myself.
Sure. Uh-oh, Adriana. What are you doing in here, buddy? How was your? What'd you get? Did you get a cheese Danish?
Yeah.
Was it everything you dreamed it would be?
Why
Was
is
it?
this up here?
Because I wasn't using it at the moment, so.
Is it turned on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Someone said, cover your other shoulder. You look retarded. I don't know if they were talking to you.
Cover my other shoulder?
Is like one shoulder uncovered? Maybe that he might not have been talking to you at all. I don't know why. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Like that.
Cover my other shoulder. Does she only have one style of shirt with different colors? What the fuck?
Is that true? Do you have one style of shirt?
Is the style just
I don't know.
plunging?
Is plunging, is that what you would describe it as?
Low plunging, yeah.
Low plunging? Okay. Is there high plunging?
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I feel like you can only plunge in one direction.
Are we playing this video?
I was just saying how your day is. How was your cheese Danish?
We don't need to do this.
You don't want to talk at all about...
No.
Why?
Podcast. I just woke up. I'm still drinking my coffee. Let's get the show on.
Are you sure you're mentally ready? Are you prepared for this video? You don't need to...
Yeah, because Brittany's going to give me way more charisma than you are, so it's going to rile me up. Let's go.
Okay.
Is this in person? No, right?
No.
Okay. Is he still in Asia?
I have no idea, but I'm sure we'll find out.
What's their relationship? I'm confused. Because you guys' falling out was about them, kind of, right?
Not necessarily.
Or like her comparing you guys. Are they like...
Well, there's a little bit of it, but
close?
we were not. Apparently, no, not at all. I guess.
No, them.
I don't think so either. But okay. She'll wake up on the wrong side of the balcony. Nice. Farah is quiet. That's because she is not speaking to. Okay.
I am.
There you go. Okay. Oh wait. Wait. Talk a few times. Hold on.
Hi. Is it working?
Okay. Try again.
Hi.
Okay. Hold on. You're so quiet. Okay. Testing. 1 2. Test. Test. Is this? Is this mic kind of quiet? It's kind of quiet. Okay, try again.
Hello.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. I think it's fine. Right, you think? Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Wait, so what's the context of this?
What's the context of... I don't know. I have no idea.
What is this titled?
Brittany Simon exposes the dark realities behind Sneako's mind.
Oh, he posted this? Okay.
He did, yeah. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to today's podcast. My name is Brittany Simon. In today's podcast, we are guested by Sneako. Hi, Sneako.
How you doing, Brittany? It's good to be back.
Good. So happy to see you. And his friend, Danya?
Danya, we were on Pearl's show yesterday. She's
Awesome.
she's well spoken, and she makes a lot of sense. She's actually has a similar worldview to you, Brittany.
Yeah.
But she didn't really get the chance to speak that much on the podcast because there's some loud feminists who just talk over the whole time. So I think she'd
Did
be
it
good to
ruin
have.
it? Well, I'm
Yeah,
excited to hear from you guys then. Go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, it just gives me a headache talking to these people. But Danya is a woman who makes sense.
Okay, I'm excited about that. How did you guys meet?
We met on the show yesterday.
Like literally yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, here's to new friendships, I guess.
Do you have any opinions about that?
That they met yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did make it sound like they were a lot closer.
Maybe
what did he
they're
say in
close.
that one clip that he has like 5 girlfriends right now?
I think that clip was from oh, no, wait. He couldn't have been talking about her on that show. There's no way.
So she heard all that and then felt compelled to join the
I guess so,
harem?
yeah. She wanted to be girl number 4 or 5, yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, that's
Yeah.
exciting. How old are you? Well, tell us how old you both are.
I'm 24 and Danny's 22.
22. Okay, awesome. So I wanted to have you on the podcast, Nico, and of course I'm happy you're here as well. I want to talk about being exceptional. It's come up a lot, and I think because of where you're at in the world, I would argue that you are quite exceptional. But I know a lot of people
Is she,
don't
like,
want
in
to
love
think
with
that
him?
of you. And
What?
Is she in love with him?
No, her statement is fair so far. He is an exceptional person. No?
No, but I'm just confused because isn't her thing like you guys had a falling out because she's hyper feminist and she felt like your takes weren't feminist enough or something? So I'm just confused why Sneako meets her benchmark.
I wouldn't describe her as hyper feminist, but we'd have to dig into a whole bunch of stuff to get into all of that. Don't worry about our stuff. That has nothing to do with this. Okay, that's a totally separate thing. All right.
I was more so talking about them, but yeah, continue.
So I wanted to ask you, why do you think people have a hard time seeing you as exceptional?
I think a lot of people have their own agenda and they have a lot of ego. I think social media has done that, and we see it like in the podcast we were on yesterday. Everybody wants to be that voice of truth and thinks that they know everything, and I don't think people are willing to put themselves in a vulnerable situation to be completely honest. People don't like being wrong. People don't like being curious. And I think I add something to the social media space that's pretty uncommon when it comes to being curious and open-minded and being extremely honest. And I've been doing it for so long. I don't really come on acting like I know everything. I come on with a mindset of seeking truth, which is rare. And I think I think a lot of it is jealousy. And also a lot of it is also arrogance and a lack of understanding. But this is why I like what you do, is that you come in with a lot of empathy, and not fake empathy, which is what I think a lot of women do now. They a lot of times they can be patronizing in the way that they talk to men. And we saw it on the show last night. There's the way they talk to men, they'll do this fake empathy thing where they'll be like, "Oh, do you know how to fight?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know how to fight." "Oh, okay, that's good." It's like you have to qualify. It's like, "Oh, you're not a little bitch. Like, oh, you're like a big boy, huh?" And it's not. And they act like it's empathetic and understanding because they'll be like, "Oh, that's really good. Oh, you're like a rumbler. Like you're like exceptional. Okay, that's whatever. They're kind of gay, but still." That's the way that they talk, and it's not really empathetic. It doesn't come from a place of understanding. It comes from a place of competition.
Because one of the things I struggle with, especially when I start to express, interest in different people's belief systems and how people do things, I guess I see like parts of people I know in you, so I can humanize you very easily. Or I'm like, oh yeah, like I know people who have this mindset, or I know people just like this, and they're really good people. And so from knowing people similar to you, I'm like, well, I know they're good. And then I've talked to you a little bit, and I know you're good, and I know you have the best intentions. But do you think that it's ideology that really makes people think you have bad intentions? Or is there some part of you that secretly does have bad intentions?
I don't have bad intentions. And it's not just ideology. And I think the reason that you understand it is because probably the people that you're talking about are they younger than you?
Yeah, they can be. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what you are understanding is when I sound aggressive or when I sound straightforward, people will get off put by that. They're like, why is this guy like yelling at me? Like, calm down. Yesterday we did the show and this girl said that I was vibrating with misogyny. And I've never heard that before. He's like, your vibrations are misogynistic. And it's I've never heard that in my life, which I thought was extremely stupid. But I do understand it because there's people with the same ideology as me, but they come off and they explain it in a different way. And
this is not, this is kind of like a political thing that I do. Something that irritates me is that I don't like it when people always respond to like the worst faith arguments that the other side puts out. So like if I wanted to fight against like feminism, like my examples are just like the craziest feminists on a show. Like why not actually find the stronger version of their argument and fight with that? That's something that people do a lot that triggers the fuck out of me. And I think when you do that, you can always make sides look way fucking crazier than they actually are. Like imagine if I treated like the average conservative as somebody that believes in QAnon, or the average conservative as somebody that is like fuck, it's hard because a lot of average conservative beliefs are a little bit crazy today, but just not like addressing like the claims that they're making like seriously is I think it's kind of sad. And then I don't know. Do you want any comments on that, or are you good?
Wait, you're saying he's not addressing the feminist
No,
concerns,
like
or
when
they're
he has.
addressing
I don't know
his?
if he could even in good faith state like what a feminist issue might be with like Andrew Tate. Like all he's going to do is appeal to the ones that are like, oh, they're saying Andrew Tate's a rapist, but they don't even know that. And it's like, yeah, those people are stupid. But he won't respond to like actual good faith criticisms or whatever, you know.
I mean, I didn't watch the podcast he's talking about. Did you?
No, but even like listening to how he's describing like oh, like feminists do this thing and blah blah blah. It's like okay, But he also has a tendency to do that in conversations. Like as soon as he starts going, he's always going to be like steamrolling, like, yeah, they told you need to get the vax, otherwise you're going to blah this, and then the Matrix will do this and that and that and that and that. And it's never actually like engaging critically with any of the ideas. It's always just like this is like my repeated talking points to like respond to the most extreme versions of the other side. Like, yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I come on pretty hard-headed and aggressive and debate style and loud, which people, they see it as like a personal attack. People get really off put by that. I've noticed in my life that people always explain to me, that the way I'm speaking is off-putting to people. But I think that you kind of see past that, and you don't really consider that as aggressive as other people do, which I could probably do better at articulating myself in that way to get through to more people. I can understand why women would say that I'm vibrating with misogyny, but in some sense, I don't really feel the need to go and change up my tone of voice for these people, because I think that they're already going to disagree with me regardless. The reason why I like Danya and why I like you, Brittany, is because I don't need to go and shift that up. I can just express myself properly and not have to readjust. Do you think that makes sense?
I think it's more about listening to what you actually have to say rather than
how you say it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Honestly, I run into the same problem, and maybe you guys too in your life, but people always tell me that, Brittany, change the way you talk differently, do it different. But the idea is that I'm supposed to be authentic, right? Isn't that the goal? So why would I switch it up? Now, I want to be a good communicator, so sometimes I'm not the best, but the way I talk, and maybe it's my Middle Eastern genes over here, but like, it feels aggressive to people, but I don't mean it to be. It's just, that's just who I am personality-wise. But I also am trying to reach a very specific audience. I know who my audience is, who I'm trying to talk to. So the question is, like, when you make content, who are you trying to talk to? Do you know?
Yeah, I know exactly who it is. So I like talking to the whole world. I want everybody to, I like having input in all.
This is personal and not anything to do with this, and I won't do many of these. I'm so sorry. But I feel like one of her largest criticisms of me was that I'm not aware that I'm talking to a bubble, but that I'm trying to talk to everybody. I feel like she criticized me on that like multiple times. So it's going to be really interesting if she lets Sneako get away with the I'm talking to the whole world thing without pushing back on that. But that's like a personal thing. I guess it's not necessarily whatever, but
all types of conversations. I have a specific point of view, and I do have my core audience. I'm on Discord right now, and I just had to go put an announcement because we were getting warnings for anti-vaccine content and violent. So my audience is on the same page as me. They understand it, but I like being a part of the bigger conversation. So I think I'm at a point where I do have the core people that listen, but also there's an equal amount of people that hate watch and that like to watch and disagree with me, which I don't think is a bad thing. I'm not really afraid of that. I like having open dialogue. I like having debate, and it doesn't really bother me if people don't like me.
Yeah. Danya, what about in your regular life? Do you ever see it? Are you a dominant personality yourself, or do you find yourself to be more stoic?
No,
or
I think so. I think when encouraging people to do better in life, some people do take it as an attack.
Totally.
rather than advice or seeing it as someone wanting you to do better.
Totally.
You know?
I run into that all the time.
Definitely, I've been told about my tone of voice and stuff, but people just kind of need to see past that and
I'm sure you've heard me say it a bunch of times, Sneako, but like, I really think everyone is so different. We all live like in these different bubbles, but I think that for me, I need to be kind of have my ass kicked a little bit. Like when I'm trying to be exceptional, when I'm trying to literally beat statistics, when I'm trying to be that person, it means that I have to defy whatever that default is, right? So how could I not be somebody who needs like a little bit of aggression to get that motivation going? And that aggression can be off-putting to most people, but if most people aren't doing the thing, I think it would be off-putting to them because they don't even know like how aggressive you have to be in certain areas to just get ahead. So I think there's a combination of those two things. Like even getting yourself to the gym takes discipline. And discipline is not something that I'm seeing quite frequently. Like, have you guys ever heard the saying, like, die for your values? Do any of you know? Like, do you ever grow up hearing that?
Like, respect. Or death before dishonor.
Yes, okay. A lot of people, I said that on stream the other day, and someone was like, who dies for their values? Who dies for their beliefs? And I'm like, what are you talking? The world is built off of men who died for their beliefs. So the idea that people are disconnected from that idea makes them cynical of you. Because it makes them think, well, you know, what is Sneako really trying to do? And I think you're trying to be better, but I think that your process for being better looks offensive to other people. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you said it perfectly. And I want to thank you for defending me and saying that how authentic you think I am. Because, yeah, I think you got it spot on. It's just about... But at the same time, you need to figure out a better way of communication, like the most effective form of communication. My way of doing it, and I think our way is similar. It can be off-putting and aggressive to people, and it does add entertainment value when it comes to understanding.
Yeah.
You're going to have a hard time changing people's minds because they're so off-put
Okay,
by how
I
you're.
need clarification. I don't watch a ton of Sneako's content. Pretty much what I see is just like videos on TikTok. So maybe that's just me seeing the worst of him or like the most inflammatory of him. But they're making it sound like people's problem with him is with his tone versus like the contents of what he's saying. But I thought he like is inflammatory. Like he tries to be inflammatory. Like the clips I see of him are saying like, oh, women are just good for pussy. I have a harem of women who are basically my slaves and assistants and stuff, like, which I get if he's trying to go viral or be like the next Andrew Tate. But then is he actually annoyed when people give him pushback? Like, isn't that what he wants? Isn't that like his viral model right now?
I think he's still like going through an exploratory phase to figure out what he wants his tone to be. So for instance, he kind of recently just came off a big fight with, you know who Moist Critical is? Where he was like flashing a gun on the screen, like saying like pull up basically. And then after he had that, he had a conversation with him about that. And after that conversation, I think this was like a couple of weeks ago, after that, he was like, I think I need to be like less mean to people and more love of Jesus or some bullshit. So maybe this is like a new step forward that he's trying to do where he's not trying to be as inflammatory. Yeah, that still seems to be a thing that he's trying to sort out. So I don't know where he's at.
But aren't they talking about the podcast where he says the thing about having like a harem of servants? Like, isn't that...
Yeah, but I don't know if that's inflammatory. I think he genuinely believes that like that's a good thing and he's trying to do that. I don't think he's trying to be inflammatory. He's just talking about all the wonderful women that he's got working for him now because he's trying to build
You don't think he's just trying to sound like Andrew Tate?
He's trying to sound like Andrew Tate, but I think he's trying to be genuine. He's not trying to sound inflammatory. He's trying to say that like a powerful man should have like a harem of women doing work for him. Okay. I think he genuinely believes it. I don't think he's being inflammatory. You know? Or he's not trying to be inflammatory. You know?
You're saying it. They're focused on the way you're saying it rather than what you're saying. So your message does get lost. Absolutely. And if you want to be the most effective communicator, you would get past that. But that's a constant thought process I have. It's like, are these people even really worth trying to get through to? Are these people are they really stuck in their ways, or are they worth changing? You know, if the people that are capable of change, they have to want to change.
Yes.
And I think the people that want to change would understand it, but the people that were never going to change, they won't be able to hear it. So it's this balance, and but eventually I think that is the best form of communication.
Yeah, there's something to be said, you know, growing up in a house, I have 9 siblings. And so I'm used to all these personalities and and I'm the oldest of 7 of them. So I have 2 older brothers, and then the rest are like my little siblings. And they come to me and they'll say things like, hey, what do you think I should do with this? And how do you think I should do this? And every time I give them advice, they still pick their own path. Ultimately, I can only give them my advice, and then they have to do the journey they're going to do. And do I sometimes get insane anxiety over the like mistakes my brothers make sometimes? Yes. But they are learning the same I learned. Every time I messed up, every time I did something poorly, every time I didn't understand why it didn't work for me, I had to reconstruct my perspective to actually attain my goals. I had to change. I had to radically change. And that was very difficult. Honestly, sometimes I felt like I wasn't going to make it through the change. Have you ever felt that way, like through a transformation where you're like, I've really got to do this, or I'm not going to make it?
No, I never have a defeatist mindset when it comes to that. I always know that I'm going to come out as a better person. It's just sometimes I wish I could, well, this is a stupid thought, but I'm like, I wish I could just fast forward to the end part where I've already figured this part out.
Totally.
But you have to enjoy the process of the work. If you don't enjoy it, then it's going to be grueling, and you have to enjoy it to the best of your ability every moment of life.
I agree with you.
Yeah?
If you don't enjoy what you do, then it's going to feel like a chore every day. And if you love what you do and you do it for free, then you never work a day in your life. So
I hate advice like this because it doesn't apply to like 99% of people. Have you ever seen there's like 4 circles explaining I don't even know what they're called, and I'm not going to be able, but it's like it explains like the trifecta if you can do it. One is like something you love, another thing is like something you're good at, and then another thing is like something that's like spiritual fulfillment, and another thing is like something that like serves your community. And it's like, if you can find something here, it's like the golden fucking best thing in the world. But the reality is that most people have to like compromise. Like you do something that you're good at, that like has value, and then you use that to invest in like things that you love, that are good for your community. People are saying it's called Ikagi. I don't know what the fuck, that might be it. Ikigai? Gimbop? Oh, this shit. What you love, what the world needs, what you get paid for, and what you're good at. Like this is, yeah, but usually you have to combine like a couple of these things and then you work on the other things. Like I think the goal, the goal for most people in life. Red pillars try to sell you this idea that you should live the ultimate life, but truly the goal should be find a job that you don't fucking hate, you get paid like good money at, and then use that to fund your vacations, your hobbies, the things that you really love that bring you joy in life. I think that should be like most people's goals. But do you have any input on that?
Yeah, I heard you kind of talk to Sneeko about this. It's like, oh, not everyone can be a YouTuber, but I don't think those are like the only types of professions that fit into the Akagi. Like I think being a doctor and a lawyer, like, isn't that also utilizing the Akagi model? Like I would say most professions could fall into it. Obviously, like if,
what
if
you're
you're
saying,
like a garbage man or something, probably not, because you're not going to love doing that. But you kind of fit the other categories. But I would say like the average profession it's very doable to hit all those boxes, right?
It can be, but they never talk about those ones, right? Like if they were saying things like, if you really want to like serve and do all this, blah, 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 like you should try really hard to become like a lawyer or doctor. That's not what they're saying. They're saying you should grind, hustle, set, and find the right crypto to invest in so that you can like sail yachts and do that, right?
Yeah.
Like what you're saying is true. There are those like really difficult to obtain jobs that have, that are laborious, education intensive, et cetera. But these guys are never pushing for stuff like that. It's always drop shipping.
YouTuber, yeah.
And YouTubing, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I keep uploading videos, but here I am. Like, and you know what? I just hit my first 6 figures, so I was pretty proud of myself. It finally happened.
Congratulations.
Thank
In a
you.
month?
But no, God, oh please, Sneeko, please. I'm poor as hell. No, in a year. No, I just finally reached my first 6 figures, and that's a big deal for me because I was a person who like struggled with like being financially set, thinking about business, being business minded, and I feel like I'm just starting that. And you're so young. You've already succeeded way past. Like, do you ever feel intimidated by your own, like, where you are so young?
No. Actually, I never feel that way whatsoever. I just compare myself to people that are more successful. Like, I listened to Central C a lot recently. I think he's in London too. He's around the same age as me. He just dropped an album called 23, which is just documenting his life at 23. Just listened to the lyric before I went out to dinner, and he was talking about how, like, he can't die now because he hasn't made 100 million yet. And I hear that, I'm like, man, I gotta step my game up. Like, I could have been more productive today. Why am I not making 100 million? Like, sometimes I overslept this morning, and it's like, why am I wasting any time laying in bed?
I hate that all of these red pillars, they do this thing, and I push Fresh and Fit on this. I think I pushed Sneeko on this when I was on the show. I always say that, like, your guys' marketing is always such fucking ass, because they always claim that, like, the society we live in leaves you spiritually, like, destitute, and all you guys talk about are, like, Bugattis and cars, and every time I'm on their shows, I always say, that's not all we talk about. Like, that's just the reward that follows. Like, that's not all we talk about. But anytime you listen to them talk, when, like, I'm not pressing them, or they're not being pressed on it, it's always, like, this shit. Like, oh, I gotta live to make 100 million. I gotta live to make 100 million. Like, and it's like, come on, like, there's got to be more to life than that. I don't know. It's irritating because it's so consumerist driven, you know, like.
Yeah, doesn't that overlap with like the Matrix values that they always?
Yeah, it literally is the Matrix, right? You're trying to do the things that are going to make the corporations the happiest, so that you can get money and spend it, and like tell other people to be consumers and do the same, you know. Like Hassan doing it is bad enough, but Sneeko too? Like, come on.
Yeah, it surprises me to hear Sneeko say this because he's the guy who always says like views don't matter, don't like let a number on your screen like dictate your values and stuff like that.
Well, he used to say that. I don't know if he would anymore. I'm not sure.
He said that when we all hung out, because I said, do you guys want to film content? And he was like, you let a number on a screen dictate your life.
Yeah, but that's different though, because he probably thought that you were trying to just use him for content, and he didn't want to film, so he just says that instead.
Yeah, he just said it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Except he was down to do it for 5 to 7K.
True.
But
yeah, because if you were the better version, okay, if you were actually Mia Khalifa, he would have done it. But since you're just Farah, he was like, fuck no, not enough viewers. He's like Hassan, you know, clout brain.
What platform is Mia Khalifa getting views on that isn't Pornhub?
I have no idea.
That's getting
actually.
More views than me. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
You just want to neg me?
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Did it work? You sound pretty negged right now.
Yeah.
Good.
Like scrolling for a little bit when I could be making $100 million, when I could be influencing more people, when I could be making a different video that I've never made before. Like I don't ever look at the place in my life and get complacent. I just look at people who are doing better, who are more motivated, who are doing more than me. I'm like, man, why am I not in that position? Because I don't see anybody else having an unfair advantage compared to me. I see it as we're all dealt the same hand. And
what do you think about that?
What?
That like he has no unfair advantage. Like, do you agree that everyone kind of has the same chance of going viral or being like a YouTuber or making easy money?
No.
Why?
Because that we argued over this. Like, he's been making YouTube videos since he was like fucking what, 14, 13? So clearly his chances are going to be way higher. And the fact that you even have that opportunity means that you already were blessed with so many things that you didn't do anything to deserve, right? Like there were portions of my background from 13 and onward where my family was like pretty poor. But prior to that, like we had a family home computer. Back in my day, we have it was like one computer in the family room because there weren't a ton of them. But like, so like the fact that I had that and the ability to practice and play on that, if I didn't have that growing up, I probably wouldn't have been a streamer. Or the fact that my parents could buy me a PlayStation, man, I played games, and gaming is how I got into it. And I didn't do anything to earn that. I was just a kid that happened to be born in the right place at the right time. Like lots of people have different types of advantages. It's important to recognize that, but then it's also important to not let that destroy you, right? Where you're saying that like, oh, well, because I'm a black person, because I'm a woman, because I'm poor, I can't ever do anything. But it's good to be aware of them, I think. Yeah.
The only reason that I'm not at the same point as somebody else is just lack of self-discipline and a lack of a strong work ethic. I don't. Yesterday we were having this discussion, and I noticed a lot of people in my generation, they use things like racism to hold them back. Like, oh, I'm black, so I can't have this, or I'm an immigrant, so I can't be here, and this is like misogyny and all this stuff. And that type of mindset, that defeatist mindset, which is essentially what it is, that will hold you back more than any other circumstance in life. So I think that if you detach your mind from anything that's going to hold you back that you have no control of, even if racism does exist, your belief that is holding you back is stronger than the racism that's actually out there.
So this is true. I think that people do get really defeatist. Like it might be true that you're like have some disadvantages or whatever, but if you start to like fixate on that shit, it's like the most self-destructive thing in the world, I think.
Yeah, I follow this like Russian vlogger girl. She's super pretty. She does like lifestyle content, and she talks about how like she sells this course, and as soon as you sell a course, people are gonna get mad at you and think that like you're, I don't know, ignoring your privileges, whatever. And people were telling her like she only has a following because she's like pretty or whatever. She has pretty privilege. Not everyone could do what she does. And she was like, that's not true. Like there's millions of pretty girls who don't make, you know what I mean, like 7 figures or whatever. And she was just like, the only 2 privileges that I have, you guys also have, which is Wi-Fi connection and iPhone, which basically everyone in America has at this point. So I don't feel like it's race or any of these things that necessarily hold people back. I would say like there's privileges in terms of like intellect and creativity and other things, right? So I don't know if everyone has an equal chance, because I think if you're fundamentally an uncreative person, even if you have like an iPhone and a Wi-Fi connection, I don't think you can necessarily like do what Sneako does. But I don't think the privilege is race, right, or gender when it comes to at least internet stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely privileges that like influence you, but like arguably the most important privilege you can probably have right now if you're in the United States is that you were born in the United States.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's not like black people aren't slaves here right now, and like people have generally like access to like computers or infrastructure and shit. Like, yeah, you can't. Yeah.
I was thinking about that yesterday in relation to my parents. I was thinking like it's crazy how different my life is from theirs just because of time and place. Like I don't think I'm any smarter or more creative than my parents, and they're cashiers and make minimum wage, or the fact that like just because I was born here, you know what I mean, and I can now have access to this whole world just because now I'm used to it, and you know what I mean, they just didn't grow up to it and they're not accustomed to it. Yeah.
So I like to separate myself from that and never get complacent, and just anybody who's doing better than me, I should be there too.
Okay, what if you, because this is how I think of it, and I think you just kind of said it in your own way. I think that I would say, that's funny, our language is so different, but I think we have the same message. I would say we're all dealt different cards. We all grew up in different environments. But if you eradicate like what your culture has taught you or what the bubble is making you think, we're all actually the same. We're humans on a planet. And then we're all playing the game of survival. And then we're playing the game of success. And then we're playing the game of maybe being a good family member. And then we're playing like different versions of our life. But you are raised in an environment where the game is a little different. So I'm always like, learn the rules of the game, then destroy the game, then make a new game or play a different game. Does that kind of translate versus, because I was born a woman, you were born a man, those are different lives. But ultimately, we're both just people on a planet trying to do our best.
Yeah, and it just attaching yourself to anything that's going to make you a victim or hold you back. That's just, I think it's really important for anybody watching to remember that. That's a stronger force pulling you back than any other circumstance. Even though, like, of course, there's advantage that I have as a man that you don't have as a woman.
Sure.
But complaining about it more, that's
won't get you anywhere.
It doesn't help.
Yeah.
It doesn't help. All it does is just hold you in your same spot.
Well, it's kind of like negative looping, right? You don't want to think to yourself every day, I'm not worthy. You want to think to yourself, I'm going to either earn that worthiness by being disciplined, or I'm going to prove to myself that I'm good enough. And I think that comes from the desire to believe in yourself, which I don't think everyone is exactly at, or they're not there yet. So is a part of your work trying to get people to the point where they do believe in themselves?
The point where I'm at and what I do with live streaming, I want to get people to unplug themselves from the same things that held me back before. And I see that, I describe it as just, most of it is woke ideology. Most of it is wokeness. These ideas were given to us and these ideas were fed to us, not because they care about justice. Like when you see something censored because of misinformation, the misconception that most people have is like, oh, they care about misinformation. No, they don't. They are trying to push a specific narrative to keep us all complacent and to keep us satisfied with being mediocre, while the people who are feeding us these lies, they enjoy a life that we are never going to even fathom as possible, because we're all arguing about racism and George Floyd or whatever was in the news today, whatever celebrity drama happened, whatever climate, like whatever they tell us to be concerned about that ultimately we have no control about. People protesting the war in Ukraine, like, you are not going to stop this war. Why have you been fed this? Have you been told to care about Ukraine because you're going to stop the war, or to keep you distracted and to keep you emotionally invested into something that you have no control over, so that you feel like you're doing something while you actually have no control over this?
One of the biggest irritating things I have for a lot of conspiracy theory driven people is sometimes they'll point to actual problems, but they put so much malintent behind it that probably doesn't exist. So like, for instance, people aren't feeding you celebrity news because they're trying to keep you weak and destroyed. They're doing it because people like watching celebrity news and it's easy money to make. And like, does it leave you like weak and not paying attention to the world? Yeah, probably. But it's not like a deliberate evil process. It's just like companies giving people what they want. Yeah, I don't know. Which, I mean, you can argue that's like a bad thing, or it probably is a bad thing, but it's different than like a malicious, like top-down plan to destroy the world. I think it's annoying.
The most power that we have is becoming the best versions of ourselves, is improving, is being more impactful and truthful with your voice, and having a closer connection to God. That is the strongest thing that we are all capable of. But that's harder to believe if you're distracted by all the garbage that you see in the news and on your phone. That's an easier thing to attach yourself to emotionally and mentally. So my purpose is to get people to realize that these things, they're all psyops. They were not designed because they care about you. They were not designed so that you can go and protest it away. It was given to you as a false sense of purpose, and that's not your greater purpose. Your greater purpose is much bigger than that. So I want people to understand like why they are emotionally invested into these things. Like who people should question their worldview more often. A lot of people have really strong opinions and they're really emotional about what they believe in, and I don't really think that they even know why. Like they'll make a scrunch face, or they'll say something like, "You're vibrating with misogyny," and it's like, why do you?
Somebody said that phrase and it triggered the fuck out of him. I've never heard that phrase in my entire life before. Have you?
I haven't, no.
Somebody's vibrating with misogyny? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before. Somebody must have said it on that podcast to him. It really triggered the fuck out of him or something, I guess.
Yeah. Is it bad that I like get what he's saying? I just feel like the examples are bad because he's choosing the most like politicized one. Like he talked about like George Floyd, BLM, so it's gonna come off like he's saying like, oh, racism. Talking about racism is just a distraction. But I feel like if you take away the actual examples, like the content of what he's saying is, like, I don't see a problem with the content of it in itself. Like he's saying like just focusing, being like a tragedy whore and just focusing on like negative news and thinking you're making more of an impact tweeting than just helping the people who you actually have at arm's length and your family and like your community. That's more impactful, right? Isn't that the crux of it?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the examples are really important because it shows you like what the person is really saying, because at some point you can get so vague in general that it doesn't matter. So for instance, somebody's saying like, listen, the most important thing you need to do is you have to get rid of the people in your life that are keeping you down. And I think as a community, we need to work to encourage people to be in a certain way to prevent these kind of like energy leeches or vampires from just like kind of sucking, all of our drive and motivation out from everywhere, right? And that's why we have to get rid of the Jews. Right. The first like general advice would be okay, but if the examples are giving on the second part, yeah, or because everything the red pill people say in regards to like women is generally pretty good on an abstract level. Like, women are there to be protected and respected, and they can contribute well to our lives. The way we protect them is by making it so they never go outside, never post on Instagram. The way they contribute is by being sex workers for us. And the way they, right. That like, so it's like, so I think the examples are important, because when you speak in like the vague general things, it's going to sound like, oh yeah, this is like kind of cool, I could buy into this. But then as soon as they start getting the examples, like, okay, it feels like we're in really, really different areas, you know?
So would you say like his diagnoses are correct, but his prescriptions aren't? Or are you saying because of the examples, it makes the diagnoses also like fundamentally incorrect?
No, I think everybody, if you're human, you can understand the diagnosis. I think almost everybody can. Like, it's easy to go into the world and be like, man, a lot of people kind of have like a victim mindset. A lot of people hate each other right now. A lot of people aren't contributing well to their communities. Like, those are easy things. And I think that the challenging part is like, well, what do we do about it? First of all, what's causing it, right? And when they get to the causes, they're fucking retarded. It's Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum and the Matrix and blah, blah, blah. And then what do you do about it? You unplug from everything and you just watch a bunch of conspiracy videos, and that's how you like free yourself, right? That's always the issue. A lot of people get the diagnosis. Well, and when I say diagnosis, they can at least identify a problem. Like, people are pretty good at that. But for a lot of people, that's enough to like, oh my God, like I want to follow everything you say. Like, as soon as you're like, I don't know. A lot of these guys remind me of like a prescription. Fuck, I feel like I saw a joke for this on, it was Family Guy or Rick and Morty or something, or some song. I don't remember. But it's like, there'll be a commercial comes like, do you feel tired every day? Are you grumpy sometimes? Do you ever feel like you're not achieving your maximum potential? Then here's the drug for you. And it's like, oh shit, like I've got that. Like that's me, dude. What do I need? Like, you know?
Yeah.
And it feels like sometimes that's, I don't know. But
why do you even think that?
Yeah.
What led you to this point? Why do you think that motherhood is oppression? Why do you think that girls need to be rapping and girl boss queens? Like, who fed you this idea?
like, see, now that he's getting
the
to more
messaging
examples,
would be
it's
so
like
much stronger, if you just didn't use
the examples. But I think the examples are good because I know it shows you what he's actually talking about, right? Like, we need to empower women to be strong in society. That's a good message. We need to empower them by showing them that like all of these rappers and girl boss people are toxic and they need to go back to motherhood. Like, okay, well now it feels a lot different, you know? Yeah.
I don't think people even analyze why they have these thoughts. It's hard to get to that point, but and when I explain this to people, they get aggressive because I challenge them, and sometimes it can be really personal because some people, they really construct their entire identity around these beliefs. So when
that's ironic coming from Snigo, who's talking about like the Matrix every fucking 2 days. It feels like that's like his entire belief system, but whatever.
You call that out, it feels like you're calling them out personally, but I think it's effective.
Right. Now, okay, this is so interesting. You know, the way you talk about wokeness is how I felt growing up in the 90s and 2000s about the conservative movement of that era, where I was like, why are you telling me to be this way? Why are you saying this is the only...
What?
How old is she?
I want to say like 30.
Oh, she looks so much younger.
Yeah.
I thought she was my age.
Fuck. No. Okay.
Way it can be. I want to be any way I want to be successful. So how do you define success? You know, what is success for both of you? I'd love to hear what you both think is once you reach it, you'll be like, I am successful. Or are you successful now? You know, how do you view it?
Well, I think I agree with Danya, and this is why I like her. I think success is just happiness. Success is quality of life. A lot of people have this idea that success is directly correlated to monetary value, and that's not really it. Success...
Then why do you say example?
Yeah, why were all of his examples? Yeah, and the sad thing too is that I feel like if you would ask Snigo like 2 or 3 years ago, I feel like it would have been a little bit different because he took a lot of pride in his videos, right? I've made you watch these fucking videos. They're good videos. And I feel like he would have said before, like, oh, if I put out a video, I feel like it exemplifies the things that I believe. If I feel like it was a high like artistic merit and quality, like these are the things I care about. But now today it's like, oh man, like that guy said he wants to make $100 million before he dies. Why am I not making $100 million, right? And it's like, what, that's really your comparison? I don't know, it's just sad. But
is just happy. I think the most successful person is a person who's happiest, because that's the point of life is creation, and also to live the happiest existence and live the fullest life possible.
The thing I've been trying to figure out is whether like he's not necessarily spiritually bankrupt. He's just using these examples of like wanting to live on yachts and like this life of glamour to get people in the door to his ideology, or whether he's actually just like split on it and like part of him really does want, because he's shit talking like the idea of being obsessed with celebrities and romanticizing their lives, but then he's also kind of
obsessed with Andrew Tate. Yeah,
or just wanting the same lifestyle of just like extravagance and stuff. But again, I don't know if he's doing that because he knows people are you know, kind of like inherently drawn to that lifestyle. So if he's on a yacht, it's going to get people to like click on him and think, oh, he's successful, let me listen to what he has to say. And then once they're in the door,
but like,
he says this shit.
Whoops, sorry.
So I don't know. Yeah, if he's just
I don't think you can sell it that way. I think it comes off differently. Like if I say like welcome, guys. Here I am in my $20 million mansion. You saw my Instagram stories last week where I came off my yacht. We were sailing around in the Gulf. Anyway, I'm here to tell you today about how the simple things in life are the most important.
Yeah.
And it's like, it doesn't really hit that the same way. Like, it doesn't really feel like very believable, you know?
Yeah.
So if his constant life is exemplifying all of the, like, here's a photo of me next to Donald Trump, here's a photo of me on a yacht in Dubai, here's a photo of a beautiful scenery, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of it is like simple, like, cool shit that makes you appreciate like the nicer things in life. It's all like hyper materialistic, hyper consumeristic, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's also, but I guess his point as well is also that like he's transcended like the quote unquote matrix. He's not in the rat race anymore.
Mhm.
But I guess he needs to do a better way of showing that other than just the fact that he's on a yacht. Like he should show it by just the fact that he's like living the life he wants to live that doesn't involve working a 9 to 5.
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily, I don't know how else you'd visualize that though to people. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like showing you, I guess, having fun in life, like doing relatively simple,
Yeah.
chill things would be cool.
Yeah.
Like, why not like videos of him like playing basketball with
Mhm.
friends,
That's
or
true.
videos of like just shit like that, or videos of him like on a countryside, I guess, like maybe going hiking or something. Like it's never stuff like that. It's like on the $100 million super yacht
Yeah.
and shit, you know? Yeah.
I think a lot of people have this mindset that if they make more money, then they'll be happy or they'll be successful. But happiness isn't something you can really chase. It's something that you find within yourself. And I think it takes a long time for a lot of people to realize that. Because there's millionaires, billionaires, and they have all the money in the world. They can buy whatever they want, and they're not happy.
Right.
Right. And when I compare myself to the person making 100 or wanting to make
Okay, now I realize he's gonna go back and say it, and now he's gonna say, when I compare myself to that person making $100 million, I don't mean that I need to get that kind of money. I just mean I need the same type of drive that was making them create that content. That's where he's going with this now.
100 million. It's not because I really want that much money. You don't need that much money. It's the pursuit. I think that that's the masculine imperative, is to constantly pursue towards more and towards conquering and towards achieving as much as possible. And I think that pursuit of that makes you the happiest. And
So
but that's not
pursuit
true.
is inherently valuable even if the object you pursue isn't valuable.
Exactly. There are pursuit of like moral virtue would probably lead to what he's talking about. Pursuit of community-driven activities, pursuit of having and caring for a family, maybe. But like to say like, well, hold on, I'm not a materialist. I'm just saying the pursuit of materialism will make you really happy. It's like that's
Yeah.
like what? Like,
Because then you could say the same thing about the people who are on Twitter all day pursuing, you know what I mean, what they think is activism, right?
Mhm, sure.
That goes against his whole point.
Yeah.
Of like, if you're pursuing something meaningless, then the pursuit's meaningless, except when it's about money, which makes no sense.
yeah, unless you value the money, right? Which he does, but.
Well, he's saying he doesn't, right?
Well, yeah, he's saying he doesn't, but he does, obviously. That's why the pursuit is important to him.
Do you think he actually does?
When you ask me if he actually does, that's a really hard question. Like
Like you were talking about how his older videos, he cared more about the like integrity of them versus the views and engagement. Do you still think like that's in there somewhere?
maybe. I think that Sneeko, if I had to guess, I think that Sneeko is is very impressionable. And there are certain people that he looks up to, and there are communities that look up to those people, and he wants to be accepted by those communities. So right now, the person that he's like that is imprinted on him hard is Andrew Tate, and that's what he's trying to model all of his stuff after. So insofar as he feels like he's chasing and accomplishing that, he probably feels okay. Maybe there might be some deep part inside of him that's like a lot of this feels a little bit silly and hollow and meaningless. I don't know if that part's in there anymore, but yeah, that would be my
Yeah.
guess. But
It's weird because like from his old content, or at least what you've shown me, it feels like he's very comfortable going against the grain and like going against convention. So why do you think he did like drink Tate's Kool-Aid and like that whole red pill stuff? Do you think it's just because he was deplatformed, or wasn't he? I thought that like he went down this pipeline because he was deplatformed, but it's kind of the reverse, right? He was deplatformed because he already started doing this stuff.
I don't know. I don't know enough about his older. I don't know enough about his older stuff to know what was the turning point. Like I think I talked to him just as he was on his huge come up on his second channel, and it was because we were arguing over red pill shit. But I don't know what got him into red pill shit. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's just weird because he felt so comfortable criticizing like toxic culture in the sense of like he was like, oh, don't listen to these like hip hop artists, don't listen to these things, you know what I mean? So
or
it's
there's like old
weird.
videos where we're watching where he's like criticizing the exact type of person he's become.
Yeah.
Like I'm standing in the back of a party, you know, trying to look mysterious against a wall because I want to get laid, and I see how fucking stupid that is, but I'm still going to try to do it even though it's stupid because I'm like such a person that like buckles to social pressure. Like these are things he said like in videos and shit.
Yeah,
So-
that's why I was wondering if like deep down he doesn't actually believe these things. He's just doing it again as like a content strategy, or if again
No,
he
it's
just-
it's
yeah.
pretty genuine, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you saw we were arguing at dinner, right? And it was all the same shit, right?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're working on something and if you have a specific goal and mission, then it's hard to really veer off in the wrong direction.
Okay, I'm so happy you guys said that because there is this assumption that when people view, especially
people
your
say
work,
it was
Sneako,
lockdown. Do you think that's what it was? Do you think like all the lockdown stuff?
There's a joke that I broadly make that I kind of believe. COVID legitimately fucking destroyed half the world's brains. Like, people lost their fucking mind in lockdown. I think that lockdown like served as kind of an acceleratory path for a lot of different things. So like, for instance, if you believe the government had too much control, then like COVID and lockdowns and vaccines definitely reinforced your mindset on that.
If you felt like conservatives were apathetic people who were comfortable with like the death of poor people and minorities, then yeah, I guess.
Yeah, then COVID hyper accelerated that. If you believed in any type of conspiracy that like with the, where did COVID come from? Like, yeah, COVID definitely fucked over a lot of people's brains.
So you're saying he probably already was conspiracist then, and because you're just saying it exaggerates what's already there.
Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't follow his path close enough to truly know. He might have been somebody that was prone towards conspiracies. I haven't seen if he does that in his older videos and shit. I'm not sure, but it's possible.
that there's some sort of goal to be the richest in the whole world, as if money buys you, you know, happiness or joy, you know? So how do you sort of change that narrative around your image? Because I see you that way. That's how I see you. I see you as somebody who's reaching for something deeper and more meaningful, but for some reason, like, people can't see that in you. And why do you think that is?
I think because most people don't go into social media or go into the space with that intention. That's always been my intention. It's been creation, it's been artistic, and that's why I'm kind of shifting away. I haven't been live streaming as much, because I'm just trying to create the best videos possible. I want to make the same stuff that I was making in like 2018, 2019 when I was making these masterpiece videos, because that's the happiest feeling I ever got. Like, of course, I'm making like good money now, but the most successful that I've ever felt is after making a video like Everything Happens for a Reason or Fake It Till You Make It at 20 years old, finishing the video, rendering it after like a week of making this, and then pressing upload, and then just letting this idea, this baby that I created, and then putting it out into the universe. That's the happiest feeling that I have. And so that, I think you understand that, but a lot of people get into this because, and this is why it's become so oversaturated, and there's so much noise and back and forth and drama and clickbait and extreme headlines, is because people get into this like, okay, I can make money off this. I can get influence off of this. They don't go into it with pure intentions. They see it as
and again, notice that like anytime it's never like, oh, like I saw this guy who made this video and it was awesome and I felt inspired, or oh, I saw this guy who did this piece of art and it just like inspired me. It's never that. It's always like, this guy's got a yacht, this guy's got a Bugatti, this guy's making this much money. It's always a comparison on dollar amounts. And it's weird because what he said earlier is contradictory to what he's saying now completely. Making the types of videos that Sneako's making, that's not going to get him $100 million. In fact, long form content is some of the hardest and least rewarding stuff to make, right? I don't know if you know this much because you're on TikTok. But like if you're on YouTube, like I make a fuck ton of money and the effort level for my shit is very, 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 very low. As compared to like, say somebody that takes a lot of time, takes like 2 or 3 weeks to like put together a really good video and release it, they're getting paid 1/20th that I'm getting paid. There's just, the reward for long form content is not monetary ever. Yeah. Destiny unfollowed me ever since I stopped visiting his streams so I can fix my sleep. Streamers are so sensitive. What a homosexual. Wait, what? Did I ever follow Zerko on?
It's me.
Where? Oh, nice. Did I ever follow Zerko on Twitter?
So funny.
Wait. I wonder if Mike is like talking a bunch of shit about me in the background to Zerka.
It's so funny. I'm pretty sure he's joking anyway.
I don't know. Why do you think he's joking?
Because all his tweets are jokes, no?
Do you think so?
Genuinely, yeah.
I don't know. But
as a business, I saw it as a way, and that's, I started YouTube like when it was in the golden age. I started like, I see this as a place of self-expression. I don't view it, I had to like retrain my mind to view it as a business, because when I was living in Harlem and I was making around like $2,000 a month, and I was just like feeding myself and paying for my rent based off the YouTube videos, that was like the coolest thing of all time for me. The fact that I can create what I want to create and then pay this. I didn't care about the rest. I had to go and talk to more business-minded people, and they were showing me how much they were making with less subscribers, and I had to retrain my mind to be like,
This is kind
okay,
of
money
unrelated,
can get
but
you to.
I saw. I think I sent this to you. Like I saw on TikTok. It was like a clip from his Rumble where he was saying like, true red pill isn't just like arguing with feminists and women all day on social media. It's like going to the gym, trying to better yourself, focusing on these things, and that like really surprised me. And I wondered if that's like the bulk of his Rumble content, but then because he then sometimes says the inflammatory things, like all gets drowned out. Is that like, have you seen his content?
Wait, say that one more time. What do you mean by that?
Like it was him sitting on the floor telling his audience like the true red pill is like don't waste your time all day just like in comment wars.
Oh yeah, this
so
sounds
that
like
felt
the
consistent with what he was saying right here,
Mhm.
like how it was politicized though, and he's like don't waste your time talking about George Floyd and we can like roll our eyes and be like okay you just hate leftists, but then that felt like he was actually holding his own audience accountable. He's like okay same thing, don't waste your time like arguing with feminists all day about like body count and all this bullshit like red pill shit. It's like the real red pill is to like I guess transcend above the matrix, get better, like bettering yourself. But then when he does these more mainstream appearances, he only fixates on the leftist stuff, which makes me think he's just doing it again to get people in the door. It's like even Ben Shapiro says the way to, someone asked him like how do I get more people to become conservative, and he said start with like visceral issues like gay and trans, because a lot of more centrist people who haven't made up their mind yet about where they fall politically will have a visceral reaction to those issues, and then from there you can kind of rope them into your politics. So that's why I'm like very confused by him, because I'm wondering, is he actually consistent? But then again, is this just like a marketing tool to be more anti-left and like anti-female rapper and stuff like that?
I mean, all of that anti stuff I think just plays into like the broadest sense of like the red pill ideology, basically. Like being anti, like I think he's never going to say anything that opposes like the general mainstream red pill ideology. So you have to be anti-female rapper because female rappers are what encourage women to have high body counts and to be girl bosses. Right?
No, I know. I guess I'm saying like, do you think the bulk, do you watch his Rumble content at all? Because I don't. I'm saying
not
like
really.
from that one clip, I was wondering, is this the bulk of his Rumble content? Is actually telling his audience like, better yourself, focus on like not being spiritually bankrupt, don't just argue with women all day on social media comment sections, your life is slipping away. Like I wondered if that's like the bulk of his
I don't know, anytime I've watched him on Rumble it's always just like going over crazy conspiracy theories.
Because that made me sound like he's not brain broken, I guess is my point.
Sure.
For that clip.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know, that's all I've seen him on his Rumble stuff, but who knows. Literally anytime I check out Sneako's stream, he's just saying W, X thing, L, Y thing, reading donuts that agree with him and saying, yeah, this guy gets it. And reading donuts that disagree with him saying, this guy's a virgin, stuck in the matrix, ignore that. Okay, I don't know.
A different place that you hadn't seen before.
Yeah.
You recognize that, but I think it's because people don't really go into it with pure intentions, and it's hard to, because you'll get shot down so much. There's so much negative feedback. There's so many negative comments. There's so many people that will try to bring you down, that like to go into it with pure intentions is almost stupid. Because why would you risk your reputation? Like, you've seen people try to destroy my life. You've seen people try to ban me. They try to get me, like, they accuse me of all these things, destroy my reputation, lie about me. I'm getting the fake news is writing about me, saying all this. It's difficult to go into it, like, and just try to be honest and vulnerable and authentic, because they'll eat you alive. But I've developed a thick skin with that, doing it for a long time. So it doesn't really affect me anymore. But anybody else seeing that and the way that the people that hate on what I do talk about me, why would they go into it with pure intentions? That's a stupid thing. It's better to see it as a business and not as an extension of yourself, which is how I see it. It's better to see it as something that you just do separate, because then you put your entire reputation on the line.
Now I didn't ask you, what do you do for a living? So I can, are you allowed to say it out loud? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a dental nurse and trained to be an esthetician.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's a great job. That's a great paycheck right there, girl. Good for you. Okay, that's
Very different than what we
interesting.
do, yeah.
Are you doing it for the money?
Partly just for more freedom, so I can
Reasonable.
travel. I love, but it does feel good to be able to make a change in people's lives and make them feel more confident in their own skin. So
that's cool.
Yes,
Okay.
That's the most rewarding thing.
Yeah, it's funny when you're in.
It's funny because she's like a 22-year-old random girl or whatever, but I think that was a better answer for like life fulfillment than anything Sneako said so far, right? Like, I enjoy my job because I can help people feel better about themselves. It's like essentially like spiritual community fulfillment. Like, it's kind of funny.
in the game of survival, you have to pick a job that pays you so you can feed your kids and support yourself. Like that's like you have to do that. So then the question is, you said it earlier about, you know, you don't work a day in your life, picking something you're passionate about, but not everybody gets that luxury. We're pretty special. You know, at least, you know, being a YouTuber in general, content creator, I feel like I really worked hard to do this 2 to 3 jobs at a time until I could. And now I hope I always keep it going on forever. But then I have to be more business minded. To keep this going, I do have to think about business to some extent because the way I talk pushes a lot of people away. And so I have to think to myself, okay, that's not the message I meant to send, but that's what they heard. So what do I do? Do I act differently? Do I just change my words? Like I have to ask myself those questions. Now, what do you guys do when you're, you know, you're having this moment where you have to decide which version of yourself do you show the public? I guess more in Sneako's case here. So what is that like? What is that conversation you're having with yourself? Because for me, it's always back and forth. Do I talk differently? Maybe I can say it this way. I'm thinking about not cussing in my videos so I can get that bag from AdSense. I'm like, should I do this? Like, I do cuss. Should I pretend I don't cuss? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One thing that people struggle with a lot that is kind of coming out here is a lot of people don't, when people say stay true to yourself or don't compromise your values, I feel like people get fixated sometimes on dumb things. So like, for instance, I think there are some fundamental principles you can have. So for instance, maybe a principle might be like, I don't want to promote gambling. Or there could be, or actually, we'll just use the same thing. We'll say a principle for swearing. I don't want to swear because I think that swearing is immoral. I think we should speak with better words, right? Use a higher vocabulary. So then if you get online and you want to make videos and you could get paid more for swearing, but you're like, I'm not going to because this is a principal position, that's like not compromising yourself. That's good. But sometimes people view like just changing up the way that you act a little bit to be in a more appropriate environment is like compromising yourself. Like, so like, for instance, let's say it was that like swearing on Twitter, or I'm sorry, swearing on YouTube like hurts your AdSense or whatever. It's not like you have a principled position where you're like, you must swear all the time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like I kind of wonder how these people act when they meet different people. Like if I'm meeting like a business partner or like somebody in a more formal setting, depending on what it is, like I'm probably going to change the way that I speak. I'm not going to be like, yo, what up, dude? Like, do you want to talk about child rape analogies or something, right? I'm not going to do that. But it's not because I'm not being true to myself, right? You just understand that in different settings there are different things that are appropriate. You're not doing things that like violate your principles. I feel like people have a lot of problems understanding that sometimes.
But your goal with talking about business associate isn't to like express yourself truly. It's like you're trying to connect with someone and meet them halfway. If like his career is to express, like distill his values into a YouTube video, that's kind of different.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, sure.
That's supposed to be like his truest, like least filtered version of himself. You know
Sure.
what I mean?
But I
He's
mean,
not
like you
trying
can
to
still
worry about
argue that there are
politeness.
like, it's like some things are appropriate, or like we've talked about this in others, right? Like there are a lot of forms of edgy humor that I would engage in offline that I wouldn't engage with on stream because I don't think it's an appropriate environment. I don't know who's listening, that type of thing. But the but that doesn't mean I'm not being true to myself by not being as edgy online as I would be in real life, right? It just means I recognize there's like a time and a place for different types of humor, I think.
I guess it's different if that's coming from an internal place where you're like, oh, I don't want to offend people because it'll adulterate my message, versus if he feels like he's, you know what I mean,
Compromising his
externally being
message by not
sanctioned.
being as hardcore as possible at all points of his life, maybe. I don't know.
It's hard to be authentic in that way. Rumble gives you a lot of freedom where I can, when I'm live streaming on Rumble, I don't care. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just talking to my chat. When it's just me in the chat, then I can be myself. And that's
Yeah.
actually, I find myself even be more authentic than in most conversations because it's free flowing, it's entertainment. People are just there to hear me talk. So it doesn't feel like back and forth. Or it doesn't feel disingenuous whatsoever. It's actually so freeing to be on Rumble compared to YouTube, because YouTube, like, I had to say, like, when I talked about the shot, I would go like the word,
or the
I couldn't curse, and
The
so
beer
I would come
bug.
up with all this language.
What?
The beer bug.
Yeah, they always have different words. Like they'll say like, instead of COVID, they'll say like the cough, or like the Fauci ouchie, or the poke. Did you get the, or whatever? They've always got like weird, like synonyms for everything. Yeah.
Go, and I still say it instead of like, I'll say corn, but
Yeah.
people know what I'm talking about. I want to talk about corn or
Yeah.
grape, like if
Yeah.
you have to talk about. But I do notice recently I've done podcasts and I've done debates where I've been scrutinized so much, and there's so many people even watching this right now. You have to be aware that there's probably 20 or 30 reaction channels watching this conversation, ready to find a sentence where I slip up so
Yeah.
that they can make an entire video. Sneako's vibe, blah, 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 blah. Huh?
Did you hear that vibe? He wanted to say vibrating misogynist again. Somebody really shattered him with that fucking sentence. Yeah.
I hate you.
Yeah.
That's what's happening, like literally right now. Like even as I say this word, say this sentence, and I did a podcast with Pearl yesterday, and I was talking about something about how like Japan is successful because they're a homogenous society, and I was thinking while I was saying it, people are going to try and say I'm a white supremacist. Like while I'm just expressing an idea that I had while in Japan, people are going to try to find
That, by the way, that's not an idea that he had in Japan. That's probably an idea lifted 1-to-1 from fucking Ryan Dawson, who he's hanging out with, by the way. But
Is this like an interview? I don't know what this girl's content. She's not giving him any pushback. Is that like normal for her style of content?
I think right here she's just wants to have a conversation to find out where Sneako's at in life. Basically, is kind of what the goal of this is. I think.
find a way to call me racist.
Right.
Or I was in a debate with Aiden Ross, and I was talking about World War II, and I was very aware, like, this is gonna be a clip on Twitter. Like, I know as soon as this is gonna go, and it was rightfully so. But then, you just have to be aware of that now, and
Yeah.
I just see it as part of the game. I don't let it, like, I'm okay being scrutinized. It's some people say like I've seen some people say like Sneako has a humiliation fetish, and that's absolutely not the case. That's absolutely not the case. But I just don't really care about the scrutiny on social media because
I have a question. So that like Moist Critical video that went viral about him, I didn't really understand why that video was praised so much. Like, I feel like he only talked about the cuck thing and then the cuties thing. Aren't those all like such old stories? Like, why did people act like he said something really revolutionary? Like, people acted like it was an expose, but both those things are like the biggest things Sneako's always flamed for, right?
Who for Moist? You mean the video that Moist Critical did on him?
Yeah, the first one.
I think
the recent viral one, whatever.
it's probably because there's a lot of people that might not necessarily know those things about Sneako somehow still. And then Moist Critical is a really big figure, so he was just giving a lot of like attention to those things. And then Moist Critical and Sneako have been feuding quite a bit because Sneako was like attacking his like girlfriend and shit a lot.
Yeah.
So obviously people were looking to like a response.
I just saw there was so much hype around. I really thought he was gonna say something new, but it was just the same.
No,
two
the
things.
hype was just like him shitting on whatever, right? Like if PewDiePie made a video shitting on Sneako for the same shit, there'd be a lot of hype around it because it's PewDiePie making a video on Sneako, even if it was all the same shit.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with Moist. He's like that level kind of.
He's like, I think, he's a massively popular channel.
So you're saying he like mainstreamed the 2 points that.
Yeah, basically, it was a huge deal, right? So he's got 13 million subscribers. This video has,
I just thought like people already consider Sneako a joke in the mainstream because of those 2 points, like the cuties thing and the cuck thing.
Those things, it's still, Sneako's not like ultra mainstream. Like some people know about him, but to have a channel like this, like doing videos on you, this guy's pulling like, Jesus, fuck.
It just felt like so outdated.
Oh, no, it's the same shit. Yeah. Like, so if Moist Critical were to make a video on me talking about like the DDoS kid or whatever, it would be a big deal, even though it's like 12-year-old shit. You know, that's just how the internet works. Yeah.
Well, but you're not tied to that. Like, I didn't know about that. With Sneako, the first thing I learned about him after I met him was the like cuck thing.
Yeah, but that's because you're probably more in like these red pill spaces and communities, right?
No, like I didn't know who he was prior to the stream with him that I did, and then afterwards.
Yeah, but weren't you just on like Fresh and Fit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're like in these communities. If you would have been like a random like politics podcast or a random like creator podcast, you might not have any idea about that, I think, right? Moist Critical was bringing that stuff to a whole new audience that might not have.
I guess I just feel like if you were to click his Twitter or like people commenting on his Instagram posts, like trying to shit on him, like it's always people bringing up the cuck thing. Like I just
for
feel
the
like
people
that's
that are
interchangeable
shitting on
with his
him.
name.
But again, a lot of people just didn't know about that. For people shitting on him, yeah, but not everybody knew about him. Moist Critical probably brought that up to a whole new audience, I think.
But if people aren't familiar with who he is, if he's not mainstream, then I don't understand like how that expose did so well. Because why are people gonna like dogpile on someone they don't know? I don't get it. Because
you're a streamer who
who
cares about it, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like I could dig into a small community and find somebody to start drama, and my audience will care because now they have drama with me.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ever manifest in real life. I've never seen it. I just get positivity, like the people at the front desk of this hotel, they shake my hand, they like ask if I need anything extra.
Yeah.
People always take pictures, and well, you have to be realistic. The same people who talk about me online, they probably see me in public and take a picture with me. So I see it as entertainment. I see it like people like to engage in drama content. People like to scrutinize. People like to like they like doing it. So fine. Like I'll be I don't care. Like that will help me get my message out there more. And in a way, it's really got to been canceled and everything. But people can't stop talking about me. I feel like I hacked the system in a lot of ways where I'm banned off of most of the platforms, and my name is I was trending on Twitter worldwide for like weeks straight. Just
Yeah.
people.
I saw you.
YouTube, just like every day, there's like I just searched my name yesterday, and just all these videos like, what's the reason that the Sneako, like what happened to him? Like people like men in their 30s and 40s are like Sneako, and they can't stop talking
Yeah.
about me. And I see it as the way. This is how Trump won the election. This in 2016 was the mainstream media. All they did was just poop all over him. Russian collusion. He's a misogynist. Grab him by this. They would not stop talking about him. They tried so hard to ruin his reputation. What happened? He won the election. So even though they're against him, you're going to reach the people. So being polarizing is a really effective method at beating the censor machine, at beating the propaganda machine. Because if real recognize real, the people that really understand, they're not going to believe the lies that they see on CNN. They're not going to believe the lies from the fake news. I get called racist. People call me like literally,
Which is so weird. Yeah.
They'll write articles saying Sneako is a white supremacist ally. Sneako's a racist, and of course, like some people close to me are like, but not because they actually think I'm racist, because they're afraid of what other people are going to say.
For sure.
But they don't exist.
So, like, do you understand why this framing is so stupid?
No.
Like, why do you think people call him racist? I don't know how much you know about his shit.
I don't know much.
It's because he was like on shows and everything with Nick Fuentes, and he's saying things on Twitter. He's typing like W Hitler and stuff on Twitter. I think Sneako tweeted that.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, but the way that it sounds like when he's summarizing it, it sounds like he's saying like, oh, people call me racist for no reason because it's the woke mob. But that's not why.
Yeah.
It's because he was tweeting and saying some fucking insane shit.
I don't know if this is accurate to his timeline, but I feel like sometimes I've noticed with these like alt-right people is like, it's kind of like that Elon Musk like drawing he drew where it's like 10 years ago he'd be considered moderate, but because the things have shifted, now he's considered whatever. So maybe Sneako was saying something that just wasn't like ultra woke, and then people were calling him racist, and then maybe he now like shifted down the pipeline, and now he's at the point where he's saying like W Hitler, which isn't justified, but I'm wondering if like people were calling him, if he's more so referring to people calling him racist before. You know what I'm saying?
I know
like,
what you're saying, but that's not the case. Unless I missed it, nobody was calling him racist before the like W Hitler shit.
Yeah, so what was he deplatformed for again? Like off these platforms? Off all of them?
Because he made some fucking wild fuck video where there was some YouTube feminist that was that had made a video about how he was misogynistic, and he made some video where he's basically like, he's talking about this woman, and he's like, I think somebody just needs to take her, and you just need to just give her a little bit of like that, you just need to fuck her. Like it was like, bro, what are you doing? It was that type of video. It was like, holy shit. And after that video came out, a bunch of YouTubers started to make videos saying like, Sneako needs to be banned from the internet. This is horrible behavior, blah, 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 blah. And then after that happened, I think he got technically banned for, it was election misinformation or vaccine misinformation or something. But I think that video kind of put him on a lot of people's radars. And then a lot of people like started making videos like trying to get him banned and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
These people, it's all it is the way I see it is just pure entertainment. I know that I have good intentions, and so do you, and that's why I thank you for doing the podcast. I think people can see that. So I understand how media is. They like to poop on people. Let them. As long as you are confident in yourself and you're living a good life. We're in London, and life's great. So like,
like people feed off negativity. It sells. I think if someone's more positive, they don't even get the same amount of. Not as many people are going to be talking about them.
True.
Essentially, so people say the outlandish things because they know that it's going to get people's attention. The same with the media. The media use scare tactics, and they put stuff out on the internet to scare people, and they have half the population of the world living in fear of news that probably isn't even true.
Yeah, I think there is a big problem with misinformation and a big problem with just selling a product. So the problem is like we're all hearing different news. We all have different sources, and who are these sources and where are they getting their information from? It's hard to even know, which is why my work is predicated on more what we believe versus what we know, because I don't think we know as much as we think. I think we just have different information. So what's the downside to being yourself, but also being the person that people hate? So there's an upside. You get, everyone talks about you, you go viral, you become rich. What's the downside?
The downside is, I mean, I would say the number one downside is like stressing out the people closest to me.
Yeah.
Like they'll, I don't want to say too much because it's gonna, but like they'll see the conversation that you've had or like the debates and like they're like, "Bleh," and they start reading the comments and they get, it's just stress. It's just stressful for them. I'm used to it, but it's just like the people that care about you, they get worried. So that's been the number one detractor. Other than that, that's no big deal. You'll get slandered a little bit. People will lie about you, and people will see you as a brand risk. Like there's some business opportunities that I've missed out on, definitely because people think like don't associate with him, and it's not because they actually think I'm a racist. It's because there's articles calling me racist, and they don't want their brand to. They don't want to associate with that. So I get it. It's like being a brand risk will close a lot of doors, but at the same time, it's freeing because once those doors are closed, then you're not held back the same way that you feel like you're held back on YouTube by certain words. Like if I'm never going to get a brand deal with this water bottle or this water company, then I don't need to go and change my language or pretend like I don't think certain things. I can just be as honest as possible. Ye said that to me. Like he never was more free. Like once his bank account got frozen, he's like, I'm a free man now.
But now Ye is like walked back almost everything, and he's like, I watched 21 Jump Street. I love the Jews now, and he's like basically completely withdrawn from from public life. But yeah,
else they have nothing else to take away from me. They took my family, they took my bank account, they took everything there. So I'm a free man.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody, there's nothing holding me back from being authentically myself.
Do you know the philosopher Diogenes?
No.
He was during Alexander the. Go ahead. You've heard of him?
Yeah, I don't know too much about him though, but
there's this funny story about Diogenes during Alexander the Great's like moment in time. Diogenes was this philosopher. He had given up all his material possessions, and this is an alleged story, of course, right? Like this is what we've been told throughout history. But he's laying on the grass. He's given up everything, guys, just everything. He has one single bowl. But then he sees a child using the cupping of his hands to feed himself, and he's like, well, why do I even have this bowl? So he gets rid of the bowl. And as he's laying on the grass and the sun is shining in front of him, Alexander the Great comes to him and says, what can I do for you? Tell me, I'm a war hero. I have everything. What can I give you? And Diogenes says, move. You're blocking the sun. There's nothing you need except your joy, your happiness, your fulfillment and meaning and purpose in life. And that's not going to look the same for all of us, right? So for Diogenes, it was to know that he's the freest he is when he has nothing holding him down. For the rest of us, we need to eat and have shelter and go to London. So we do need some money. So realistically, when you're sending out this message that people are hearing and they look at you and think, I'm never going to be Sneako though. I'm not going to risk my family being, anxiety filled. I'm not going to risk my reputation. I'm not going to risk this and that. What message would you send to them if they're not willing to take those big risks? What risks could they take? What message could you send to them to give them hope that they could find their own path without becoming one of the most talked about negatively people on the internet?
The reality is most people are not really even in a world where they feel like they need to go and challenge the status quo like that or engage in those conversations. I think that's a very specific type of person that wants to put themselves out there like that. So people can find themselves in different ways. We're similar in that this is the way that we find ourselves, like being able to have open dialogue and talk online. But most people, they'll find it in their own personal lives. So for those people, it's like, I don't really think that that's a challenge for them to go and risk that. Ignorance is bliss is true. People like to, a lot of people like to live in the comfortable lives that they're fed. They don't want to challenge their worldview. They don't want to think that they've been fed a lot of lies. They don't like to think that the government doesn't actually care about them or the powers that be have a different agenda. And that's okay. If they will live, a lot of times they'll even be aware of that, but they'll push it out of their heads just so that they can just like.
That a lot of people don't want to be.
Like he's saying people are like blissfully ignorant, and that's why they're not challenging the status quo or whatever.
I mean, like to some extent, like nobody really has the time to like critique all of society at all points
He's
in
not
time.
saying time. He's saying that it's a scary thought kind of, and it's more comfortable to just accept it. Right.
Yeah, but I mean, like the type of thing that he's talking about, like it's a little bit of it is a function of comfort, but a lot of it is just a matter of like not everybody has the time to sit down and like think through like every crazy aspect of the world. I don't know if it's so much like that people are necessarily just like scared, but that it's a lot of deliberate work to come out and think really hard about like the nature of the world and everything, like where misinformation and why the media does or whatever. That just, it's a lot of time. Most people are just like trying to work their job, do their shit, like, you know, party on Fridays, and like that's it. Like that's what most people want to do.
But isn't his logic is it's like an investment into more time in the future? Because if you question yourself of like, okay, why am I working this dead end job? If my goals are maybe, okay, I just want to get this house to impress someone else, or I want to get this car to impress someone else, then you change your values, then maybe you readjust accordingly, and then you get more time. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's true. Like there is like more, I think there's more reward there if you're willing to do it. It's just something that I don't think most people are like really
you make it sound like it'd be a waste of time, and I guess
no,
he'd
it
probably
absolutely wouldn't
see
be
it
a
as,
waste
like,
of time.
He'd see it as like an investment.
Yeah, I would see it as an investment. It's
You think
definitely
it's
not
an
a waste of time.
investment? Like you think the average person who's like a cashier, if they just sat down and thought about why am I doing the things I'm doing, it'd be a good use of their time, and they'd get more rewards from that.
If they truly approached it that way, yeah. It's just difficult because a lot of people just don't think of life that way, or haven't had like any even practice doing it, right? You just kind of like inherit things from people around you, and you just go through life like that.
But you think their life would actually materially change, like a cashier who just sits and thinks about like the things they've never thought about? You think that would actually help them?
I think if you can find like more purpose in life, I think that would help you in a lot of different ways. Yeah, for sure. Because like even when I was working like really dog shit fucking jobs, like things like music made me like really happy. That was something that was super fun for me. And even in points in my life where I was like very financially fucked, like I was never at a point where it's like, God, I feel like worthless and purposeless and blah blah blah. Like there were still things that made me happy. Like finances sucked and maybe I was gonna lose my house or whatever, but like there's still like I still have fun on a day-to-day basis and still be happy. Yeah,
I guess to him that wouldn't fulfill it, because he's not advocating like, okay, suck it up, do the job, and then afterwards do the hobby that fulfills you, like the music. He's saying that like you need to make it so that it all overlaps, like the Akagi thing, right?
Yeah, kind of. Or just all of his career advice is always just on like some weird online celebrity shit. Yeah, I don't know. What's up, buddy?
You done watching Britney suck off Sneeko?
I'm watching this in a very neutral manner. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by that. This has been an exemplary interview so far.
I just didn't realize that fellatio was allowed on Rumble.
Okay, these are Abba's words, not mine, to be clear.
Fine, I would say it to Britney's face too, so I really don't care. I think she fellatioed him after that whole incident, and now she's engaging in Muslim jizya right in front of her eyes.
Okay, well.
But anyways,
yeah,
that's not why I'm here. I want to ask you a question, separate question. Do you think that in defense of property, it's acceptable to potentially kill someone? And if so, can you qualify what those circumstances are?
I think the ones that we roughly settled on was that, like, if you're in a society where you roughly understand that people, like, you have to understand that people own the property, you probably have to have some understanding that lethal force is possible, that somebody's going to defend their property, and then you probably have to be, like, to some extent, an agent that understands their decisions. That if these qualifications are met, then somebody probably has the right to defend their property, escalating up to and including, like, death. Yeah.
Gotcha. So when you say property, like, what would be property that you wouldn't think is acceptable to want to defend?
Whatever you fucking own. But we'll say, like, house and car for now.
Okay, so, like, more higher in terms of, like, monetary value, not necessarily. Like, if it's a ring, for example, or something like that.
There, like, I could see an argument being made for that, but we'll stick to those ones for now, because the edge case is going to be hard, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. I want to ask you, there's a we covered this recently, but there's like a group of pranksters who run around trying to grab people's groceries.
Shit. Yeah,
to grab people's groceries and run off with them or whatever, and then they always end up getting in fights. And then there's one person who recently went to an airport and tried to steal people's luggage and be like, "That's my luggage," and like start a whole altercation. And then one person ended up getting arrested because of the whole altercation. Do you feel like there's anything inherently wrong about some of the behavior that they're doing with these pranks potentially? Without seeing it, obviously, I know you haven't seen it, so you'd have to get more context.
I would have to see it, but like, I mean, if you want to do a prank like that, I think, like, knock yourself out, but you better be wearing Kevlar. Like, if somebody like took action against somebody doing shit like that, I wouldn't sit there and I'd be like, yeah, that's about what you'd expect to happen. Yeah.
So I think I think Jadion took exception with some of my words, because I was like, man, fuck these kids. I don't care if they get shot, which is, it's pretty aggressive. I ain't even gonna lie. But I keep thinking to myself, like, you're grabbing people's stuff, especially like the luggage one is wild, because airports spending
you're
a lot of
already
time
like super high stress. You're already worried about, like, airport is probably the worst place to fuck with somebody ever. Like, you're better off doing it in the fucking ER. Okay, the airport is the worst place to catch somebody and fuck with somebody. Yeah.
Bro, I be getting anxiety every time. Like I got to go pick up my luggage from like the ramp thing, and it's taking forever. Thinking about somebody taking my shit and trying to run off with it, I would losing my mind. So I just see these kinds of pranks, and like I don't know. I basically just said, listen, I think some of these guys got to die so that people stop doing this kind of dumb shit.
Jesus Christ.
I'm dead ass. I don't even think that. I don't know if it's that extreme, but I'm seeing the YouTube trend of like really fragrant and like crazy stuff. There's one guy who recently got arrested on like terroristic threats because they were fucking with this grocery store guy.
Jesus.
And they were taking his hat and like taunting him and shit. And then the police ended up charging them. I don't know. I'm just seeing a trend of like YouTube pranksters who obviously doing stuff that's clearly illegal. And there's a part of me that's like, I don't know if the rhetoric I'm engaging in is good, but I feel like it's amazing.
I mean, people get like really mad because they always look at like people always look at the they'll look at the extreme side of the self-defense. They're gonna be like, oh, so people are gonna be killing each other over like trying to break into somebody's car or walking in their yard or some shit, right? Like people will say stuff like that, and it's like, okay, that is the extreme side of my argument, sure. But then the extreme side of your argument is everybody's just running around stealing shit for fun and like funny because they know that there's not gonna be any serious repercussions. Like I'd rather the one where people are getting executed for trespassing somebody's yard than the world where everybody's just infinitely stealing from everybody else because they know there's no real repercussion for it.
Whoa, you see trespassing in someone's yard, like executed?
Well, that's like the most extreme version of like the self-defense argument, right? Well, what if they're breaking into their house? Okay, well, what about they're not breaking their house? What if they're climbing your fence or whatever? That'll be where they'll go. Like, okay, well, what about, like, I think for Pisco, his argument is, what if somebody tries to steal a blade of grass from you? Would you defend that? And like, principally, you're kind of sort of say like, yeah, I guess you could defend that. But then on their end, like their extremist side is like people should be able to just infinitely run around and steal from everybody else, knowing as long as you're fast enough and you can run, there's no repercussion ever. You should be able to steal whatever you want because nobody should ever be able to use lethal force against you, which I think is wrong. But
yeah. I mean, I can understand the concern with like some extreme forms of this because, you know, we recently saw a whole bunch of state cases of mistaken identity shootings over the past weekend.
For sure.
Like the kid who rang the doorbell of the wrong house, apparently, and then he got blasted through the door. Like, that seems kind of crazy to me.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. What about there's someone beside you? How does she feel about killing people? You're into that stuff?
I'm so sorry. Summarize what he said. I was trying to understand this game.
Why are you reading my game? He's talking about like, do you think that if somebody's like trying to, let's say that you're in LAX, somebody runs up to you to steal your purse, and you're like, don't do it, and they run after you to take your purse. Let's say you have a gun on you. Do you think you should be able to kill that person to keep them from taking your purse?
No.
So they should just get to
I
take
think
it?
self-defense only applies if they're enacting like physical harm on you, right?
Okay. Don't say right. That's your opinion, not mine, okay?
Yeah.
Cringe.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that was all for me. I just wanted to ask about that. But you guys can go back to watching Fellatio.
Abba's words, not mine, okay?
All right, peace.
Bye.
Like, listen, you go to their yoga class and go home. Go like it's just too much, and I get it. So, but I don't think that's a problem for most people.
Well, hold on. Since you work a normal people job, girlfriend, you got to tell us. What is it like being a normal person with a normal job, normal goals, but yet here you are with Sneako. Here you are on my podcast. So tell us.
Norman.
I don't know. It's very different, I would say. Yeah, I do see a lot of people every day, just average, normal, everyday people, and people that work normal jobs, and they just believe everything that's given to them, and they just take it for what it is, and they just get on with it. I mean, some people are comfortable like that. I mean, ignorance is bliss, I guess.
It is. It totally is. Now, okay, see, this is what my work is about. But here's where I feel like I've come through with radical acceptance, that I don't think my job in life is to change people. It's to give people the option to change. Like I'm saying, live your life, go to your 9 to 5, come home. That's great. That's beautiful. Have a family, do your thing. But if you find yourself asking, why aren't I joyful? Why aren't I happy? Why can't I feel that satisfaction, that meaning in life? Maybe I could find the answer, I don't know, on YouTube. Maybe I could find it in a book. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to send a little beacon to people that are trying to do something a little more unorthodox. My life is not normal, but I feel normal every day. And that's something that I struggle with. So what like, do you have a relationship with that? Because you must feel normal, right? You must feel like a normal person.
Yeah, I am a normal person. And I think it's just that's how I'm able to separate the negativity online or trending or like people nonstop talking about me. Is like I said, it only exists on the computer and on my phone.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, not once. And you would think trending worldwide after being canceled for weeks straight on Twitter, being like one of them, you would think that there'd be something happening, but it does not exist. And that's been the best way for me to to not care about it is just like I just see it purely as entertainment. People like to engage in a certain way.
Isn't it interesting though? Because like, okay, this is a thought I have, and it sounds like it's a contradiction. I have a thought where I'm like, my audience got so, not my audience, an audience of somebody else got really upset with me, and they were like, did you hear what Brittany just said? She just said in her real life. She just insinuated YouTube's not her real life. And I was like, it's not. It's my job, and it's a thing I do on the internet. But then when I shut it off and I hang out with my family and with my fiance, that's my real life.
Exactly.
Like, that's my life. So I'm realizing that I'm not
We
even
are
as...
normal.
We
We're
are
normal
normal.
people.
That's what I'm saying. But why? Okay, I'm online, but I'm not chronically online. You know that term, like, you're chronically online? My real life is my family. I have real problems. We have real solutions. We have real things that we're doing. And online is this cool job that I get to have. But I didn't realize that people didn't know that about me because I've been on the internet for so long. They thought Brittany was also one of us. And I was like, no. To be clear, I live offline. My real life is off the computer. But at the same time, here's the contradiction. This is a part of me, and it's authentic, and it's real, and it's meaningful to me. So it is a part of me, but yet it's not the whole real me.
Do you
It's
feel
like
that
a
way?
part of Brittany.
Or do you feel like this is all of you?
No, I'm pretty much always online. Yeah. This is my life. I am chronically online. What about for you? I feel like you probably have a decent amount of separation, no?
Yeah, I post like once every 3 months. It'd be kind of sad.
Yeah,
If
you're
that
barely
was my
online.
life, yeah.
Your life is sad because you're not online enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Needs to be on. I need to make videos. I don't know what's wrong with me. I need to do it. Right? So do you have that relationship with yourself where you're offline and that's your real life, but then your videos are so real. They mean so much to people. They're so beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's you got to see it like as an art form or as creation, and also in a sense like as a job. Like your job,
Yeah.
I'm sure you think about it. Your job is there's your work, like there's your work persona, but when you come back home, you hang up your tie, you put your shoes in the closet, and then there's that life. So one funny thing is a lot of people that I debate with like furiously, and that you've had disagreements with, I'll hang out with them in real life. Like, we'll get food.
Who do you think they're referring to?
Well, we'll talk. We'll like go and rock climbing, stuff like that,
You guys
and
go
then
rock
like it's back
climbing?
We did go rock climb once, yeah.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, fun time.
Who
here, and then we're yeah,
Literally.
like yelling at each other.
Wait, what?
Like, who did better?
Probably him.
What do you mean probably him?
Well, he climbed higher than me.
Like quicker or also higher?
Just higher. I only did one of the walls. He did a taller wall.
Do you have acrophobia?
No?
Why didn't you do the taller one too?
I don't know. I just didn't.
Okay.
Have you ever been rock climbing before?
No, I actually have an excruciating fear of heights. I can't.
Really? How did you spend 12 hours on a balcony if you have a fear of heights? Was it really scary
Holding
being
on
out
to
there?
the idea that you were going to invite me in.
Yeah.
That thought kept
When the
me
wind
warm and
blows, do you
safe.
get like really nervous out there that it's gonna like blow you off the balcony?
Sure.
Okay. Ready?
And then people like are so confused and like, oh, I like that you guys could, because I know how to separate that. It doesn't have to be your whole thing. Like I'm sure we would get along, and I'm sure we'd have like, and if we met in real life, we'd have a completely different conversation than what we're having right now.
For sure.
It doesn't have to be your entire existence, and if it is, if that's where you derive all of the meaning from your work, then you're gonna have an empty existence.
It's so weird how many like. One thing I don't like about people that haven't spent a lot of time thinking about like first principles, like where their lives come from, is there's so many things that if you take so many statements, they're just all so contradictory. Like earlier in here, I felt like I was getting the impression that like if you could find something that you truly love, that's like your work and your life and all this together, that's like the best job in the world. But now they're saying that like, oh well, if your job is your life, you're a fucking loser. Well, like which one is it?
Well, they're saying if the job isn't congruent with those goals and that being your life, then you're a loser.
I guess, but like now it sounds like they're saying like, oh, like it's important to like hang your hat up and be done with your job at the end of the day. But I felt like earlier in this conversation, if you would have asked, do you think it would be really cool if you could find a job that you could like live and do it like everyone in your life and you love it and it's fulfilling all that? They'd probably like, yeah, that'd be awesome. So it just feels like there's like a lot of these things are just kind of like empty platitudes that I hear people say a lot, like, oh, don't take your work home with you, like that. It's true, but it's like a platitude, right? You kind of have to think about it, otherwise you're just like saying things. Or like do what you love and you won't work a day in your life. Okay, well then shouldn't you do that always? Like a lot of these platitudes are contradictory if you've never thought about it before.
I guess he's not talking about the work itself, but like he was saying, for instance, like he doesn't try to bring the hate from work home, so he's not bringing home like the feedback or the customers necessarily. He's still like living by the values of his work, even when he hangs his hat up, just not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're being really, really, really charitable, maybe you get there, but I don't have that charity right now, so. But
so this is why I'm putting a strong effort in traveling the world and meeting different people and training every day and just having a life that is really separate from this, because I see the effect that it has when everybody that constantly talks about me or tries to bring me down or accuses me of all this stuff, they're just in their room. Like they are the chronically online people. And I think that that's a really important point for the people watching to see. It's like, how much of that do they actually hate me, or how much of that is because they exist chronically online and they attach so much of their self-worth from that? Everybody who hates me so much, that they have a lot of things in common, where they're a talking head in the same room all day. A lot of them are much older than me, and they just sit there, and you never see them anywhere else. I think it's important, and I think it's effective too, that, I mean, we're in London. I met Danya yesterday. I like to meet new people. I'm about to go to Bucharest and meet a lot of people.
Do you
I'm
think it's
going
like
to
a
Romania
cope
this weekend.
to write off hate? It's just like, my haters just live in their parents' basement? Or do you think it's valid to not like take that stuff seriously?
I think it depends on the type of hate. What he's saying is true to some extent. Like, if you go to like kiwi farms, those are not healthy people. Nobody comes home from like a normal job where they have like friends and
What's
family.
Kiwi Farms?
It's a site that's dedicated to archiving everything about a person's existence and incessantly posting about them and obsessing over every single little thing, right? Like people that go home and do shit like that are probably not well-adjusted people. They're probably people that are like obsessed. But if you're like a random person that's like dropping like a hater comment on like YouTube, you could be happy, you could be not, doesn't matter, right? It just depends on what kind of person we're talking about, you know?
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And gonna go to South America, and just continue seeing the world. And I'll continue making my content, but it's important for people to. I think it's important for the next generation of young men to understand that if you make money online and if you have a business online, you don't need to just game and watch porn and like have just YouTube be your whole, or like TikTok. That doesn't have to be your life.
Right.
It's an extension. Like that's a form of communication. But it doesn't have to be your whole, it can be a self-expression, but that doesn't have to be your whole existence. In fact, it shouldn't. It's better if you're not, it's better if you have experiences to tell, stories to tell, and things to share from your experiences around the world. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are starting to wake up. And the reality is, it's harder to wake up women. Women are.
I was about to say that all sounds like good advice.
Almost.
I was really like, oh, I like that all.
Than men.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is why
I think humans are programmable. I think it's just humans. Do you think it's
they
gender?
They are, but men are more capable of waking up, are more susceptible to criticism. Like when women hear criticism, and we were just talking about this, like she has one of her best friends is stuck in her ways and she's around bad people, and Danya will try to tell her, like, you need to get away from these people. Or like, come on, this is how women are. Like when women tell each other accomplishments, the first thing they do is compare. Like, what did you say? Like you told her about a job you got, and she's like, "Why you're throwing it in my face?"
Keep in mind that, again, this is where the platitudes come and the contradictions. Earlier, he said two things that are highly contradictory. The first thing women do are compare. One, he said that something that drove him to be a better person was looking at that guy that had the 7-figure income or the 8-figure, 9-figure income, right? The second thing he said that I thought was interesting is he almost said something that I thought was good. It was something like when he's looking for inspiration, I thought what he was going to say is usually what you say is like, you just, instead of comparing yourself to other people, you just compare yourself to where you were before, right? Always try to better yourself. The person you're competing against is who you were yesterday. But he didn't say that. He said he looks to everybody else and he tries to be as good or as better as them. He looks to other people for inspiration, kind of like that. So it feels like comparison is the basis for a lot of the stuff that he talks about. But now here it's like women are bad because they compare a lot.
But the comparison, I don't know, maybe I'm giving him way too much credibility because I don't know much about him. I feel like the way he's comparing it is by saying like he's comparing himself to the guy who makes the 9-figure income, but he's comparing to him not because the guy said I'm making 9 figures, but it's because he wants to make more than he previously was, right? So it's still.
But then you don't need the other person as a point of comparison, no? Can't you just say like, I was doing this last year, I want to be doing this year?
He's saying he's comparing himself to the guy who compares himself to himself, right? So isn't that still consistent?
No, I don't think so. But yeah,
because he's using that as the model to base off the fact that like,
you're
okay, I want to better myself.
Sure, but I feel like at the end of the day, just on the overall vibes of what he says and like everything that's going on, it feels like everything is like pretty obsessive about like other people in the space, what other people are doing, like doing better than other people, out earning, out achieving other people. That's like the general gist I get of like from the totality of his content. But
oh really, that he compares himself to other people?
Yeah, for sure. That it's like constantly fighting with other. Although he said he was going to try to change that, so maybe this is Maybe this is Sneeko on the new arc or whatever. So
Yeah. Am I simping? Everyone says I'm simping for him. I feel like I'm being very not simpy.
Well, you're being really charitable, and we've seen, I think, a lot more Sneeko content than you
Yeah.
have, so it comes off as that, but it's all good.
Why are you throwing? Because
that's hard.
Men, in my experience, it's you uplift each other. It's like, oh, good stuff. Like you're able to self improve. Women are not good at as good at self improvement as men. That's just a hard reality. Brittany, if you disagree with me, can you name one? Can you you disagree? Besides yours, because I see an essence of it. But what's the most popular self improvement podcast for women?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, since the majority of men are the ones on YouTube, I assume that wouldn't be as big of a market there, right?
I think when I think of a woman's podcast, I think Call Her Daddy.
Oh, I don't watch that. I've never even watched it.
That's the most popular one. That's the most popular female podcast.
Another thing that I really don't like, and I still stand by this, and I'm open to be corrected or whatever, is I don't think that there are self-improvement podcasts really for men. I don't consider red pill stuff to be self-improvement. Like, I would consider, like, people like Jeff Nippard or people like Athlean X even, people that give, like, actual workout advice, you can call this, like, self-improvement, but just telling somebody, like, you need to work out, you need to make more money, you need to up your game, that's not self-improvement. I think that's just, like, it's, like, a form of, like, weird, like, self-idolization masturbation. Like, that's not, like, self-improvement. I don't consider that
I
self-improvement.
don't think like the fresh and fit stuff self-improvement. I would say like some Ben Shapiro content is like, especially more so now. Now I think he's actually getting into more conservative values, not just like the anti-woke stuff. And I would say like Jordan Peterson again, when he's not just fixating on like
Sure, but
body
those
positivity.
aren't. I wouldn't consider either of those guys.
No, not that. I'm saying like
Right,
I agree
okay.
with what he's saying. Like I felt this way a lot. I think I was telling you this the other day that I get frustrated because I feel like there's not a lot of good female models for like things I want to do, and so that's why I get frustrated because I'll like hear someone kind of hint at something that I feel, but then it'll immediately be followed by like, but women are like subhuman, so they don't have these exact desires and frustrations, and I can get kind of frustrated.
Sure.
So I would agree with him. Like I wish, like sometimes even when I hear Jordan Peterson speak, like in long form, I'm like, oh, a lot of what he says is like actually really intelligent and compelling. Like and same with Ben Shapiro about like seeking something higher, but then it's again always followed by being like, but this is just for men. Women don't feel this way, and it
Sure,
is
right.
frustrating.
Yeah.
I don't know. You disagree?
so funny.
No, I think I largely agree, yeah. But again, I was focusing on like the red pill stuff. Not like I think there are some conservatives that do like good self-improvement stuff. Like I think Ben Shapiro generally offers like good advice.
No,
Jordan
but
Peterson
his
used to.
point was that there's no female equivalent, and I guess
No, I understand,
Yeah.
but it's weird to say like, oh, like men like this.
Your role model is Amaranth OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's weird to say that like men like this and this is important for men and women don't like this, and then you're part of the self-improvement movement, but your movement does no self-improvement. That's a weird thing to be in, right? Like it's just a weird criticism. Like women don't like this. Well, none of the men you talk to seem to like it either, because none of them talk about self-improvement. They just talk about drop shipping and the Matrix. Like why would you be the one to point this out? It's true what he's saying, kind of, but yeah.
I don't know that. I don't watch that one. I guess I do watch most podcasts hosted by men, but interviewing women. So I guess, yeah, I can't think of a woman's podcast other than comedians because I watch a lot of comedian podcasts. That's a good, yeah, I watch The Diary of CEO, but that's a man. And I watch like a bunch of like Theories of Everything, but that's a man. But that makes sense, right? Because even Jordan Peterson talks about this, how majority of viewers on YouTube are men. Men are mostly chronically online. Like men are the ones suffering with addiction to screens. So my concern is that it's not even gender, it's culture. My concern, because, you know, I just said this on a live show the other day. One of the greatest things my parents ever gave us as children is not jealousy or envy. Like, we do not want what other people have. We want what we can make for ourselves. My dad's an entrepreneur. My mom's like the stay-at-home mom who became part of the business as well. So for us, I guess because we were raised in, like, it wasn't about gender, even though we're Middle Eastern from Iraq. It's not gender. It's good people are not jealous or envious. They make their own. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's a disconnect of culture more than gender.
It could be, but my bigger point is that the people that I'm going to be able to reach and the people who's more affected, like men are more.
I don't know why she keeps. Do you hear her do that? It feels like every time he starts to say anything, she's like, like she's agreeing a lot, but he hasn't even said anything yet. I don't know why she does that. It drives me crazy. That's like a random. That's not like a real criticism. That's just a thing that she does. It drives me insane. Sorry, she does it here when he starts to answer this question.
Gender.
It could be, but my bigger point is that the people that I'm going to be able to reach and the people who's more affected, like men are more they are more susceptible to change their minds. Like,
okay, yeah,
women can be programmed by The people that are doing the program, the most influential people, and this is true. If you don't agree with the self-improvement thing, most influential people are men. And if a woman is not being influenced by her husband or by their father, someone is going to take that patriarchal role and end up influencing her. So even if she thinks she's an independent queen,
That's a cringe. You understand what he's referencing, right?
Referencing?
Or this is kind of like, it's the idea of like women basically have two fathers in their lives. They have their father, who's their actual father, and then once they get married, their husband becomes their new father. So a woman is basically always taking direction by some man, is what he's referring to there.
she's probably influenced by the media. The media is
No, that's what I thought he was saying. He was basically saying like some institution's going to take that role and women aren't going to have like as much independent thought.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But the line they said before, hold on.
Husband or by the father, someone is going to take that patriarchal role.
Like he said, husband or father, patriarchal
role. But he's
role.
like, even outside of those, someone's going to take the patriarchal role. He meant like a figure, like a media figure.
Yeah, but it's something that's built into women. Women need to take direction from somebody.
Yeah.
So it's either going to be father or husband, or if they're not giving good, that's why they need to be like leaders for their women or whatever, and that's why they need like trainable women.
But I don't think that's specific to. I don't think that statement in itself is that wrong. But I just don't think it's specific to women.
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily disagree,
Like,
but his statement is all about women.
Of independent thought. No, yeah, I know.
Yeah, sure.
And end up influencing her. So even if she thinks she's an independent queen, she's probably influenced by the media. The media is male dominated, or she's influenced by the government. Government's male dominated. The government's telling her when to stay inside, when to go to work, what she should do, or her boss at her job. And her boss, 90% of the time, is a man. So the man is always in that influential role, whether or not we like it. And this happens in families too. If you don't raise your kid properly, what happens is somebody in the school is going to end up raising your kid, or the friends around. It's usually a masculine figure.
Yeah.
My bigger point is that the people that I'm going to be able to reach, and this is just a hard truth, it's going to be young men. Those are the people who are going to be susceptible to understanding this, and that's why I think it's extremely important for me to travel and show a different lifestyle, because women are going to be like, they'll admire it, or they'll be like, they'll respect it, and they'll see what, but they're not going to go and emulate it. They're not going to they're not going to go and emulate that. A young man will. So I think that's the most effective form if you want to make a change in the world. Getting the young men, the military age men, people a little bit younger than me, that's who's going to be able to make a change. Because if you can lead the household, and if strong men are the people that are going to mold society. I think that's why things are kind of becoming a lot of extremely nonsense, because there's a lack of strong men. There's a lack of men being able to take that lead.
Wait,
and
I
they
think
give up.
either I zoned out for a second or I'm misunderstanding. He's saying that like the reason men are the ones who can end up molding society is because they can actually take like virtuous instruction. But wasn't he just saying that like it's women who are the ones who just follow orders?
Yeah, I was going to say that too. There's kind of a contradiction here, because he's saying like women take orders and women are followers, and that's why I'm going to reach out to only men. But the men that he's reaching out to are taking orders and are followers of Sneeko. It's a total contradiction, right? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
It's sad too. I really feel like a lot of these people could reach a female audience.
Yeah, probably.
If they like dropped the red pill shit, stopped like the obsession with like female rappers and like the body positivity, like Swimsuit Illustrated magazines and stuff like that. Because like, yeah, I like agree that there aren't like good female role models for like, you know what I mean, being less spiritually bankrupt. I just feel like that doesn't exist.
Sure. Yeah.
They would rather change their gender or say that gender roles don't exist, and be chronically online and not take the risk and not take the steps necessary in order to lead. But the more strong men you have, I think the better a world you have, because if you have a strong man, then you have a happy woman.
I think generally speaking, there is a lack of discipline and leadership. And I think because I work with such niche communities, gender like becomes a non-issue basically, because I work mostly with queer people. Like even in my relationship, I'm the breadwinner. Like I'm not concerned with gender roles in that regard. But I think that generally speaking about straight heterosexual couples, I think that there is that struggle dynamic, because the studies they do on women who are successful, who leave corporate to become mothers and who want strong dominant men, they're often straight women. So, your audience is so much wider than mine. It's such a different part of the population. I'm just talking to the few in between who are like sitting here not concerned so much with gender roles. But I wonder, do you think that those communities deserve a place of joy and happiness outside of that particular framework? Outside of the framework that works for straight couples?
Of course, I think everybody deserves happiness, and I want everybody to be happy. I just see it as the most effective way the most effective use of my voice is like, and of course I like to entertain, I like comedy, and that's fun. But when it comes to influencing and impact, it's reaching young men.
Yeah.
And I think that's the most impactful use, because if I create men that are happier, that are stronger, that have a better life, that are making more money and not programmed, if I impact them, then the rest of the world is also, and it's bigger than just straight relationships, because if you have strong men are just around you in the community, strong men create a better world. Weak men are the biggest problem. People call me misogynist all the time. I think that it's a weak emotional man. It's somebody who's unstable, somebody who's not in control. That's the person who ends up lashing out and makes people scared. Like the reason that a lot of women have their guard up is because they've been around a creepy guy who was too, or like a stalker. Like women, these bad experiences from weak men traumatize women, and that's why I think that's the most important thing to use your voice for.
You know, okay, wait, I really vibe with this idea, because I think that there's always there's like, okay, tell me if you agree with this, that it's not that men need to be emotional, because being emotionally irregular is not good. It's that men need to have a relationship with their emotions so they don't lose that discipline. Is that sort of the narrative? Oh, I'm sorry, girl, say it again, and your audio cut out.
Emotional intelligence.
Exactly.
Needs to be emotionally intelligent, and there's not many emotionally intelligent men anymore.
Yeah.
I wonder if Sneeko push back on this, because this is usually like a feminist talking point, and I feel like when I bring that up, I feel like red pillars get really triggered, because emotional intelligence, all that shit. Basically, the only emotional intelligence they want from men is like, have you ever heard of the term like stoicism?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just want them to be like quiet warriors that suffer and do what men need to do or whatever. But
Yeah.
Not that I've come across anyway.
Or women. I think everyone's struggling right now. I think everyone's kind of in a we're not doing too good out here. So that's why I think your voice is important for that motivation. And
I
it's
think
what
the
I'm trying
reason
to do.
that I keep probably giving Sneeko the benefit of the doubt is because even though the shit he's saying is so like basic and like lightly misogynistic of like the rappers and whatever, and like, oh, women don't whatever, it's because I think he's like ignorant, but I think at the end of the day it does sound like he does want people to be happier. Like it feels like he genuinely believes that. And I guess what I've seen him criticize of other people, I don't know anything about Moist Critical, so I don't want to talk about him, but like he was more so saying a lot of these people, their audience is based on like making fun of other people. And maybe Sneeko does do that, so maybe I sound stupid if he does do that, but I'm just saying based off what I've seen, his whole point is like a lot of people are kind of sadistic, and they're just like, you know what I mean? They're building content off of making other people, or saying like, oh, you're so cringe, or you're so sexist, whatever. Like it's not actually based in necessarily values. Well, I think his values are kind of muddied again by like the red pill shit. I feel like if you were to like scrape it clean, at the end of the day, I think he actually does value people.
if he does, then why does he
happier.
participate in like the shit fest that are the Fresh and Fit, like shitting on women constantly on the show? Like the after hour shows is literally just there to shit on women, and that's like where he excels.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I was saying that, like, I think, again, I don't know the timeline of how or when he was deplatformed or why, but I guess I was saying to you that, like, you were saying his old content was a lot more nuanced, a lot more, like, spiritually fulfilling. And now I was saying, like, after you've been deplatformed off everything, and then the audiences you can kind of tailor to already have, like, such a radical political and cultural leaning, I think it's, especially for someone as young as him, it'd be really, really hard to not just, like, cater to that audience.
Yeah, I agree. But now you just gave me what you just gave me. There was a really good argument for why he doesn't actually care about people, because it's really, really hard to.
Not necessarily. I meant like okay. So when you go onto Fresh and Fit, like I watched that one episode you did. I think the most recent one. The entire chat, it doesn't take you seriously because they already disagree with your lifestyle. They don't like the fact you're in an open relationship. They don't like the fact you're liberal. So even though you make really, really good points, because that audience is already so brain broken, they're not going to see it because they're going to look at your lifestyle, and because it doesn't live up to like the points they want, like a loyal woman, because they associate that with happy family, they're not going to take your like cultural suggestions seriously. So my point is like, I think Sneeko's cultural suggestions, like again outside of the rapping shit and whatever, are kind of good faith, but then he kind of has to like just like muddy it in all this like just toxic shit so that audience doesn't just write him off, right?
No. I understand what you're saying, but then where is the message that doesn't just fully jive with Fresh and Fit?
I guess what I was saying, that clip I saw where he's like, don't waste your time all day just being on like arguing with feminists, like just focus on.
Yeah,
you know
but what do you think he would say if you ask him what do Fresh and Fit do?
Or he was even just saying right now, he's like, women get traumatized by weak men. So he's literally, the contrapositive of that is that like if you're actually a strong man and you're a high value man, you make women feel safe, right?
Yeah, but how do you make them feel safe? by making it so they don't have to work, so that they could just stay at home and like provide value to your life as the man because you're the sole breadwinner.
Like I said, I think the prescriptions are pretty like illogical, right?
Yeah, but then but if you peel away the prescriptions, all you're left with is the most like basic bitch life advice: be a strong man, like improve, try to be successful.
I guess he's saying that's not the most basic bitch advice because he's saying a lot of mainstream people don't do that. Because
I agree, a lot of mainstream people don't do that, but he's like, it seems like he's like the same as that, right? Like all the shit that he does online that he's most well known for at the moment is like getting into like really petty fights with people.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not that familiar with him.
Sure.
You, which is to say, look, regardless of where you've come from or what you're facing. Now I've got like mental illness and now I've got chronic illness and I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Scratch it. Just reinvent the wheel in your own way. Like reinvent your life. So what? The universe sent this your way. God sent this your way. Whatever it is, your cross to bear, you can still succeed. But that's really hard. Knowing you can succeed, that's why I like people who walk the walk. See, if I ever wanted to make $1 million, I'd call you because you did it, right? Like I would call people who have done things, right? What do you think about that? Do you think people should have to walk the walk to be respected?
Yeah, I have people message me and they're like, man, I like what you do a lot. I want to start making Red Pill content too. Like I want to go and inspire. And I'm like, what have you done? And they're like, well, so they really want to talk about the same things, but it's like, if you don't have the degree, if you don't have the job application, then you're not going to get the job. You know, people don't take that as seriously. And that's why I'm saying, like, it's extremely important to have real world experiences, to have life experience. And I'm a social media guy. Like I grew up on I grew up on my phone. I grew up on the internet. So I have to actively seek it out. A lot of people, they have, like the people that I talk to and that I respect and that I communicate with a lot of time around the world, they are accomplished men in their fields. A lot of come from like military background, security, fighters, and businessmen. They have, and then social media is separate. I'm a social media guy, and I know a lot of people who watch this, they grew up like this. As you know, I'm 24, and so they have to actively seek it out to live a better life, and there's not enough of a push for that. So, yeah, you need to. If your whole experience is just, you know, video games and comment sections, then you're not going to really have a lot to talk about. So it's extremely important for you to have those conversations and to try and fail new businesses and to travel the world and to train with different people, talk to different people, have these difficult conversations, because that experience will, I think men only learn from experience. I think that men will hear what the truth is, but unless you have a traumatic, or it doesn't have to be traumatic, but unless you have an experience to base it off of, you're not going to really learn. I think men are stubborn in that sense, where you need to go through it in order to realize not to do it. Maybe that's just me.
That's me too, honestly. That's me too.
Like, I don't know, like, that's just a rip. Like, I don't know what any of this has to do with men, right? Like, it's like a pretty human, normal thing. People learn better through experience. Like, I don't know why you'd gender any of this, but
that's how I feel with a lot of like Jordan Peterson stuff too. But people say it is specific to men because they feel like men have been like disenfranchised. Do you agree with that? Like, do you think it makes sense that a lot of JP's content is tailored towards men?
Probably newer content he'd say that, but in the past that wasn't him at all. In the past it seemed like he was really receptive to like women's improvement stuff like that. I think that's what his job was. He was like a counselor for women, or like a therapist for women, to help them like succeed in the workplace, because a lot of his earlier stuff is talking about literally that. It's like how women are too agreeable, so he helps them learn how to negotiate for wages and stuff like that. But I mean, his current stuff is he's just fucking insane, so who the fuck knows now.
I want to challenge things, and I'm always very like, I was that way even as a child, and I was raised to be an entrepreneur. My dad had the hopes that I would run his business one day. Like, he raised me to like run businesses, and I sat there, and I think every time I came across something that felt like a challenge, I felt excited. Like, I was excited at the idea of problem solving, which is why my job now is like problem solving, like interpersonal relationships, which is so girly of me, huh? I'm a woman, so how do I make my money? By helping people with their relationships. Or their lives, or understanding themselves, which is like such a girl thing to do. But look how I made both happen. Like, I called my dad up this year and I was like, hey, I made my 6 figures. I finally did it. It's taken me 3 years of hardcore trying, and I'm really proud of myself. And he was like, that's amazing. He's not very excited about all my content since he's pretty religious, but overall, he congratulated me on doing the one thing he knew he raised me to do, which is to be self-sufficient, to be independent, to be my own thinker. And that's really difficult in the world because, like you said, everyone is trying to tell you how to think. Everyone is telling you who to be and how to be. So I'm going to ask you guys a few more questions and then we can wrap up. So I'm very curious. You have someone come to you and they say, this is who the world's telling me to be. This is who I want to be. How do you know if it's a good decision to be who the world wants you to be versus who you need to be? How do you know it's a good decision?
I don't think that you should take anybody's advice 100%. I think you need to go apply it to your life and see how you can, because everybody has a different path, and it's not gonna. You can't copy anybody else's trail, or it's just walking in their footsteps. So it's important to create your own path and to take different influences and be careful about the type of influence that you have. We always say that, or Pete, this is a common knowledge that you're the sum of the 5 people that you spend the most time with.
Yeah.
So be careful about who you're around, because if you let the wrong person in, if you let the wrong influence in, if you're not aware of who's influencing you, then you're going to be a shitty person, like the person telling you.
Okay, so like
garbage.
that sentence alone, like take away the context that he's probably implying that like the people influencing you is like the woke media, like the toxic left, whatever. Like that sentence in itself is something that I think probably conservatives say more versus like mainstream and liberals. Like you don't hear those types of pieces of advice, I guess.
The people around you influence you?
To like really consider and like the question the people around you and how like those values are like permeating you. So that's what I mean by like that's why I feel like that's why I'm probably extending him so much good faith, because I feel like I see those values more with conservatives, and even though I don't agree with their politics, I feel like they do just want people to like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the one benefit to conservatives is conservatives are generally pushing for a more personal type of self-improvement.
Yeah.
That is true.
And you've even said yourself, it sucks that like so many conservatives are genuinely like nice people in real life versus a lot of liberals tend to kind of suck.
And like liberals are very defeatist in mindset, and that like you've got systemic racism and supremacy and all this shit. So these are the reasons why you will never succeed in life. And it's like, okay, well, that's pretty fucking depressing.
Yeah.
And I think you can even see that a little bit in their health outcomes in terms of like how different like liberals are fucking depressed, right?
Yeah.
Like Sneeko makes fun of people for it sometimes, but I mean, like, I don't know, it's not a good point to write off an individual's point of view, but like there is something to be said for, every fucking like progressive person online is like, depressed and anxious and have all these issues or whatever.
Don't libs talk all the time about implicit biases, assumptions, and value you get with your upbringing? Yeah, but I guess it's always tailored to more like woke stuff in terms of like implicit biases, not about like why are you doing the things you do and that they don't align with like your spiritual fulfillment, but more so like, oh, you're implicitly biased, that's why you date light-skinned guys over dark-skinned guys, right? Isn't that sort of what
yeah, it's not it's always like an adherence to some like grander system of like intersectional oppression. Usually it's not usually like what personally do you value, it's like did you pay enough attention to a poor black person that might have been like microaggressed today or something, I think.
Yeah.
Be very careful, and you have to be analytical, and it's very important to question like why do you hold the beliefs that you hold?
Destiny, they're speaking systemically. Do you seriously think a liberal would go to an inner city school and be like, well, you're all black, so because of slavery and Jim Crow, you'll never succeed? Basically, yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I think that has been a lot of the messaging, more or less. Yeah, I really do think so. And some of the stories we've read about, especially there was that one black law professor, I don't remember, who was talking about doing the summit where he was speaking about like the challenging issues for the students that showed up, and there was the black TA or younger person that basically turned that entire group of students against him. Yeah, I actually do think that this is kind of the messaging, is that like you're basically fucked, you're not going to succeed, and any issue that you have is going to be the result of like it's going to be the result of like racism or some shit like that. Actually, if you want to get more edgy, a really good example of this, I think, is like the WL community today. Look at how quick all of them are to throw out the race card when anything bad happens, right? People will blame the YouTube algorithm as racist. People will say that like, oh, people don't want to celebrate black creators. People like it's always race immediately for those people online. So yeah. Hi, what's up, buddy?
How was meeting Alex Jones?
Okay, I was just on stage with him. So,
did you talk off stage as well?
Nope, I went out eat with friends.
Did he just crash that, or was you knew he was going to be there?
I don't think anybody knew he was going to be there. He just kind of showed up.
You must have been starstruck.
No, it's just Alex Jones. Maybe like 2 or 3 years ago I would have been, but I think he's probably dropped off the map pretty considerably now, right?
Oh, you like care about analytics. I'm saying like the figure of Alex Jones. Like I would have I literally would have cried. That would have been the greatest thing to ever happen to me.
Okay.
I would suck Zerka's hard cock IRL. Thank you, Kick Burner. What the fuck?
Nice. How you doing? I have to leave pretty soon because I'm like flying to Tennessee tonight. So.
Yeah. Are you with Farah?
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
This better be a public apology.
Uh-oh.
For what?
We had like 4 scheduled dates for doing content, and you bailed everyone and made up excuses. You're like, oh, I forgot I don't have a car.
Whoa. You bailed Panda's house.
No, I didn't. He sent me the address 30 minutes prior, and I lived an hour away.
But we were there for like 8 hours.
I said, is it probably too late to come now? It'll take me an hour to get there. And he's like, yeah, probably.
Didn't you like drag Steven's name through the mud?
We've reached that level of friendship. We haven't reached the level of friendship where you can ghost me 4 times in 1 week and getting away with it.
Didn't you like totally snake Steven?
No, I actually saved him. He was getting a ton of smoke for like shitting on Muslims all day, and then I made people start shitting on him for being a rape apologist instead.
Oh, you saved
it was strategic, yeah.
I thought you guys had beef. What the hell?
Do we?
Do we?
I mean, a little pussy changes everything.
True. Good one,
Did
Zerka.
you guys talk yet?
I just locked her on the balcony for 12 hours, and now we're even, so.
Steven's on a quest with the virgin.
Nice. Good one. True. Absolutely. Is that a little bit of projection, Zerka?
No, I don't like virgins.
Okay.
I mean, I like them young, but not virgin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm too old.
I don't know. The idea of like taking someone's virginity is like too much for me.
Yeah. You know you're on like the biggest cope in the fucking world right now, right? If some girl were to show up at your house, she's like, I'm a virgin, can you fuck me the first time? You'd be doing it in like 2 seconds. You'd probably come before you even take your pants off. 1,000,000%.
I'm not virtue signaling. I've had that happen and I fucked their mouth, Steven.
Okay. I don't believe you, but okay.
What the fuck?
Zerka, are you living in LA now?
Yep.
Where are you living? Like with your friends, or are you getting a place?
No, with Mike and Eli.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Mike and Kendall's. Eli's moving out.
So what are you doing? Are you getting on Kick streaming, or like what's the plan?
Yeah, we're doing Kick, and we just got our FX camera. It's like a $25,000 camera with an encoder. So now we cannot drop connections. Even if we do a road trip stream, it'll be in 8K HD. So we're just setting up the rig today. It's like taking a day off to do that.
Nice. Aren't you guys setting up a podcast?
Yeah, we're gonna fill up a room. So
Have you got the investors for that yet?
Yeah, we got the. Well, I'm not gonna say the money, but we got everything right now. Yeah.
Nice. When can we expect a pilot to drop?
We're setting up the rig today. So for the camera, will be this week. I think we'll do Venice Beach.
Nice. So you officially moved out of Texas?
Just gonna go grab my PC and I'm done.
Okay. I actually moved out of LA. That was like the last week we could have filmed.
Where do you live now?
I live in Destiny's apartment complex because I'm crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, you moved from LA to Miami?
Yeah.
All for Steven?
No.
Yeah.
Better not be. You're going to be sorely upset if you're down here for that reason. So.
Yeah. Sorely for Steven.
Yeah, I mean, if Steven didn't exist, you wouldn't be in Miami.
No, I'd still be living in that house.
That is crazy. You guys really bonded.
She's being ironic right now, by the way.
I could believe I feel like you don't like LA, Farah.
I didn't love it. No, I like Miami more. I expected LA to be more like Miami, more walkable. But this is a good area. You should move down to this apartment complex too.
He was going to at one point move down here, and then for some reason, just like didn't happen. Zerka.
Yeah, it's because of these guys. Like I chilled here a week, and then good things happen. But honestly, I will be ending up in Miami. Like I can't see myself living in LA.
Steven can co-sign your rental too.
Yeah, no, I did not co-sign anybody's rental. Okay.
No, Steven, look, no matter what happens in the future, Steven will always be the greatest podcast co-host. Like, you know, like I'll hire him one day.
Thanks.
One day. But first, Mike.
first I gotta work.
Nice.
But yeah, everything's good, and I'm glad to see you guys work the beef, because the whole community was
We
DGG
never
was
had
saying-
beef.
No, all of DGG said you're a snake bitch.
They still think that. I still have beef with them. Me and Destiny have never had beef.
I mean, we had a little bit of beef.
We did? You're just saying this for your chat. We did not.
I mean, I'd say like, eh.
You're drama farming. We
Okay.
had zero beef. Don't make me pull up the Telegram logs.
Okay. Don't I really? Go ahead, pull it up on your phone.
No,
You know I was hacked.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So you're living in his house, eating his food, and he's buying you like Uber Eats and stuff.
Not really. He barely feeds me. He like painted this picture that we're gonna like go out to eat every day. We've gone once.
Bro, you woke up today at like 3 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, did
Yeah.
I like miss the opening for eating?
Yeah, you did by like 7 hours.
You said vegetarian restaurants. I thought you meant like dinner.
Yeah,
I didn't
you
know we
said
were gonna get dinner at 10 a.m.
You said coming over here. I didn't know that means you were gonna be comatose for 80% of the time. Okay, so.
But I
Bro,
figured
I
I'd
want
get...
to tell you something about men. Is like, when we're streaming, it's fun and all that, but when we're not streaming, we just want to be left alone. You know, like Destiny. I'm sure when he turns off the computer, he doesn't want to take you out for dinner
Then why am I here?
because he's a nice guy. He's like, but the truth is, like, men don't really like to chill with women like that. Like, that's what you guys like. Don't force him.
I don't know if that's true. We have a lot of fun. We went on a bike ride yesterday.
Well, bike ride around the beach.
Yeah.
Well, it was to a restaurant. We were just randomly biking around the beach for no reason.
We did the other day. Don't act like we didn't do that.
That's because you were depressed. You were having an episode, okay, and you looked like you were about to
Why
throw
can't you
yourself
just
off the
admit you
balcony.
like hanging out with me? Why does everything have to be about you like having me
Because
on
you're
suicide
making me sound
watch?
like a super simp, okay?
How
And
is
in
that
reality,
simpy?
you were
It's
like,
just-
I thought
that's
you were
just
about to
doing
die,
friendship
okay?
activities.
You look like you were gonna kill yourself. I went into my room and you're like in the corner, just like staring at your laptop screen when it's pure white, and I'm like, hey, are you feeling okay? And you're like,
Wow, it's
yeah.
such a red flag if someone just
And
stares
you're on
at
like
their laptop all
day
day.
7 of no Prozac, and you're like, yeah, I don't have my antidepressant, so you know I might kill myself, but it's okay, it's cool. And I'm like, maybe we should go outside. And you're like, oh, okay, can we ride bikes? And I was like, I guess if you really want to, sure. And then
You
we
had
went to ride
fun.
bikes. It was okay.
You really think they'll call you like gay for saying that you liked riding bikes with me?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was.
You're just trying to impress Zerka.
Yeah, that's my whole life
No,
was actually trying to impress Zerka.
Believe,
Yeah.
believe me, he doesn't do that. And I mean, it's only gay if the like bike has the like.
He did say his
pink-
ass was sore after.
Was it a pink bike or what kind of bike?
It was a city bike.
Okay, all right. Did Steven wear a helmet?
No.
Oh, trying to impress her, Steve.
Yeah, you know, I like to be a bad boy sometimes.
Is it really simpy to just tell your chat we're friends? I don't understand. Does it have to be that you were looking out for my mental health to hang out with me?
No, it's because you know what you're doing when you use when girls use the friend word, you know you're cutting into him and you're trying to like insult him, and that's why he's not
How is
responding.
that insulting?
Because you're using friend as a pejorative and you know it.
Oh, true.
No, I'm not.
Yep.
He's using babysitting my mental health as a pejorative.
I don't know. Zerka's kind of speaking facts right now, maybe.
It's like you're implying you don't crush on Steven. It's like so obvious you do. Like
Okay,
in a
can we chill? Jesus Christ. Zerka, don't you
No,
have
it's
some
just
personal
women
matter
do
that you
that.
want to talk about?
Women do that. They go for like low blows. For
No,
no
nobody's
reason.
going for low blow
How is
here.
that a
Everybody's
low blow?
just
I
chilling.
said we had fun biking around the beach.
Well, don't call him a friend.
Yeah. I'm not your buddy, pal. Okay.
This
What are you
girl
doing,
loves
Zerka?
you.
Zerka.
I'm watching you guys. What the fuck? I'm trying to chill with my two best friends right now.
Don't you have
Are
like
pressured?
some episode or something to do? Where are you
No, it's
where are you
my
at
day
in your
off.
Zerka, where are you at in your fucking career? Okay?
Okay. Well, I got paid a lump sum of crypto for the help and waited for the camera, and now I'm back to streaming.
For the help of what? For helping who?
Mike and Kendo. Kendo's the videographer.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why you think I wouldn't demand payment. Like, I'm not retarded.
I don't think you did. I don't think you got paid. Not for what you're worth, Zerka. You need to get your fucking streaming shit going, okay?
Steven, I'm not gonna lie. If you didn't mistreat me, I'd be in Miami doing millions of views with you. But you love, I'm gonna be honest, there's this thing about you, Steven, that you love to be around boring people, and I can't be around you all the time. Like, bro, what am I supposed to chill with Farha and you? Can I just have you?
True. I'll keep that in mind next time, okay?
So why'd you call in while I'm here?
Ooh.
For Steve.
Ooh.
The chat told me Destiny's mad at me. I'm like, what?
Oh, because of the tweet?
No, the tweet's just bait. I wanted more likes.
Wow.
Why aren't you following me, Steve? You don't like the Masonic literature posts?
Maybe in the future, okay? You gotta earn that.
No, now that you're with Alex, now that you shared a stage with Alex Jones, I respect the shit out of you now.
Why the fuck would that matter? He's like, I don't even know how much he's famous online anymore.
Zucker always
Well,
says
no.
that that's his career path. He wants to be Alex
No, no.
Jones, and while you're Ben Shapiro.
No, Steven, if you think about it, you love memes. Like, you know, your community is known for memes. Wouldn't Alex Jones be like literally Broly of the meme world? Like,
Maybe, dude. I don't know. Good point. I never thought of it that way, I guess.
or maybe you never watched him growing up. I don't know.
Yeah. True.
So I got a little canceled for flirting with a 20-year-old girl. So I went to another one in the studio, in a recording studio, and the other one that I pick up and we start cuddling on stream. I tried to clear my record, and then right as I'm getting up off stream, she goes, "By the way, I'm 18."
Why would you get
And I'm
canceled for
like,
flirting with a
bro,
19-year-old girl?
That's why I love hanging around you. Is you find that like normal.
Okay.
But I'm like, dude, I found this 18-year-old attractive, and now what do? I've already bonded.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like, I hate the internet calling me fucking Epstein for it.
Well,
I thought this is the only chat that'll like they feel represented when I speak now. Like, honestly, a 29-year-old dude can date an 18-year-old. Who cares, right?
sure, true, based. Who cares?
Because they have like less opinions at that age.
Well, that's now you made it kind of weird, but
I don't know. If they're 25, yes, they look hotter and more developed, but definitely they start talking to me about politics and weird shit.
Can we finish the video?
true. Okay, listen, I gotta finish this video. I got 6 more minutes, okay? I love you, buddy.
Okay, yeah, let's pretend that that's more content.
Okay, bye.
People are extremely like dead set on what they believe in. I don't think enough people think about why or who said it or what the motivation is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would just be very wary of that because there's a lot of people with bad intentions out there.
Absolutely. And for you, you chose a job that you went into with a lot of, I guess, purpose, money, and it's something good to you. But how do you make that decision as well? If someone came to you, I guess, even if you had that moment for yourself, like what would you say to them?
I take everything with a grain of salt. I listen to a lot of people.
Not you, her.
Yeah, I think, again, I would take their advice and I guess use it to my advantage, but I wouldn't follow exactly what they're saying in their footsteps. I think you kind of take it and mold it into your own kind of version, I guess.
No, I agree. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys my favorite question I like to ask people. All answers are good answers. Are you ready? Okay.
It could be a bad answer, but
No bad answers. All good answers. Okay, actually, Nico, you can go second. Okay, I want to know, what is your favorite part about existing, being alive, truly?
if she said murder, would that be a bad answer?
You know what? It would be, if it's a real answer, it's a good answer, but also a questionable answer.
Being in nature, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Being in touch with nature and being like in the actual world is really important. I think people are so closed off from the real world nowadays. Everyone's on their phones, everyone's online all the time. Sometimes you just need a breath of fresh air and just come away from it for a minute and just breathe. And I think that's the best feeling.
Is it about being grounded?
Yeah, just the feeling is so good. Even if you just like have your feet in the grass outside.
Yes.
It feels like
So good. 100. I 100%. Yeah, I agree with this. No, so wait, are you a nature person? Do you actually go hiking?
I love going for walks. I mean,
Okay,
there's not
I love
many
that.
places to hike in
No,
London.
I love a good
but-
walk. I'm all about the walks, girl. No, I love that. Okay, I'm glad you're walking the walk. I'm really gonna push this for the next year. If I have anyone lecture me who doesn't walk the walk, I'm really sick of it. So I'm glad you go on your walks, girly. Now, Sneeko, answer the same question. What's your favorite part about existing?
Favorite part of existing is the finish line. Is finishing a
Okay.
struggle or getting over something that was difficult and then seeing the other side of it.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
best part, especially after something that was very difficult and challenge. I like accomplishing something that was difficult. I like going. I like the growth, and I like the struggle. There's been the difficult things in my life, and now I've come to appreciate it because I'm like, well, at the end of it, I'm gonna come out a better person. I'm gonna learn something. I value struggle because people who don't have any struggle, they're not worth talking to. They're boring. They got nothing to say. They have nothing to. I just don't want to talk to those people. I think as a man specifically, going through struggle will, depending on how you react to it, will mold you and also make you stronger and make you better overall and make you learn more and help you reach that point of stoicism where you're more in control, where you'll feel the emotion, but doesn't mean you need to act on the emotion, and just helps you become more of a well-rounded individual. I think that struggle is important and something that I've come to appreciate more.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. I think struggle is so misunderstood. That suffering of life comes from every great philosopher that's ever come before us, talks about how suffering and sacrifice lead to becoming good men, but good men and women, we lead through suffering. We understand ourselves when we're challenged. And then when we overcome, like every failure is a step to success. And so like life is hard by default. So I think that's a really optimistic message to send, which again, maybe I'm being fooled, Sneeko. Maybe you're tricking me, but I genuinely get such good vibes from you, such good energy, such good intentions that I do think you're trying to help the world.
Okay,
in
maybe
your
I
own
am
way.
simping because I feel like she's just saying everything I'm saying.
That's okay. Oh,
And I watch this, I'm like, okay, she's simping.
It's
But I
okay.
feel like I'm saying it in like, it's not simping because I'm not doing it to impress him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
Would you call me out if you thought I was simping?
I already said I think you're being more charitable than you should be, but I mean, I don't think it's necessarily simping.
By riding bikes is simping.
And that is something that I'm going to, don't tell me if you're faking it. I don't want to know. But I believe you. I think you really are trying to help people.
I mean, if I was faking it, I think it'd be exposed by now.
You think? Okay,
Yeah,
noted.
100%. There's so many people that are psychoanalyzing and investigating. I really think you're underestimating how many people are watching this with a literal, like with a microscope and waiting for one of us to slip up because of
That's
how much
us.
they need me to fail. So with all those people that need me to fail, by now, if I was faking it, it would be common knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I think that was just a lovely conversation. It's also like, I don't know if it just reassured me, but I was just like, I'm telling you, this man is on a journey that I think a lot of people are underestimating. And I think I can't wait to see you in like 10 years. I'm going to follow your career. I expect to see you in 10 years. I expect to see
I'll
you.
see you too. We'll have a great conversation. I'll
Good.
buy you a coffee.
I'm so glad. That makes me so happy. Really nice meeting you, girly. I'm so glad you could come on.
Lovely to meet you.
Thanks for being on.
Lovely to meet you. Guys, have a
Hey,
great
Brittany.
day. Thank you so much.
You too.
Okay.
Oh, I thought this was his video. I think he just re-uploaded her video. That's okay. Wow. Sneeko debates oppressed feminists on their victim mentality. Feminist accuses Sneeko of vibrating. Oh, this is where that saying came from. Damn. Sneeko's take on religion 2 years ago. What is this?
Different fucking islands across the world. I grew up Catholic, but like most Catholics I know, I quit. It's a giant cult that begs for your money and doesn't pay taxes, and when a kid gets touched, they do this. I'm not gonna get into whatever you think God is, but organized religion is a thing of the past. These books are thousands of years old, and they still don't even believe in evolution. Look at me. You're gonna tell me that we didn't come from monkeys? I'm realizing how that existential comfort has to come from within you. Our existence doesn't matter. We're pretty much pointless, And community is pretty much an illusion. People don't care about you. People are selfish. They're not gonna look out for you. So what should we even believe in anymore? For people like me, what's the religion for the 21st century? No one asked, but these are my 10 commandments. Number 1, familia es todo.
How cute.
It's cute.
Yeah, true. Don't copy my shit.
What?
I said he was cute first.
We said it kind of at the same time. 'Cause
No, I said it definitely first. Maybe your brain lags a little bit because you're a female, but
I think we're just really in sync, best friends.
no, I don't.
So I feel like what's compelling about people like him, and then why people like you, I feel like it's hard for you to reach maybe like a fresh and fit audience and people like that, is because they're giving a religion versus you. When I'm feeling very lost and depressed, about to like off myself on the balcony, you just ask me, you're like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do in like 10 years? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Versus them, they'll say like, okay, these are the big values. But for someone like you just advise people to like, you know what I mean, figure out like a single purpose, which you could still do, but it's easier to do if you have like a bigger roadmap of like, okay, these are good values, this is like the purpose of life, you know. But
I think that's why this like the red pill shit is basically like a religion, basically. Yeah.
So I wish there was more like religion stuff that isn't red pilled, that isn't religion either, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like on the left side, like it's actually based in like higher values and isn't just based in like tragedy news and stuff.
Well, anything else?
Do you feel like your purposes overlap with like higher purposes at all, or it's purely just like kind of for pleasure and stuff?
For me personally, they do, but it's hard to just sell that to other people, because I feel like I do a lot of my stuff came through like self-discovery and exploration and all that shit. So it's hard to just tell somebody else honestly, like, oh, just think about this and do that, and like it feels like you have to wrap it up in some like fucking disgusting bullshit to get people to like buy into it. Like you gotta be like selling a little bit of snake oil to get them to actually buy into whatever the fuck you're.
Yeah.
So
Do you feel like the community you have with your chat is kind of like a religion? Like it kind of substitutes for them? Because I'm guessing they're also probably atheists since you are. So you probably offer them something to follow. Or do you feel like they give you a ton of pushback a lot?
Yeah, they definitely give me a ton of pushback. I think the difference, and I guess it sucks because maybe this just isn't good enough anymore, but the difference is that like I'm pretty clear about where the boundaries of my recommendations like start and stop. Like I'm not here trying to build people into like wholly different humans. Like I just try to sell like a thought process for analyzing the world. That's it. But in terms of like what you think is important in life, the purpose you have, the families you lead, all these things, like that's kind of up for you to figure out. But it feels like these days, like everybody wants you to have like the whole fucking package for existence as part of whatever content you do, which I think is kind of weird. Like one of Sneako's criticisms of Charlie is that like, oh, like nobody wants to be you. Like you just live your life in a fucking room all day and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, but like, I don't think Sneako's trying to sell that to people. Like this is what your whole life should be. But it feels like for a lot of these like red pill people, that's what they're like. Like if you do content online, it should be because you're trying to sell an entire fucking lifestyle with every single bit of content you do. And I was like, I don't know, it's kind of lame.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's past 6, right?
Yeah, it's almost 7. Yeah. Okay, well, do you have any final thoughts for the boys?
No. I mean, I can kind of run your stream for the next few days since you won't be here.
Is that, yeah. No. Nice try, though.
Are you going to be streaming?
Well, yeah, now I will be, if you're saying that. I'm not going to leave my channel hostage to you. Shouldn't you? Why don't you start your own stream? Or are you going to go full Zerka and just be a guest on other people's streams? Is that your calling in life?
I don't like streaming. I like scripting too much. I think it's more fun. I definitely want to resurrect my YouTube a little bit and like just script long form stuff, but this doesn't really do much for me. Like this is fun to do with you because I just like talking to you. But
oh no, this is massively bolstering your career for sure.
How? Where's the conversion?
Everywhere.
In what? I'm not
Everything.
A streamer.
Doesn't matter. People, you're just building that brand awareness. People are just.
I'm pretty sure your editor didn't put my name in the title. Just said TikTok feminist.
Listen, August has been sick for a while. Okay.
No, I just like talking to you, but yeah, I don't think streaming would be fun for me.
Wow, cringe.
Yeah. But if we are gonna stream more, I do want to have, like I said, my own screen.
Your own screen?
Because I'm sure this helps with your focus a little bit to like play a game while you're listening to content, right?
Oh, a little bit. I just can't sit still and listen to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're doing a really good job of it over there.
No, I have bad ADHD. That's why I couldn't even pay attention when you were talking to Alba on the phone. Because you can game and pay attention.
Oh.
So I need like a little something to do.
Well.
So I can be more focused. So is there a way to do like a split screen?
You literally own a laptop. Can't you just use that?
But I wanted to show up on here too.
Why?
Why does this have to show up?
Well, just because it's my monitor. It's what people can see.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're done.
Yeah, folks. I guess I'll be in Tennessee tonight. Probably stream tomorrow because that's what my thing is. And yeah, wow.
They keep saying Real Doll review.
Yeah, but you didn't want to watch it.
Get a phone with Temple Run. Oh, can we do like, if I play something on my phone, can we screencast down here?
No, that's not possible.
It's definitely possible.
Definitely not. Or if you can figure out how to set it up, then okay. Do you think you can?
I think we could figure out something.
Think
I feel
about
like
it.
we need to be on an equal playing field.
We are.
No.
Yeah, equal enough. Okay. Oh, I love you guys. It's been fun. Oh, I'll see you guys in a while. When I come back, my streaming schedule.
They want you to watch something, the Real Doll thing.
What? Yeah, that's the Mr. Girl thing, but you said you didn't want to watch it.
Oh, wait, how long is it?
Well, it would take us an hour at least to get through, but I have to like,
okay.
Yeah, get my shit together. So I'll see you guys later. Be careful. Hopefully I'm streaming tomorrow. If I'm not, then fuck me, I guess. Be careful, my duders. Peace out.